Good afternoon, randos. I hope we are all having an excellent day. Today I am here with my good friend Ryan to talk to you about The Last of Us. And Ryan, I hope you are doing okay.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for having me.
No problem. More importantly, what are we drinking?
Jack Daniel's Honey, through no encouragement from yourself either. Just happened to spawn right in my lap.
Yes, good man. I wonder how that happened. On the topic of The Last of Us, which is what we're going to be talking about today, we watched the entire series together as it came out. Some of the episodes you have seen more than once. I've watched the whole thing once, but I rewatched certain scenes in preparation for this. And part of the reason why I decided that bringing Ryan on to talk about The Last of Us would be more productive than me just doing it on my own is because Ryan knows The Last of Us a lot better than I do. So do you want to just how well you know The Last of Us, what you're going into this with? Because
expert qualifications, yeah.
Yes,
I think I've played both the first and the second game a few times through. Completed on Grounded, yeah. Yeah, I think I've watched the episodes a few times. I did also watch and listen to the HBO podcast throughout the series, where you had Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann talking about the series.
Okay.
Which interesting in parts, I would say.
Yeah, I've not listened to any of that. You've no doubt told me some bits from it that I will remember as we go. Because so yeah, as we watched the series, we had discussions after each episode, and then I think by the time it got to like episode 4, I was like, I kind of wish I was recording these. So from whatever episode it was onwards, I kind of decided I'm actually not going to speak to you because we obviously watched the show around your house, and then I've
missed it. I've missed it, to be honest.
You've missed the discussion.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it always feels like we had to cut them short as well a lot of the time. So
yeah, because I don't want to hash anything out. I don't want to hash anything out with you in person and then have that exit our brains for when we do this recording.
Yeah.
I think it's better to do it. I mean, this isn't live, but to do it in a recording, because we have differing takes on the show, but I think it's fair to say that we both like it. We both think it's good.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, rewatching it, I feel like it's gone down in my estimation. I think it has its good and bad parts, and I'd say it doesn't live up to the game. It's a decent retelling of the story, but yeah, it's got its good and bad parts.
Yeah, I'd agree from my memory. I should probably say, for anyone who doesn't know, I had played the first Last of Us game, but like 10 years ago, thereabouts. Never played the Left Behind DLC, and I've never played Last of Us 2, although I know what happens in it. So my knowledge going into this was totally different to Ryan's, although like I knew of certain major plot points that were going to happen that I should be expecting. But beyond that, each episode was, generally speaking, pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, was it literally just the plot points you could remember? You couldn't remember much of the context around it?
Yeah, so individual scenes, I mean, there's going to be spoilers in this, so I'll just get that out of the way. That we're going to be spoiling all of the first season, which includes the game, because it's an adaptation of the first game. We'll try not to talk too much, if at all, about Last of Us 2. However, if we do, then I will put up a spoiler warning when I edit this. So if a spoiler warning comes up, then it's going to be spoilers for Last of Us 2, because no doubt some of you guys watching may have never played The Last of Us 2, and we don't want to spoil season 2 of the show if you have not seen it. So, yeah, like for example, I knew that Joel's daughter was going to die early on, but how that was going to happen, I did not remember at all.
Okay.
So yeah, it was interesting watching them essentially come up with how they were going to do this, and then hearing from you that it was in some ways very similar to how it went down in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty much almost shot for shot, really, from the game. Yeah,
in a lot of parts,
they have done in certain parts. Yeah, not just his daughter dying.
Yes. There's a little bit of background noise on your mic, so I'm just putting on a noise gate. Could you just speak so I've got it right?
Speakity speakins.
Speaky speakins. Yeah, that's worked.
Any good?
Yeah, I'll adjust it as we go if I need to, just because there was a bit of background.
Probably my chair. Yeah.
Quite possibly. Okay, so yeah, where do we begin? I guess we begin. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to structure this episode by episode. We're going to try not to jump forwards too much. So we'll cover episode 1 before talking about episode 2. However, because some parts of the show are not chronological, like episode 7 primarily, it gives context to things that might happen in episodes 1 and 2. So we may jump back and forward when we're dealing with something that happened chronologically earlier than the episode that we're actually discussing. So what I'm going to do is I've got the Wikipedia synopsis, which I'm going to read part of to jog our memory, and then I know that we have some notes and comments on each part. And because I totally worked out how to do this 5 minutes ago, I've also worked out how to get images from the show up on screen for you and for us, so that way when we're watching them, we have a point of reference if we need them.
Also, can I ask, what were your thoughts on the casting before we get into the show? Have any preconceptions or anything?
Yes, that's a good question. So when I heard who was going to be in it, I was not sold on either of them, because I like Pedro Pascal. I like everything that I've seen him in. He's been good. I mean, Mandalorian is exempt from that, I think, because it's a voice in a helmet. Like, there's only so much you can do there, really. But everything else that I've seen him in, he's been very good. However, I didn't think that he would make a very good Joel.
Okay.
Because I mean, maybe it's because I really like the character of Joel, and I feel like Pedro Pascal doesn't look or sound anything like Joel. After the first episode, or after, honestly, the first couple of scenes, I was sold on Pedro Pascal as Joel.
Yeah, I mean, his Texan accent was not great, but apart from that, yeah, I thought he really kind of nailed the look.
Yeah, he looked the part, and even, yeah, I can't say that I noticed the accent not being great, but that's, I mean, I'm not.
That probably comes from me knowing the game, to be fair. I know kind of Joel's head in my voice. Joel's voice in my head, yeah. Yeah,
I'm not particularly good at with discerning accents anyway, but either way, if it's not a very good accent, at least from my ear to my ears, at least it was consistent. So it didn't sound, it's not like, you get some actors. Is Bella Ramsey English? I can't remember from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I think she's from Nottingham.
Yeah, okay, so I don't think this happens, but if she were to accidentally do an English accent for a scene, and then, then that would kind of break the character, because she is no longer sounding like who the character should be. Whereas if Joel always sounds a particular way, then, he just has a bit of a weird accent, which is fine.
Well, that's it. I think he's trying to do the Texan accent in part, because it does come out in parts, but it's quite inconsistent.
I mean, do they ever actually mention in the show or the game that Joel is from Texas? Because obviously he lives there, but do we know that that's where he's from?
Yeah, I think Ellie asks him outright at one point where he's from, and he says Texas.
Right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so that was kind of my view of Pedro Pascal. Bella Ramsey, I didn't really have any preconceptions about her in terms of her ability to act, because all I had seen her in, as I'm guessing is the case for basically everyone, I had only seen her in those 2 episodes of Game of Thrones that she's in.
Yeah, I feel like that made it a bit worrying.
Yes and no,
it's
because
a big part.
Yeah, it's a much bigger part, but also that is very likely why she got I think I read actually that is why she got the part, because that's where anyone is known from. Yeah, because that's the only thing anyone knows her from. I seem to remember reading that it was either Neil Druckmann or Craig Mazin. They contacted David and Dan, who did Game of Thrones, and asked what they thought of Bella Ramsey before they actually cast her. I think this was asked her after her audition, and they reassured her that, yeah, she's a really good actress, even though she's only in 2 scenes or whatever it is. So yeah, it no doubt was because of her appearance in Game of Thrones that got her the part. But I guess this is going a little bit into an adaptation argument, which I'm going to try and avoid because I don't like adaptation arguments. But Bella Ramsey does not look anything like Ellie.
No,
and that, I'm going to say, bugged me. But
really,
it bugged me in terms of my preconceptions of what to expect from the show, because it meant that it was, I guess, difficult for me to see the character that I know as Ellie looking like Bella Ramsey. But once the show actually starts and you're actually watching it, then any knowledge of the game, in my case, pretty much flies out the window, because they can do whatever they want. And in episode 1, as we'll get into in a minute, they very early on start adding things to the game or to the story from the game. So it isn't just a one-to-one copy where Ellie happens to look like Bella Ramsey.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was a bit worried because she has quite an angry demeanor about her, Bella Ramsey, whereas Ellie really doesn't in the game. So I thought, because Ellie in the game, she's like a 14-year-old, almost like quite a cocky teenager, where she does have some moments where she will quite naively kind of lash out at people. But there's also a kind of softer emotional side of her that I didn't know if Bella Ramsey was capable of that. You hadn't seen it from her, so I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, I feel like part of like the angriness thing, which is, I think that's mostly present in episode 1, I want to say, when we first meet her.
Yes.
I was just thinking, oh God, not this again. And I was ready to really not like the character. And in episode 1, I did not like the character. But she did grow on me. But I'm not sure how much of that is because Bella Ramsey and how much of it is because of direction and writing. And if they deliberately decided that they're going to go in a slightly different direction with the character from the game. Like, if that's the case, and I think that probably is the case, I think it's unlikely that they cast Bella Ramsey and said, do your Bella Ramsey thing, and that became what Ellie is. My guess is that they had an idea in their head of what they wanted this version of Ellie to be. Because in some ways she is very similar to game Ellie from what I remember. But then in other ways she, in some parts of the show in particular, she isn't, which we'll get into.
Yeah, I mean, I think just from episode 1, because I had my kind of reservations about it, because I was almost thinking, oh shit, they've made her more angry than Ellie was. But then because I'm thinking specifically of when I think she first meets Joel and she's getting proper pissy with him. But then I watched the clip from the game and that's exactly how she is. So
okay.
I think it's literally just her demeanor, or kind of her face looks a bit harsher, I suppose.
It could be that she has an angry face, or she was told to scale more. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so we'll jump into episode 1 from the start, because there are obviously other actors in the show, but like those are the main two. And kind of when we get to them, if we have anything to say about their casting or any preconceptions, we'll do them as they come. So yeah, the first part of the first episode. Here we go. In 2003, there is a mass fungal infection of mutated cordyceps which sparks a global pandemic. And we see that through... Oh, no, it stopped.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. No, we're good. We got it. So I can skip through this and just show some images on screen. So John Hannah is, some of you guys may know as Uncle Jonathan from The Mummy. I know him.
That's the only thing I know him from.
Well, that, my friend, is because you have not seen Spartacus. He plays Batiatus in Spartacus, and he's fan-fucking-tastic. Totally different character to Goofy Uncle Jonathan. But anyway, so he explains how cordyceps works, and this is the first thing that we see in the show. So my first note is, was it a good idea to open the show revealing or heavily suggesting that there's going to be zombies or some derivation thereof? Because the game, as far as I'm aware, does not do that. So does it help or hurt the show to introduce that, to put that idea in people's heads earlier than it's put in the characters' heads?
I mean, I like the scene. I 100% get where you're coming from with that, because it's literally just you are spelling out exactly what is going to happen. So
yeah,
it depends on whether you like that or not. I feel like the show does that quite a lot anyway, so at least it's consistent in that respect. But
yeah, it sets the tone, and it does explain what this theoretical cordyceps zombie is going to be before you ever actually see it. And I do like the scene. Like, there's nothing wrong with the scene on its own. Yeah. The question mark that I have, the question mark that I have is, was it a good idea to open the show with that? Or was it a good idea to open with, Joel and Sarah, for example?
Well, I mean, I think that's the only place you're going to put it, isn't it? Is at the beginning.
Well, I don't know, because in episode 2, jumping forward momentarily to episode 2, we have the whole flashback in Indonesia. And they could quite easily have done that kind of thing almost to open multiple episodes, because episodes 1 and 2 open with a totally separate, non-Joel-centric prologue, almost.
It's very true, yeah.
There's probably more. It's probably more than just those 2 episodes, but those are the 2 that I remember at the moment.
No, I think just those two from
Yeah.
memory.
So apart from that, the they they adjust the timing of the show. So this scene here with them explaining what cordyceps is takes place in 2003, and I think it's pretty obvious why they did that, which is so that when they do the time jump of 20 years, that makes it so that the show itself is set in 2023, which is right now when the show was released.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because when was the game set? I can't remember, honestly.
I mean, it was released in 2013, so I want to say it was then.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the outbreak was 2013 in the game. Pretty sure.
Okay, because the outbreak. Yeah, okay, so they dialed it back by 10 years because most of episode 1 takes place in 2003 instead of 2013. So that'll be the difference that they made. Okay, I mean, do you have anything else you want to mention about this quick prologue segment, or should we move on to Tommy and Joel?
All I'd say really is I was a bit worried about, because you do get it in a lot of zombie films, especially I'm thinking of World War Z here, where
oh god,
yeah, exactly, literally all you get is background on the virus. Oh, what is it? What could it be? I like the fact that they do get it straight out of the way. This is what's going on. So overall, I'd say I liked it. Maybe it was a bit too on the nose, but I didn't mind it.
Yeah, possibly, because the fact that it's essentially a mushroom zombie, like that on its own, means that it's going to be a little bit different.
Twist. Yeah,
and it's a really cool idea for a zombie, rather than, because the other one that comes to mind is 28 Days Later, which, I mean, they're not really zombies. Like, colloquially, I guess you refer to them as zombies, but they're not zombies in the traditional sense. They're infected people with a blood virus. Which I forget at what point in 28 Days Later they actually explain that, but that is another example.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with monkeys, and it spreads from in 28 Days Later.
Yes, that's right. It's in the prologue where the hippies release all the monkeys. You just reminded me.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I do like the fact that was kind of, it's almost like one of the selling points of The Last of Us, that it is, I mean, it's very unlikely scientifically, but it is at least based on some kind of reality that obviously it affects ants. So there's some science there, you could say. Yeah,
like I guess it's the line between science fiction and fantasy, because I mean, the only one that comes to mind at the moment is Shaun of the Dead. But if we like Shaun of the Dead, the zombie rules of how they're there, they're just, I don't know, they're just zombies. And like Shaun of the Dead doesn't need to explain it, partly because it's a comedy, and also because it's just established right at the start that this happened, and then everyone has to deal with it. So
I did, just on sure that I did actually make a note as well, because I remember listening to an interview with Simon Pegg where he said he was explaining why the zombies are so slow, and I think he said death isn't an energy drink, which is very much the opposite to this, which I thought was quite funny.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we start actually seeing the zombies, but they again reminded me a lot of the zombies in 28 Days Later and Train to Busan, which we watched a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, that was good. Yeah,
because the zombies,
I suppose they're not technically zombies because they don't die, do they? So
in what, in Last of Us? Yeah,
and 28 Days Later, I think because I'm pretty sure if their kind of human form dies, then they're dead. I don't think they die and then reanimate.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a reference for that in the show. We'll have to see if that pops up, of someone who is so badly injured that they die, and then the cordyceps reanimates them, because it, as they mention a few times in the show, it grows in their brain and it basically mind controls the body. But that can't happen if the body does not have a functioning, presumably,
I'm only assuming that's the case anyway. I'm pretty sure it is.
My guess is that you're correct, but we'll have to see if that ends up being the way it works. Do they explain any of this in the game? Because this to me felt like something that would not need to be explained in the game, but
where the fungus originates from?
How it works. Like the stuff we're speculating on now. Is that mentioned in the game?
No, not at all.
Okay, interesting.
Because obviously you are only in the perspective from Joe and Ellie, so they have no reason to know, like the seminar at the start, they have no reason to kind of show that.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I think, if anything, the only reference is when you're initially, right at the start of the game, walking around as Sarah, and there's a TV on. I think it's in Joel's room, and they might mention something about Indonesia, but I can't remember.
Okay, because that happens in this episode in the TV show.
Oh, does it?
Yes, you see. Oh no, I think it's a radio. I think Sarah's listening to the radio, and there is a mention of Indonesia, and she's
That's
like,
it, yeah.
"Oh, Indonesia," and then you see the explanation for that in episode 2. Cool. So, moving on from that, we have the first scene with Joel and Sarah, and this actress who plays Sarah, really, really good.
Yes, but Thandie Newton's daughter.
Yeah, I had seen her in something, and I want to say that something was crap, but I'm going to check IMDb because I genuinely can't remember. But yeah, she was fantastic. Like, Bella Ramsey reveals throughout the season that she is capable of acting. In episode 1, I was not convinced that she was going to make a good Ellie. In episode 1, I was kind of like, why did you cast them this way round?
That hadn't occurred to me, but I was literally just thinking, yeah, she would have made a good Ellie, actually. Yeah, so that would be interesting.
Whether she would have made a better Ellie, I can't say, but yeah, I really thought she was fantastic. Nico Parker, she was in, that was it, she was in the Tim Burton Dumbo remake, which was...
Oh, God, I avoid anything with Tim Burton, so...
I can't stand Tim Burton and Disney remakes now. I'm soured on them completely. But yeah, she was really good in this anyway. And then we meet, if I can get this to work, we meet... Oh dear, it's gone again. There we go. Here we go. This handsome chap, Tommy, who is played by Gabriel Luna, not Diego Luna, because I got those two mixed up. I barely remembered Tommy from the game. Like, I'm sure he's a reasonably major character, but I don't remember him being this kind of well characterized. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, he's in it more, but I felt like he's still quite a forgettable character until you get to later in the series.
In the show?
Yeah, if anything, he's more prominent in the series because you do get to see this scene with him in, and also I think Joel later on is asking about Tommy, so he's not completely forgotten.
Yeah, that's true. He also, we'll get to it because at the end of this episode, let's get to Tommy, he's in danger, is the reason why stuff starts happening.
Yes.
Which I don't think is how it goes down in the game, but we'll get to that when the episode ends. So this guy, if anyone has seen, I know you haven't, but if anyone has seen the newest Terminator movie, whatever it was called, Dark Fate, this guy plays the Terminator antagonist in that movie. And it's the only thing I've seen him in. The movie was terrible. I mean, he was just, blank killing machine number 3. Like, it was, because, in like in the first 2 Terminators in particular, the Terminators themselves, they do have an amount of, I guess it's simulated, but personality to them. It's not just brainless robot. It's not zombie. I don't remember anything special about this guy's acting, and when I saw that he was in it, I was like, oh god, like, why are they just casting people who are only in crap? But
so I'm guessing your hopes weren't high when you saw his name.
My hopes were not high, but he, I think, is excellent. In particular, I think it's episode 6. I thought he was really good. Yeah. I won't talk about episode 6 until we get there. But yeah, episode 6 in particular, I thought he was really, really good.
Fair enough. I think I barely made a note on him. I thought he was more forgettable than he is in the game. Just, I suppose that because they changed Joel around as well a little bit, that took away from his role, I suppose. So yeah, that was my thoughts on him. Okay, fair enough.
Skipping forward, so I've got a bit of a gap before my next notes. So this is Ellie, I believe. Ellie, God, that was a Freudian slip. This is Sarah going to get Joel a birthday present, if I'm right. So she steals some money, and there's a watch, and there's a knife. I don't know if you have anything to say about this.
I mean, it's just a nice nod to the game with the watch. That's about it. It's quite a kind of consistent theme throughout the game.
Because the watch, she takes his broken watch to get it fixed, and then Joel keeps it after she dies. That's it, pretty much, or is there more to it?
Yes, that's pretty much it.
Okay, fair enough. And then I assume he's wearing it the entire time, but I honestly can't remember. We get the setup with the granny, which we will come to later.
Oh yes, because he says I'm on Atkins, isn't it? Did you see any of this coming, by the way? Because I didn't.
Any of what specifically?
As in, because obviously Joel has avoided eating pancakes. Then he says I'm on Atkins. I just thought he was trying to get out of spending time with these old people, but maybe he is on Atkins, and he's basically avoided eating any kind of, I think it's flour products, isn't it?
Yeah, so this didn't pop up in my head until, is it episode 3 where he kind of suggests that maybe it was spread through the food, and then I remembered that someone is, I think it's Sarah, is offered some cake at some point, and she doesn't quite eat it or something. There was one particular moment I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, them avoiding spending time with their lovely old neighbors, that isn't something that popped into my head. No.
Yeah, I just thought they were giving that a swerve. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. It kind of adds a bit of rewatch value. And again, I assume that that's not in the game. Watch them narrowly avoid accidentally getting infected before knowing that it would get them infected.
Yeah.
So
I will say as well, because I think it's a combat veteran sticker on the car.
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah, which was originally because I thought Joel was driving as well, because right hand side. But so I assumed that Joel was the combat veteran. So I thought, oh, nice little background to Joel, but it's Tommy.
Yeah,
but you didn't know that about Tommy in the game either, so that was nice.
Okay, so they fleshed him out a little bit in the show then, I guess.
Yeah, so I don't think he's mentioned in the game anyway.
Well, yeah, I know that at some point, I can't remember when, I want to say episode 6, they directly say that Tommy left to join the military when he was at whatever age it was, and Joel didn't, as far as I can remember. So yeah, Tommy's truck, I guess he's driving at this point. Although I might be completely wrong about that, because isn't Joel the one driving when the shit hits the fan and they start escaping?
No, I think Tommy's still driving. Although in America you get your insurance on any vehicle, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, I guess it could be either of them. I honestly can't remember. But I guess it is Tommy's truck then, not Joel's.
You have to assume so, given the bumper sticker, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the only other note that I have, because this is while Sarah's going about her day, she goes to get the watch fixed from the watch guy. And we have a pretty effective slow build of tension. We see maybe more police than would be normal. There are people panicking about something. We don't know what yet. And, people panicking isn't necessarily the weirdest thing ever. So no one, or like Sarah specifically, doesn't notice that anything is catastrophically wrong. We also get the ominous sick old lady, which we already saw earlier. And I think we see her again before the reveal. And then
sick old lady?
Yeah, the neighbor.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. Carry
on. And then I believe when she leaves the shop, because the woman here who I guess runs the shop, she boots Sarah out and says, go straight home. So I guess she
seems to know something's going on, yeah.
She probably just got like a phone call or something, or I don't know. Because at this point, given the number of police around, because you couldn't see it just now when I was skipping through it, but there's police cars driving past. People here now, some of them have to know that something has gone horribly wrong. And we also see, I believe, I won't be able to get the image up, but we see military aircraft flying overhead, which Sarah notices. So she's probably rather confused. I don't know. Do you have any comments on that? I just thought it was a really effective way of building up the tension.
Yeah, no, I thought it was good. And I like the fact that they didn't drag it out too much either, because they have laid out with the seminar at the start what is going to happen. So nice little build up, but still speeds it up. Yeah,
it makes it quite efficient, because this is the thing. If you remove the setup at the beginning where John Hannah explains how cordyceps work, and like if I was to just show this to my mum or something, who she just does not know what The Last of Us is. She doesn't even, I think, know what a zombie is.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah, so she's going to watch this. If you remove the beginning scene, she's going to be like, oh, what's going on? Like, maybe it could be that aliens have invaded, or, Korea has invaded, whatever it could be. And then you get the reveal that, oh shit, it's zombies or some derivation thereof. So I kind of feel like the scene at the beginning was probably put in because of fans of the game. Like, it's not a bad scene, but I feel like the reason why it's there is to just set up and establish what the show is going to be.
What, say for the people who played the game?
Well, I'm not really sure, actually, because people who played the game are going to obviously know what happens. They're going to know the whole cordyceps thing. So it's explaining it, I guess, to get everyone on the level of people, of the level of foreknowledge of people who have already played the game.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah, throughout this next sequence, this is where Sarah visits the relatives, and we get the spooky old lady. Let's see if I can get her here. And during this scene, this is where she, like, nearly, not quite, maybe doesn't eat the cake. And we learn later that had she done that, she may well have been infected. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, it's good to see her kind of... It's because you don't really quite know how the infection works. Do you slowly become a zombie, or do you just automatically turn? It obviously shows you that it is a slow turn.
Yeah, which I think I like that, but I mean it could work either way. Things like 28 Days Later have done it the other way, and it just leads to a different level of threat, I guess.
Yeah.
Or a different level of intensity. So in the background here, you can see this old lady is convulsing, and something is obviously not quite right with her, but Sarah does not notice. And then, oh yeah, here we go, the dog scene. So this
It's always the dogs.
Yeah, this kind of pays off later, but it also doesn't, because I don't like the dog scene later in episode 6, which we'll come to when we talk about it. But this
dog scene in episode 6.
Yes, if you can't remember it, you will remember it when it happens. Yeah. But yeah, right. So this makes clear that this dog, if it doesn't know that, I mean, obviously it has no understanding of what cordyceps is or what a zombie is or whatever, but it's gonna know that something is up. You know, Granny isn't acting like Granny. Maybe she smells a bit
something manky. Yeah,
yeah, something is going on with Granny. And just that shot there, I just love it because it's creepy as hell.
Oh, that was good. Good place to start. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So, oh yeah, here I believe is where she sees the military planes. I don't want to let it play because copyright. Yeah, there we go. You can see one of them. So they're just slowly ratcheting up the tension. And then she goes home. I'm guessing you probably have more to say about this bit than I do, because this, as far as I'm aware, is lifted pretty much 1-to-1 from the game.
Yes, almost 100%, yeah.
Because, yeah, I watched this clip from the game, I want to say a few days ago, maybe a week ago, where she reveals her present to him, being the watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one for me to say, because given that it is so close to the game, my thoughts are mainly to do with the game. I'd be more interested to know what someone who hasn't played the game would make of this scene. Does it build up the relationship in the same way that the game does?
How it compares to the game, I can't say, because I barely remember the beginning of the game. And I'm going to kind of ignore the fact that I watched this scene from the game. But when I was watching the show, I completely buy their relationship, because obviously Pedro Pascal is great. And at this point, he had sold me on him playing, if not Joel, quote unquote, he's playing a reasonably nice guy who is believable. He doesn't... Do they mention a wife or her Sarah's mother? Is that ever mentioned?
I think Joel does mention in the game at some point that obviously she died young. That's about all he mentions, I think.
Okay.
Standard Joel.
Yeah, because I don't remember it being mentioned. But either way, so he's a single dad, looking after his daughter, and she's also great in the episode. So it's like, yeah, I feel sympathy for both of these characters given what happens. And I think that dedicating this amount of time to this relationship was absolutely necessary, because otherwise it would just end up being by the numbers. And like Annabelle, my wife, for those of you who don't know, she had not played the game. She watched me play it, but did not really remember anything about it. So she, I don't think, knew until we got to the end of this episode that Sarah and Ellie were different people, or were different characters. I think her expectation was that this was going to be Joel traveling across America in the post-apocalypse with his daughter.
I will add as well. My workmate Johnny, he watched the first episode and he was asking me, "Oh, so when's his daughter gonna pop up then?" Like he didn't clock that she died.
It
somehow. Don't ask me how.
Wait, so he watched the end of this episode and didn't understand that Sarah had died?
I think he might have watched half of it, but obviously he'd gone past the bit where the time jump basically where Sarah dies, and he was asking me when she's going to pop up. So,
yeah, if you go to get a beer or go for a wee at that point, it's like, oh god,
yeah,
that's got to be probably the worst time during the show to do that, because then that's a good pause screen. So yeah, I think this maybe that's when they're watching the Indonesia bit, and then here, where are we? She falls asleep. I forget what was he on the phone for, because I'm trying to get to where the shit hits the fan.
Tommy's got himself into some trouble.
That's right, he gets arrested, doesn't he? Was there?
Which again, it sets up Tommy as a little bit more of a twat and liability.
He seems to be, well, hot-headed, and like he's dragging Joel into his problems when Joel has a daughter to look after, and from what we see, Tommy doesn't have anything of the sort. I don't know how much younger Tommy is than Joel, but he is obviously younger and doesn't seem to have a family of his own. So yeah, Joel is not particularly happy. So it is now, this is where the shit hits the fan. So the next part of the episode, Wikipedia overview, Joel flees with his daughter Sarah and brother Tommy from their Texas home. So this, again, as far as I remember, is very similar to how it goes down in the game. Because you play as Sarah during this part.
Yeah, you play as Sarah, yeah.
Yeah.
It does make it a lot more, I suppose, kind of like quite tense and scary playing it from her point of view.
Yeah.
And watching it from her point of view, yeah.
Yeah, true. The whole bit with her going to the neighbor's house, that's not in the game, is it?
No.
Okay. Because I really, really liked this scene.
Okay.
We'll see how much of it we can actually see on here. So she opens the door, and immediately, like, the dog's lead and collar, potentially, that is, with a dog poo holder, is just on the floor by the door. No, the holder for the dog for the poo bags. It's on the floor, which you would never normally just dump it on the floor. So it's like, oh dear, something's wrong. That's right. Is she holding the dog's collar? I think she is.
She appears to, yeah.
Yeah. So then she wanders inside, and we know at this point that something is very likely wrong because no one is replying. And we see there is this guy's covered in ketchup. So
yeah, he's on the way out, mate. On
the way out, she's understandably pretty horrified, and we then see that Granny has been eating people. And she's got, well, fungus tendrils coming out of her mouth.
Yeah, tendrils, yeah.
Yeah, again, I don't remember that being in the game, but once they explain kind of how it works a bit more in episode 2, it makes clear exactly how, again, it is science fiction, obviously, but it makes clear how the infection is spread.
Yeah, so you put that one down, science fiction, you just, buy that one, that's fine.
It kind of reminds me, actually, I didn't think of this at the time, but it reminds me a little bit of the Reapers in Blade 2. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't, no.
Okay, because they've got this whole, they're like uber vampires, where they're like, their whole chin opens up and they have this tendril thing that,
oh, wow.
The idea is that, like, when they bite you, whether you're a human or a vampire, they punch you in the skin with this tendril, and from that point, you are completely fucked. So if this thing touches you, you're done.
Brilliant.
Which, the design of this kind of reminded me a lot of that, apart from the whole, chin not exploding.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a little bit Resident Evil-ish in, obviously, just things coming out. You almost expect her to explode in some hideous monster. Yeah,
I won't just comment on Resident Evil because my only knowledge of that is the movies. So I don't want to
leave that there.
I don't want to embarrass myself by going into that any further. So Joel comes home and Joel comes home with Tommy and sees Ellie getting sees Sarah getting charged by Granny. And I can't show the image here because it's not letting me, because I'm having to skip this 5 seconds at a time in order to avoid copyright. But basically, when they get out of the car, Granny is running at Sarah. Joel is holding a pipe wrench or something, and Tommy has his rifle. And I thought it was interesting that Tommy says to Joel, "What are we doing?" He doesn't just immediately pop Grandma. He is looking for instruction from his brother, which I thought was quite interesting.
Yes, but it definitely speaks to their relationship, and also, yeah, like you say, the fact that Tommy doesn't shoot her, Joel has to spark her with some metal pole.
Yeah, but then I guess, yeah, the other thing to read into that actually is because if Joel properly understood what was going on, which obviously he doesn't, then he probably would have said, Tommy, shoot her, like now. And then Tommy would shoot her. But he was probably waiting for as long as possible to, because once you pull the trigger, obviously you can't undo it. So he waits for as long as possible and then whacks her in the head, and then it's done.
Yeah, naturally, and those are your neighbours as well. So,
well, yeah, maybe he doesn't want Tommy to have to live with that. But then, I mean, Tommy's ex-military, so he's probably killed people before anyway.
Which what I'm thinking of this perspective that they don't actually know what's going on, so they're going to wait until the last minute before. Like, basically, they're just going to completely react rather than just go over into it and kill her.
True, yeah. Joel was waiting for the opportunity to react rather than to tell Tommy to shoot her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll skip it forwards a bit so that we can see what happens next. But basically, they get in the car, and unless you have anything else that you wanted to say about that interaction or anything that came before.
No, I think the car bit's really good. That's essentially what you see in the game as well. You're still playing from Sarah's perspective, so
yes,
it felt very video gamey, this bit, but I quite liked it.
Yeah, like I don't remember if it was actually done in one shot. I don't think it was, because I mean that would be pretty impressive if it was, but it wouldn't necessarily change anything about how it plays out. But yeah, everything for the most part, from what I remember, is from the perspective of Sarah, who is in the back seat. So you're looking over the shoulders of the two men in the front, and she turns around and looks out the back and sees that they ran someone over who then gets eaten by a zombie, that kind of thing.
Wait, do they run someone over?
Well, I think what happens is I think this guy who was the old man from next door, he runs out of the. I'm gonna put the overlay up just so I can watch it without. Oh, I can't do it because of how I've got this set up anyway. Yeah, I can't check it, but I believe this guy runs out, and they're like, "No, sorry, we can't. We've got to go."
Yeah, that's right.
And then he kind of runs into the car because he's kind of panicking and like, "Shit, you got to stop." Maybe they think he's a zombie. I forget. And they just kind of boop him with the car, knock him over, and then he gets eaten by another zombie. Not Granny, because she's toast at this point.
Yeah.
As far as I can remember.
Honestly, I just love this whole section. It's absolute carnage, and I feel like it's quite realistic of what would happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit where it felt to me like it was almost too much, because so they drive past a burning house, which, again, ups the tension. It shows how serious all of this is. And I believe, I don't remember if it's at this point, but they're discussing it came from the city, so that's how they know that they think that they're okay.
Well, because I think they hear on, I think Joel mentions he's heard on the radio that it's only really affecting the cities. That's what he's heard, I think.
Yeah, but then doesn't Sarah or Tommy, I forget who, point out that both Joel and Tommy, because of their jobs, work in the city. So that's how they don't know that they're not infected. I seem to remember that was an interaction that they had.
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because they both work. Well, Joel, he specifically says later that he works as a contractor, and I think Tommy also works with him or for him.
Yeah, but both construction, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, we continue with them in the car, and I distinctly remembered this part from the game. They drive past someone who's broken down, and they're like, "Please stop." And Tommy starts to pull over, saying, "Like, we have to stop. They have a kid." And Joel's response is, "So do we. Keep driving." Which just absolutely, it absolutely just lays out what his priorities are. He's willing to potentially let other children die in order to protect his own child, because in a situation like that, you've got to do that. Like, it's a horrible decision to have to make. But the fact that Joel is able to immediately make that decision, it informs us quite a lot as to what his priorities are.
Yes.
Like, Tommy is conflicted on it, possibly because Tommy doesn't have a child. But yeah, Joel has a child. He has that level of responsibility, and his responsibility is to keep Sarah safe. So then we skip forwards, and they end up in a traffic jam because
they cut across the field. Yeah.
Yes, and then they cut across the field, and then things start to get. Yeah, there's other trucks going across the field as well, and then...
Yeah, I did write down, I think, because that truck was right up his arse the whole time, and was praying that it would be revealed to be like a BMW or something, just my own personal bias.
Do you remember what happened to that truck? Does it crash or does it just go? I can't remember.
I think they stop in the field, so it just kind of overtakes them.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so then they're driving through the city, and we see more carnage, people running and screaming, and obviously there's zombies everywhere. I think most of the people...
In hindsight, it's a terrible decision to go into any kind of town or city.
Well, it depends on the exact layout, like the logistics of how they get out of wherever it is that they're going to be, because they may have to have gone through a part of a city in order to get to the motorway kind of thing. So,
oh yeah, sure, but obviously just going through any kind of residential area is going to be a terrible decision. Like, if you were to issue any kind of warning for this kind of thing happening, you would just say just stay indoors.
That's true, but again, I feel like I'd be hesitant to criticize that, because unless you know the layout of where they live, which, I mean, you don't, you can't necessarily say that this was a bad idea, because it may... I'm more than happy to accept that this was their best move. Like, maybe they thought that they got there early enough to where the shit hadn't properly hit the fan.
Yeah, I think Joel lays out his plan that they want to go to Mexico.
Yes, I do remember that, yeah.
So in their heads, I'm sure it makes sense, but just in a kind of hindsight way, that'd be the best plan.
I was about to say the wall won't have been built by then, because it's 2003 at this point, so there's no Mexican wall. Anyway, this is the bit that where I thought it was a bit too much, and I don't remember if this is in the game.
Love this.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Not in the game, no.
It's intense as hell, but to me it felt like, let's put in some over-the-top explosions and carnage, because, you know, we need to hook viewers in. So we spend 25% of our budget in the first episode, and we have airplanes crashing right in front of the... it felt all a little bit too staged to me.
I mean, I think this is Austin, as far as I know. It's Austin, Texas, which is quite a big city, isn't it?
Austin, so you're going to have...
Yeah, I think you've got a fairly major airport, so I quite liked it. It made sense. I didn't think it was too egregious having it in there anyway.
I mean, like a small tweak that maybe I would do, because like the idea of a plane crashing as a result of this infection, I can totally buy that. But maybe a way to do it would be to have them be like, we've got to get on a plane. Like, the plane's got to be if we can get out early, maybe they'll let us go without stopping us because of possible infection. And then they see, while they're parking up or while they're about to get to the airport, they see that a plane starts to take off, and then immediately it just fucking grounds itself and explodes in a fireball. Like that, it would be a different way to do it, and it would require that you restructure the whole scene. But I feel like that would potentially be more realistic and a little bit less over the top than this, because this...
So you don't like the fact that there's a plane coming in and it crashes in the city?
I don't like the fact that it's happening right in front of the protagonists, and it actually leads to something, because I believe it knocks them out and directly causes them to crash their car, which is... It must have gone down differently in the game if that plane isn't there in the game.
No,
so...
I think they still get hit by a car, but...
Okay. Whereas in this, they get hit by a plane.
Yeah, they get hit by a bit of debris, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think they still get hit by a car.
Okay. Or maybe, yeah, someone crashes into them as a result of them dodging the plane or whatever. Yeah. It's a minor point. Like, it's not really a criticism. It doesn't ruin anything for me. It just it feels a bit more staged than I would have liked it to be.
There's going to be a lot of questioning legitimacy of things belonging in scenes, so that's fine. Yeah,
like I'll move on after I say this, because it kind of reminds me of those like live actor horror maze things. I've never done one, but like I know what they are, where you go through the maze and it's all very scripted, and an actor pops out here and goes ooga booga booga, and then you go around the corner and then there's like a dinosaur that goes rah, and it's obviously very scripted, and every time you go through it it's the same, and it almost comes across like a theme park ride where it's simulated carnage rather than actual carnage.
Okay.
But yeah, I could be convinced either way on that. So the next part is one part where I know we disagree. So everyone has been knocked out as a result of the aforementioned plane. And well, the end of this is that they end up getting separated from Tommy. And had they not been separated from Tommy, then the next 10 minutes or so would have gone down very differently. So Let me see if I can get the
Oh
image
yeah,
up
that was
here.
good. That was a good image, I think.
That right there?
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so essentially what happens is their car has been flipped, and another car has obviously gone into the back of them. Tommy is on one side of the car, Joel and Sarah are on the other side of the car, and my point of contention is that if Tommy, given the circumstances, Tommy needs to get to Joel and Sarah. Like, there isn't really any reason for him to not want to do that with all of his power that he has available to him. And he instead seems to just decide that it can't be done and heads off in another direction saying, I'll regroup with you later. I thought that was weak, and given what happens next, I feel like I feel like they forced it in to facilitate what happens next, but the thing is that isn't what happens in the game. So the simple answer is I don't know why they changed this.
No, same really. Yeah, in the game, Tommy does accompany you to a certain point. You run through a building, there are zombies, so Tommy holds them off, and that's when they get separated. Yeah. Whereas this one, yeah, because I think me and you were saying, I was almost putting my faith in the filmmakers here by assuming there'd be no way for Tommy to get to them. But looking at the images in that, he could realistically get to them.
Yeah, I feel like either me or you could just climb over that car. Like, obviously, there's the risk
maybe
of it.
You, yeah.
Well, okay. There's the risk that it might, you might cut yourself on a piece of metal, or it might potentially explode or whatever because you got fuel going everywhere and part of it's already on fire. Like, it's not safe, obviously, and I wouldn't just do it because why not? But this is, Tommy has been separated from as far as we can be aware at this point, and I think confirmed, he has no other family. Joel and Sarah are his only family. They don't, as far as I can remember, mention parents. Tommy doesn't mention a wife or girlfriend or daughter or son or anything. This is his only family, and
yeah. I mean, you assume because he's only with Joel and Sarah that exactly. Those are that's their entire family. Yeah,
yeah. Like, had they, I don't think they should have done this, but had they established that he has a wife at this point and that they had to leave their home before they could get the wife because she was working night shifts at the hospital or whatever, then it could be like, okay. Joel, I need to go. We're near the hospital. It's a couple of blocks away. I'll make it, and I'll go and try and find my wife. That would give a justification for him not trying, to the utmost degree, to get over that car and regroup with Joel and Sarah. It would explain him not doing that. I think that would if you insert that subplot, I think it detracts from what ends up happening. So, like, I'm not suggesting that you do that, but had they done that, it would have made this scene more explicable.
Yeah, that's fair enough, and I think this does become something of a theme, I think, throughout the series, where, especially on listening to the HBO podcast, where I think Craig Mazin almost kind of saying to the fans, like, ooh, there might be some surprises in there, that there are a few things we changed, and it almost seems like a lot of the changes were almost to surprise the game players rather than improving the series.
Okay, interesting, because I seem to remember hearing Neil Druckmann say that any changes they made, or that they weren't going to make any changes unless they thought of something better.
And I'm calling bullshit on that.
Yeah, like, I mean, maybe that was his honest perspective, but we both agree that, I think we both agree that there are changes that they made that are directly worse than the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know we said we wouldn't talk about Game 2, and I won't say anything spoilery. All I will say is because obviously Neil Druckmann wrote the second game as well.
Yeah.
And it seems that almost like the themes of the second game were brought into the first one, with almost overwriting of NPC backstories and whatnot. That was my opinion.
Okay, interesting. If anyone's played Game 2, that may mean more to you than it means to me, because, again, I know, I guess, the Cliff Notes version of Game 2, so I can neither agree or disagree with you.
Yes, maybe we're digressing here, yeah, from this scene.
Possibly. Yeah, like, to summarize this scene, to me, it felt like the script says that they get separated, so they get separated, and the set on the day, the set that was in front of the camera doesn't justify why they get separated, but the script said it happens, so it happens. That was kind of my feeling of this scene. And I wouldn't care if not for what happens later in the episode.
Yes, I just want to say a really cool thing in the game as well. I think when he's almost reached the soldier, when he's running towards the bridge.
At the very end, are you saying?
Yes, and there's a couple of kind of like you're running away from a couple of zombies, and you can see their shadows because there's quite a bright light behind you. You're fucking cacking it when you're running in the game as well.
Yeah.
I almost feel like they missed that opportunity of putting that in there. I thought it was a really cool thing in the game that they could have included.
Because at this point in the game, you would be playing as Joel carrying Sarah. So
Yes.
you have no weapons, I assume.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, nice. I need to replay that game when they release the remaster or the remake or whatever it is.
I think they're on remaster number 3 at the moment, so I'm sure the 4th one will be out soon.
I see, they're Skyrimming it.
Yes.
Well, I mean on PC. I don't know how many versions of the game are currently available on PC.
Yeah.
But, so here we get this guy here, and this is where it started giving me vibes of 28 Days Later. But I would probably say that it's 28 Days Later, like dialed up even further, because this is the first time we see an infected zombie, I guess, in The Last of Us. Yeah, it's the first time you see one properly, because you see the granny like earlier, but like she just runs out of the house and falls over because obviously her body is pretty frail and she can't run, but the cordyceps is trying to make her run faster than she physically can. And that scene's over in like 5 seconds, whereas here, Joel is then chased by this thing, and I'll see if I can play like a little bit of it, but this thing it's chasing him
on his tail.
Yeah, it's like right on his tail, but it also does not care if it sustains any damage, because the cordyceps is not intelligent enough to do that. So it's literally just leaping headfirst into metal, bar stools, because eat Joel is what its brain is saying to do. And like there, it obviously doesn't understand momentum, and it just crashes into a whole load of things. So they're not efficient, but they don't have to be efficient when they are that single-mindedly, driven
almost
towards eating things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a rat. Like, well, I mean, I guess the zombie dogs from the Resident Evil movie, they're just, they just chase you and they want to eat you. Yeah. So anyway, this thing chases, and I believe at this point, the guy that's holding the gun on Joel and Sarah shoots the zombie and is now holding his gun at Joel and Sarah. Am I right there? Because the zombie was still chasing.
You'd have to assume so then, yeah. I can't actually remember.
I'm not going to play it because I want to avoid copyright, but my presumption is that the zombie was still chasing them, and this guy shot it, and he's now asking his superior what to do with Joel. Because there is no one else around here. There is simply this man with his gun. And lucky that he was there, but also unfortunate that he was there. So correct me if I explain this wrong, but the way that this goes down is he tells Joel to stay right where he is, and Joel's just kind of repeating, like, I'm not infected. You got to let me go, because it's obviously not safe here for him or his daughter, who is his priority. And the guy's like, no, stay exactly where you are. And he asks his superior, what do I do? And I don't believe you hear the response. You only get this guy's reply to his superior. And he basically, it's yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it's like, fuck.
Yes, he's a very reluctant, almost what's coming from that response.
And I love it in film and TV when they do that, because it means that we are receiving information in the same way that the character in the scene, in this case Joel and Sarah, are receiving that information. So the flow of the dialogue, of the feed of information going to the characters, is reciprocated with what we understand while we're watching it. So we are in Joel's shoes when this happens. We don't know any more than him. I feel like
Joel is the only one who doesn't know what's coming from that point then. Yeah.
Well,
I think he seems relatively unalarmed at the yes, sir.
Well, I mean, potentially, but then the guy like raises his gun because he's got.
That's obviously when he clocks, yeah.
Yeah, his torch is. I assume his torch is on his gun because it's a rifle that he's holding. Yeah, it is. There we go. So Joel has got this bright light in his face, and he's just repeating like, "No, come on, I'm not infected. You got to let us go. We're fine." And the guy has been told, just anyone who is outside of wherever. Like, I mean. What would this guy's orders have been? Like, why has he been ordered to kill Joel? Obviously, he thinks that he's infected, but presumably their orders at this point would not have been kill everyone.
Yeah, obviously he would have just shot him if that were his orders.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have even bothered to check. Yeah.
I mean, I guess the reason why he checked, because there is no quarantine at this point. This is when the shit's hitting the fan, and everything is just chaos. So
yes, I mean they're running towards the bridge, so you assume he is guarding that bridge.
Okay. So yeah, my guess as to why he checked for instruction is probably because he assumed that they had potentially been exposed because he was running away from that infected before that this guy gunned down.
Yes, or they could have been the first non-infected people we came across.
Quite possibly.
No, yeah.
But then it also suggests that this, well, I mean, it essentially guarantees that this exact thing happened more than once. Joel was not an anomaly here. So
Probably.
Yeah, so what happens next is the guy sticks his gun up and he pulls the trigger and he lets off.
He's a terrible shot.
He's a pretty terrible shot.
Stormtrooper school, yeah.
Yeah. Possibly informing that he really didn't want to do what he was doing.
Oh, maybe that's an interesting take.
Yeah, I don't know, because we don't really know anything about him as a character. All we know is he says like 2 lines and then yes sir, yes sir. Like I don't know if there's much that you can actually read in there to him as a character, because he isn't really a character. He's almost a plot device. Whereas there is a similar scene later in the show, in the episode, involving an actual character, whereas this guy doesn't have any development really. So the long and short of it is that Joel is not hit, however Sarah is. And right here, the guy is he's approaching Joel, ready to shoot him, and then we get a bang from off screen. And it turns out that I can't get the image up here, but Tommy had arrived just in time to shoot the soldier and save Joel's life and possibly save Sarah's. However, Sarah got shot. So yeah, I'll leave it on that image there, because that, I think, really tells us what we need to know. So Tommy got split up and then arrived here in time to save them, but 10 seconds too late to actually save Sarah. To me, comes off rather convenient, especially when you could have not had that happen. You could have just had Tommy here from the get-go, or given him a reason to not be here, period.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some kind of Deus Ex Machina tropes there of Tommy popping up at almost the right time, but not quite. So
yeah,
it's not quite the right time. I'll forgive it for that.
Yeah, the fact that it isn't, I mean, it's not convenient. It's inconvenient, honestly, because obviously Sarah dies, and this is the inciting incident for the whole
Which is why I'll forgive it, yeah.
show. Yeah, I would forgive it for that, because it also adds a degree of like tragedy, like, oh, if only I'd been 5 seconds earlier, or if only I'd climbed over that car. So
had to get that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Sorry, it bugged me. So Joel is not shot. Tommy saves Joel. Sarah dies. Again, I already said, but the actress who plays Sarah is excellent, particularly in this scene. And I'm not going to say that this is the most emotionally effective scene in the show, but in the game, I think it probably was, from memory, for me. With possibly apart from the ending.
Yeah, I mean, for me in the show, it's definitely, because there's quite a few big, like, heavy-hitting emotional scenes throughout the game and the series. I feel like this was the best one, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, yeah, when we finish episode 9, in however many hours that is, I'll make a list and we'll see if we can compare them, because I can think of 2 that I prefer, but this one...
Are we talking about in the game or the series?
No, in the series. But,
yeah, so I'd say this was probably the best one in the series for me, but yeah, not the game.
I mean, in the series, this is the one they needed to get right. Like, the others, apart from the very ending, the others are secondary characters. I mean, Sarah kind of is a secondary character anyway, but Joel is not. And the reason why this hits so hard is not because Sarah dies, it's Joel's reaction to that.
Yeah, I mean, this was an kind of overwhelming success for me, because I just fucking blub when I watch it in the game. And it had a similar effect on me, so that was a winner, I thought.
Yeah, I almost wanted it to go on longer, but then I can see why it didn't, because like it goes on long enough, and you get here, like, Tommy's obviously very sad that he wasn't there in time. Joel has failed to protect his daughter. And
harsh.
Well, I mean, that's the
I suppose
reason.
it's true, but
The
it's
reason.
a horrible way to word it.
Well, the reason why I word it like that is because that very much informs a lot of what he does later in the series. He does not want to fail again. From his perspective, again, there's something that is established that happens chronologically right about now that they don't reveal until episode 9. So I'm not going to mention it yet, but I will mention it when we cover episode 9 because I don't want to.
I'm intrigued.
I don't want to jump ahead too far. But yeah, I feel like it's fair to say that Joel's perspective at that point and in the years after is that he failed to protect his daughter. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we then jump forward 20 years to 2023, current year. Yeah, here we go. So we have this little boy. Is it a boy or a girl? I can't remember. It's 2023, so it might not.
That could also have been, maybe it was an Ellie reject in the casting. I don't know.
Possibly. Bit young to play Ellie. But yeah, so this child approaches the quarantine zone, which now exists, obviously. Which city is this? Is this Boston? I forget. My knowledge
this is Boston.
Okay. Yeah, my knowledge of US geography is not great. So this is in Boston, and we see a little bit about how Fedra operates. So do you want to talk a little bit about Fedra? Because in the game, I don't remember them at all. Like, I remember the Fireflies, but I really don't remember Fedra from the game. I assume they were elaborated on quite a lot for the show, or expanded upon.
Yeah, definitely expanded upon. I think, obviously their kind of takeover from what would be the kind of the government, police, all those kind of different services that you'd normally have. And it's kind of hard to say what to make of them. I almost took them for granted when I kind of played the game and watched the series. But
because they're essentially
seem to be fine.
In terms of what they do, or in terms of the portrayal?
Yeah, in terms of, because obviously later in the series you see maybe different quarantine zones are slightly more brutal in the way they treat people, but these ones seem to be fine. Obviously you have the woman talking to the kid.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, in a kind of friendly way.
Yeah, well, it's friendly. She's pretending to be friendly given what happens next, but
yeah, sure, but there would definitely be a more brutal way to go about that.
Of course. So I don't think this is explained in either the show or the game, but I think it's reasonable to infer this, that Fedra is the governmental arm. It's a governmental enforcement body that has been put in charge of monitoring all of the quarantine zones in the United States. Is that confirmed, or is that am I reading too far? I think
that's pretty accurate.
Okay,
they do at least have several quarantine zones in the major cities, I think.
Okay, so we can assume that this was set up at some point in the last 20 years, and it's a government project to keep people safe as much as possible, so that then they can work out what they're doing and rebuild and potentially wait for a cure and all the rest of it. So
yes, it feels like the last resort of humanity, I suppose, in terms of what it used to be like in terms of kind of keeping order.
Yeah, like I don't know too much about like the different distinctions between like a fascistic government and all the different similarities between that kind of thing, but it's you could argue that they've gone too far, but then it's an argument that I'm going to take a minute to explain this to you, because you won't know this. This is a Warhammer thing. So
okay.
The in Warhammer 40,000, the Imperium of Man are often not portrayed as, but they're often kind of assumed to be the good guys because they're humans. It's the Imperium of Man, so of course they're the good guys. It's not going to be the alien bugs or the space wizards or the forces of chaos. It's going to be the men, basically. So you assume that they're the good guys. However, the way they run, the way the Imperium of Man functions, it's absolutely goddamn horrible. Like they will just sacrifice planets not on a whim, but like if they can save one planet by destroying another, they'll destroy another. They'll just kill billions of people by snapping their fingers. And the suggestion really from that universe is that the Imperium of Man has to behave in that way in order to survive, because the forces that they are fighting are worse. So they have to stoop to a level that's lower than they thought they could go in order to protect what they have.
Okay, you could definitely draw parallels to that from The Last of Us, yeah, especially with you think that the zombies are obviously the main enemy, where generally, yeah, it is the humans and Fedra in some cases, like in later episodes.
Yeah, and I like how the in the show, it isn't always. It's not like they're always fighting against Fedra. Like there are characters on both sides, and there is a degree of moral ambiguity about it.
Yes, although I think that was definitely overdone at points, but yes.
At points, yeah, but like it's, and there's points where I don't think that it should have been done at all. I think, when you're watching it, you're like, wait, but hold on, why is the show trying to tell me that these people are good when we haven't seen them do anything good? That kind of thing. So it almost goes out of its way to be morally ambiguous when, like, typically I don't like it when movies and shows tell you how you should feel. Because,
this was very guilty of that, yeah.
Yeah, it does do that in quite a few instances. And even if what it's telling you to feel is maybe asking the question about, what do you think about Joel's morals in this particular scene? It is still putting that question in your head. And I guess I feel like that's a better way of doing it rather than telling you Joel should not have done this or Joel should do that, that kind of thing. So, the bit here on screen that I have skipped over while we've been talking is that little kid gets tested. They have a little beeper thingy that they put on his neck, and it comes out red instead of green, indicating
red bad, green good.
Red bad, green good. It's a traffic light system. And that tells them that this child has been infected somehow, and they euthanize him. They inject him with something while telling him that he's going to go to like a party or what. I forget exactly what she says, but she's being very nice to him while euthanizing him, essentially.
Alarm bells would definitely be ringing in my head, yes.
Well, that's why I like...
far too nice.
Yeah, that's why I like that they did it with a child, because I feel like if it was an adult, then obviously you would not respond in the same way as a child. But also I feel like their method for dealing with an adult would be very, very different. It would, if not, it may not be the lethal injection. It may literally be take them out back and shoot them. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how they actually dispose of people, because when you're first introduced to Boston in the game as Joel, one of the first things you walk past are 3 people kind of on their knees being tested.
Okay.
And I think the second one is infected, and so they test 2, they're clear, and then they go to test the third one, and they leg it because they're obviously infected, and they shoot them for running away. But that obviously implies nothing good's going to come of being tested and showing that you're infected.
Yeah, and again, that just shows you that they're having to do things that are morally, I'm not going to say indefensible, because given the circumstances, you don't really have a choice. But these people typically don't want to be doing what they're doing, but they're forced to in order to stay alive.
If anything, it's doing them a kindness, really, isn't it?
You could argue that.
I don't know how a lot of people would feel about just getting put out of the misery, but it's just a death sentence.
And this may
and
well...
actually, sorry, you was hovering over that image, weren't you, where it explained how long it takes to turn.
Yes, let me get that back up.
I've got it written down if it helps.
Oh yeah, go on. It'll be quicker than me finding it again.
So yeah, head/neck is anywhere up to 15 minutes. Your torso is anywhere between 2 and 8 hours, and your legs 12 to 24 hours. So you've got a maximum of 24 hours.
Okay, that's interesting, because I would wonder if there is any point in the show, because this is going to be what Fedra think, and they're going to be being conservative with it, because it's like, best before dates on your frozen pizza. Like, they're not going to be taking risks. They're going to be being conservative with it.
Sure.
So I'm just off the top of my head, like, I'm trying to think, what is the longest example of someone going without being infected? Or would that be jumping too far ahead?
How do you mean going? Oh, as in they've been bitten but not turning?
Yes, I'm wondering how long it actually takes in a perfect scenario if someone gets bitten on the ankle. I don't remember if that ever actually happens, but
I don't think it does. Obviously, you have Tess, but that's maybe an hour or 2, and it's quite clear she's already turning.
Okay,
she's pretty close to turning by that point.
Okay. Yeah, here we now see this is Joel and someone that he is working with, because I assume that this is forced labor and that they work for like food coupons or that kind of thing. And his job, or part of his job, is to dispose of corpses. And we see here this lady and Joel have been, well, they found this child, which is the child from just before, who had been euthanized. This is the reveal that he has in fact been euthanized. And the woman basically says, I can't do that. And then we see Joel doesn't seem to care. He just picks up the child and dumps him into the fire pit.
I'm saying that woman's a liability in her job.
Are you
just sort it out?
Hey,
Jesus.
Maybe it's her first day. Maybe she arrived that morning.
True.
Maybe she was that child's mother. Like, we don't know because of the bag on his head. But I mean, we don't know. We don't know.
You're far more forgiving than I am. I just think she's just copped it and is lazy. Didn't fancy doing it.
Well, then I guess she won't be eating. So yeah, what this tells us about Joel is he is complete. This is 20 years on, to remind anyone. So Joel is completely emotionally detached at this point. He has absolutely no problem physically or mentally disposing of the corpses of children. He is absolutely a broken man. He seems to have nothing to live for. He's just taking it day by day, and trying to get to tomorrow would be a pretty, I think, it wouldn't be inaccurate to say that that is his goal in life, is to get to the next day.
Yeah, I think it's a good way of very quickly summarizing Joel's mentality at that point.
Yeah, that scene on its own, that's all we need. Like, it, because we haven't seen Joel since the scene where his daughter died. And showing us this now, 20 years on, tells you all you need to know about how, what hell his life has been for the last 20 years. He probably hasn't smiled once. And I think you can pretty reasonably infer that from what we get in this scene.
Yes.
Okay, what do we have next? Oh.
We have him signing up for sewer duty, I believe.
Was he given a choice? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think because the dude gives that quite a funny line. I think Joel asks, he's given the choice between sewer duty and something else. Joel asks which one pays more, and he goes, that'll be the one with the shit.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so
okay.
he takes that one. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So I guess, that also suggests that they are actually working for money rather than, food stamps. Yeah,
you just assume that Joel is a workaholic, does anything to take his mind off things.
Yeah, definitely, which, again, makes sense given what we know about him. So I've got written here, and I'm wondering if I skipped ahead maybe, is that we see Fedra executing people for breaking quarantine, or have I missed that?
Yes, no, I think that's the...
Oh, that's here.
Here we go.
That's here.
Yes, I'm coming, yeah.
Oh, before we do that, I'll just wind back to here. So here, there is the logo for the Fireflies. We don't know anything at this point, I think, about the Fireflies, which means that image on its own is just there to be contextualized later, as far as I can remember. And these people have, I guess, been told to cover it up because Fedra don't like the Fireflies. That's all we can, I think, assume at this point. But yes, given that they're putting their stamp on everything, it's fair to assume at this point that there's some kind of underground freedom fighter movement who are opposed to the way Fedra does their thing. So this scene here, shows us that Fedra's rules is that if anyone breaks quarantine, is it explicitly if anyone leaves the QZ, or is it if they break curfew? Like, how do they phrase it in any specific way?
I believe it is for leaving the quarantine zone. I think that's how it's phrased.
Okay, so they don't bother testing them. It's if you break our rules, we will hang you.
Yes, which does seem somewhat harsh, but those are the rules.
Well, again, if those are the rules and you break those rules, then you take what's coming.
But I say they're harsh. Obviously, you can go out and just get infected and bring that back. So I don't blame them for executing anyone who does that.
Sure, and I can understand them not going to the effort of testing people and then keeping people alive who are uninfected, but punishing them for breaking the rules. Humanity at this point in the form of Fedra has had to stoop below the lowest of lows, and they're executing their own citizens for breaking the rules.
Yes,
pretty dark, but necessary.
And anyone who has left the quarantine zone is quite likely to do it again. So you've got to set an example. Yeah, and it keeps people in line. It means that you can, essentially, you can form a pseudo-fascistic government and try and rebuild something, because you would need it.
It's an interesting thought because, again, going back to the Warhammer example, you would need to behave in that way to continue to exist against the raiders and the infected and all the rest of it. To have any hope of rebuilding anything, you have to do things that you don't want to do. And
yeah, definitely. I remember. I can't remember who was who I found the quote from, but it was like paraphrasing. It was. Be careful about spending time with monsters, lest you become a monster, or something like that. You have to act like the monster to take them out.
Is that in The Last of Us, or is that just from somewhere?
No, I can't remember where I heard that from, but I thought it was quite apt.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's an idea that's been in a few, more than a few films that I've seen. That's a pretty cool way to phrase it, though. Okay, so during this scene, we see Joel notice this fellow over here who is a Fedra soldier. And from what I remember of this scene, this guy isn't like a hardcore like government. He doesn't particularly necessarily believe in what he's doing. He's almost depicted as like a random guy like Joel who just happens to have got the guard job. You know, he drew that straw, and that's what he does now. That was kind of the vibe I got from him. It doesn't seem to me that he was a guy that was sent in from above to keep control of this QZ.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
But yeah, we see that, or we learn through this scene that Joel is working as a smuggler on the side, and he seems to work for anyone that will pay him. So he has no problem seemingly working for Fedra, because this guy was buying pills from him. Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah, I think he was saying he was struggling to sleep.
Yes.
So
yes.
I think they're sleeping pills.
Yeah, that's right. Because then we get a line where it's like, you know, guard duty at night when there's infected around will do that to you, kind of thing. But yeah, so this scene does not show that these two are friends. They're courteous enough with each other, but they're definitely antagonistic. Because the Fedra guy does not trust Joel, and he immediately is like, "How do I know these are real?" And he's like, "It's what you paid for. I wouldn't be good at my job if they weren't real." Implication being that he's going to do this multiple times, like he has repeat customers. Does he say where he got them from?
I think he at least mentions that Fedra have a factory somewhere that are producing the pills. I think that's what he says. In terms of their relationship, it's very much just a drug dealer relationship.
True, yeah. But also jumping ahead momentarily we learn in episode 3 that Joel has been doing this kind of thing, smuggling, for a little bit. So this isn't just something that he started doing. Like he has actually been moving goods around for, 10 years by this point? I can't remember what the timestamp is on it when we see it in episode 3, but he's been doing this for a while, and he seems to be good at it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So this guy, this is why I liked this scene, because this, I think, was the first scene where I was like, okay, this is definitely something that's very different to the games, because this doesn't happen. So we get this character is set up, this soldier is set up. Joel has a reason for speaking with him, because he is essentially dealing drugs with him. The soldier has a reason to be talking to Joel, because we learn about the Fireflies through this guy, and this is the first time we learn about the Fireflies. And his view of them, because he's guard working for Fedra, is that the Fireflies are terrorist pieces of shit. And I think it may be that he says that they are the reason why he can't sleep. I forget exactly what the wording is. But
I think he talks about shooting people or shooting infected makes it harder to sleep.
Yeah. So it's not like the bad way of, or a bad way of doing this scene to tell the audience about who the Fireflies are, because they need to be established before we see them. Otherwise, we don't understand what's going on.
It does set up the theme nicely if the Fireflies are fucking useless.
Does it? How so?
At least this is the theme that I picked up on, at least definitely in this episode.
Yeah, this episode rather than this actual conversation, because I can't remember that from this conversation.
I mean, I'd say both, but especially this one. This one really lays out that they're not particularly well organised or worth putting your faith in.
Okay. But yeah, the way I would, if I was trying to write this scene but to deliver the same information in a bad way, then I would have this guy, he's there doing his deal with Joel, and then he just says, how about them fireflies, huh? Like, you could deliver the same information without justifying it, and I love the fact that the reason why he is having trouble sleeping is because because he's having to deal with the fireflies. So it's a naturally explicable way of progressing, of world building, basically, because it doesn't progress the narrative, but it does build on the world that we're seeing and that we're going to continue seeing. So
yeah,
I really liked this scene. Also, nice touch at the end. Joel says, "I'm going to need the bag back."
He does give a good impression of how sparse resources are.
Yeah, exactly. And because he's working as a smuggler, he's very likely going to reuse it. And quite possibly, the guy didn't pay for the bag. He paid for drugs. He didn't pay for the bag. So
cheeky bastard.
Yeah, cheeky bastard. So then he gives him the bag back, and I believe the soldier says, "Make sure you're not out after dark," or something similar. It's some kind of ominous setup for like, the shit's going to hit the fan tonight. We've heard that the fireflies are going to do a thing, and we're going to be ready, or something.
Oh no! So he basically, it's something to do with that. But he also says that people are quite, especially with what has been going on with the fireflies. I think there's been a few bombings, so he says, keep off the streets at night because people have itchy trigger fingers.
Yeah,
they don't really care if you're a firefly. Yeah, you're just getting dropped. They're not taking any chances.
Yeah, and it's maybe it's this guy's face. I don't know, but he feels like he's maybe
a unique face.
It's maybe like he's threatening without actually meaning to threaten. Because there's two ways of reading that. Either he's genuinely saying, "Joel, I know we're not friends, but you're useful to me, and I don't want you to be an idiot and catch a stray bullet for no reason." Or he's saying, "You're a prick and I'd love to shoot you, just give me the excuse."
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely took it as the first one. Yeah, I thought it was a bit of friendly advice.
It could be, but given that Joel has just asked for his bag back, and given that they're not particularly friendly, they're using each other. Okay. It could well be. I think there's two ways of going with that. Okay, so the next thing is, here we go. So, when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. So that is the slogan for the Fireflies? Is that?
Yeah, fair to say. Yeah.
Okay, and so the name of this episode is When You're Lost in the Darkness. The name of the finale is Look for the Light, which I don't have much to say about that, but I quite like it.
I mean, it's quite catchy, but what does it actually mean? What are they offering?
Well, I mean, theoretically, like if you take it on its face value, it's making people better people. Like, don't go with Fedra because they're bad, they're hanging people and all the rest of it. But then, like, the alternative is you've got the Fireflies who are, well, terrorists. So, and they're not terrorists by, I guess they are terrorists by necessity, because obviously they're bombing things, 100%. But they're doing that specifically to fight back against Fedra. So, I mean, in a perfect world, I guess the Fireflies might be quite nice, but they don't seem to be particularly nice people in The Last of Us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, your introduction to Fedra is they're not bad people. Maybe slightly morally corrupt or turn a blind eye to a bit of drug dealing, but they're okay. So at this point, at least to me, it would give me quite a bad impression of the Fireflies.
Yeah, well, also the fact that Joel... I mean, I say that we know that Joel is a good person, but we actually don't. We know that Joel was a good person. But we know that he has been coexisting with with Fedra and working either directly for them or dealing drugs to their soldiers for at least a period of time, which means that what they've got going at the moment, it might be horrible, but it's functional. It's doing what it needs to do. And the Fireflies, we learn, seem to want to uproot all of that. And whether
at this point, you just don't know what they're offering and why that is.
Whether and when that's explored properly, I guess we'll see. So skipping forwards, this would be the introduction of, there we go, Tess. Is there a better... there we
Robert.
Go. Tess and Robert. Robert's in the game, isn't he? I forget.
Yes.
Okay.
He looks exactly like Bronn from Game of Thrones in the game.
Okay. Well, maybe they couldn't afford Bronn, because I don't know who this guy is. So this is Robert, and this is Tess. So you probably have more to say about Tess than I do, but this is the same actress from the game?
No, not the same actress, no.
No? Who am I thinking of? Is it Marlene that's the same actress from the game?
Yes, it's Marlene you're thinking of, yes.
Right, okay.
With Tess, I felt like it was a bit of a kind of missed opportunity, really. I think Tess and Joel are quite clearly partners.
Yeah.
But in this scene, Robert is only really worried about Joel. Whereas in the game, Tess is just as ruthless as Joel is. She's hell-bent on killing Robert as well.
Why did Tess meet Robert here? Is she's trying to buy a battery? Was that it, or has she not done that yet?
I think she says she got jumped by a couple of his guys, and I'm guessing she's been almost like brought before Robert.
Okay, because yeah, the way that the show depicts it was almost as if Tess is in charge, but Joel is the muscle that she will, clap her hands together and summon when something goes wrong.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, Joel is the attack dog. Yeah,
yeah,
she's
Joel.
The brains.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess good cop, bad cop. And I guess I don't know if this is my biggest problem with the episode, because it is minor, because it relates to a minor character, being Robert. But he seems, because at some point, I think it is right now, I think they're trying to buy a battery from Robert, and he has already sold it to someone else, meaning that they can't obviously buy it from him anymore.
So what it is I think they... what was it? Because it wasn't that, but basically Robert has screwed them over in some way.
Yes. So
yeah,
the problem,
I think they might have given Robert, he sold their battery, I think is what it was.
But they've already paid him.
Yes, I think that was the case, yeah.
Okay, so either way, they're pissed off, or at least Tess is pissed off, because I don't think Joel knows about that at this point.
A small change as well, I don't know why, but they changed it to a battery from, it was guns in the game. I don't know whether to make them a bit more...
I can tell you why.
Likeable?
No, I can tell you why. So it's because of the change that they make in this episode is that they are already wanting to leave and go and find Tommy because they believe something might be wrong. So their intentions at this point, prior to the whole Ellie thing, is we need to have a functioning vehicle so that we can leave this QZ and go on a road trip, basically. And in order to do that, you need a battery. So that'll be why they changed it. Whereas having guns would only help. Having guns would help, but it wouldn't directly necessarily help with that, because I think it's reasonable to assume that they have some guns. Maybe they need more. They could probably buy.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, either way. So
what do you think about Tess?
I liked her in particular. I liked her in episode 3. We do see her in flashback form in episode 3, which I'll talk about more. Her setup here. I don't really have a huge amount to say about her. I have more to say about Robert, honestly, because he seems like an idiot. And that to me questions why he is in this position of being some kind of... Is he an arms dealer or is he a middleman? I forget.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so the problem that I have with him, one of the problems, is that he seems to be more than willing to screw over Tess and Joel. But he acknowledges multiple times that he is fucking terrified of Joel, which I believe is his motivation for not killing Tess in this scene. He isn't like worried about her, and he has no moral problem with disposing of her. But he knows that if he does do anything bad to her beyond having his guys have already like roughed her up, which is bad for Robert, which is why he wants to cut his losses, let Tess go, so as to not invoke the wrath of Joel. But doing whatever it was that would piss off Joel, he's already done that with the knowledge that he's pissed off Joel. So I thought that was weak and or contradictory. Cool, so yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Robert. He seems like an idiot, which I find it rather confusing as to why he's in charge of anything, but I mean, I guess he is. And then he seems to decide that he wants to let Tess go, as long as she promises to not let Joel come back and slap him around a bit.
Yeah, I think we can assume that he doesn't know Tess very well by this point, or at least he's had dealings with her, but doesn't know her well enough that she's not going to let this go. I mean, why would she?
Yeah, I mean,
See, she's got to convince him. But,
yeah, and again, that's what I mean about I kind of don't believe this character, because if he does this to Tess,
an idiot.
he must have done, like, this is not the first time.
Yeah.
Like, what was it the first episode of Ozark where it's like, this is the first time you've been caught doing it?
What, as in
I won't spoil it.
The money.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this wasn't the first time it happened. This is the first time you got caught doing it.
Believable.
Yeah. So then there is a random explosion, which we can assume was Fireflies bombing shit. We should probably clarify. Tess is not a Firefly. Neither is Robert.
No, that's correct. Tess goes on in the next kind of 10 seconds to scream that she's not a Firefly quite a lot.
I knew she wasn't. I couldn't remember if Robert was, but I mean, like, Joel and Tess
they
seem
both,
to...
At least Robert definitely does. I think, the other two as well, Joel and Tess, have dealings with the Fireflies, but aren't Fireflies.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So there's a random explosion, which, I mean, it's as convenient as can be, because it kills the two guards that were standing behind Tess. It does not kill Tess, and it also does not kill Robert, which means that plot thread can continue.
Yes, those NPCs do not need backstories. They can just die.
Yeah, they don't. They certainly do not. So she emerges, and she finds herself in the middle of a firefight between Fedra and the Fireflies, and she ends up surrendering herself to Fedra.
Yes, this is Firefly Stupidity Exhibit 2.
Because these guys, let me get them on screen. That's Fedra, isn't it? That's not the Fireflies.
That's Fedra. And you have I think it's a solitary gunman on the building to Tess's right in that image, kind of on the roof, saying, "Die, motherfuckers." I mean, I don't really know what his plan was, but if this is the kind of people they're recruiting, I'm out.
Okay, so because I can't remember this exactly, presumably Fedra were expecting some kind of something to be happening, because that's a lot of guys to have there for just a random patrol.
Oh, that's a good shout. I didn't really think of that. Or like maybe that's just their natural response. Maybe they were expecting something in that area anyway.
Well, either they're responding to something, or they have heard that... Yeah, I mean, they have to be responding to something, right? There's no way that they've got 20 guys there just on a random patrol.
And I mean, you have to assume that dude is suicidal as well, because he just gives himself away, tries gunning a few of them down.
Do you only see one guy?
They don't know he's there. Yeah, it's only one guy.
Okay, because, I mean, obviously the bomb that just went off, that would have drawn Fedra's attention, but then, like, maybe why that bomb was there? That where Tess was not some kind of priority target for the Fireflies to be bombing a Fedra facility or whatever. It was just, let's put a bomb on the road for some reason, and then...
It's sounding all the more convenient the more you say that, really, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's convenient because of what happens to Tess, but forget Tess and forget the narrative thread of what's actually happening. You've got Fireflies don't like Fedra, so they're committing acts of terrorism in order to, like, undermine them and kill them and scare them away, that kind of thing. So they put a bomb on a random street. They don't seem to have any clear target. Fedra then run in that direction because a bomb's gone off and they're going to shoot down some Fireflies. And then this guy reveals himself and he's like, "Die, bitch." And presumably he just gets shot, like, immediately, because that's how it would happen.
I can't remember if you see it, but I think so, yeah. I think Marlene does specify later on that she is bombing various places. No, yeah, because her reasoning is, I want Fedra everywhere but here. So maybe it's just a random decoy. Okay,
saying that, I want to retract something that I just said. So right here, that shows us what the explosion was. So it was a bomb in the car, or possibly they exploded the fuel tank or whatever.
Isn't that a tank?
That's not a tank. No, that's like a APC or something. But it's a Fedra military vehicle that they use for moving people around. It's a truck of some kind.
Yes,
but it's
still fortunate it was going past Tess, but sure.
Yeah, or maybe, I mean, my impression was that it was parked outside and they saw it and decided to blow it up in order to piss them off and attract them. Like, that's what because otherwise they somehow managed to, like, rocket it, shoot an RPG at it or something, which I don't think they would have access to. So anyway, Tess seems to be pretty pragmatic here. She very likely could just be shot immediately because she's at a scene of a crime, essentially. A violent crime has just been committed. So she puts her hands up and tells the soldiers that she's not a Firefly. They don't care, and they are rather brutal with her, and they arrest her. as you might if you caught someone at the scene of a crime. So Fedra are brutally efficient. They don't seem to prioritize anyone over anyone else. They might even know who Tess is because she's likely been there for a while. Maybe they know that she's not a Firefly. We don't know.
I felt like it was a slightly clumsy way to introduce them anyway. At least, like I say, or maybe it wasn't clumsy, but they just are really
incompetent.
Idiotic. Yes.
Yeah, because you've got the introduction scene where Joel's talking to the soldier during the drug deal. Again, that I really like. That sets up the Fireflies as being almost like another side of the coin to Fedra, suggesting that they are equal either morally or in terms of their capability or whatever. But
yeah, mate, I think Marlene says that she's been in the Firefly for God knows how many years. I think it's at least 14, 15 because of Ellie's age.
Yes.
And she does say that they haven't really progressed at all with what they were trying to do. And that was an example of why, really.
This is going slightly further ahead, but like without spoilers. Was Marlene the leader of the Marlene is the leader of the Fireflies, or is she the leader of the the Boston branch, or is she?
I don't know. I think she's referred to as the leader of the Fireflies. I think Joel, at least in the game, calls her Queen Firefly at one point. So
okay, well, it could be it could be that they're just saying that because they're in Boston, so they're just referring to her as being in charge of that area because that's the only bit that really matters to them. But what I was going to ask is, at the point when Ellie was born, was she in the same rank, or was she just rando Firefly number 7, or was she in charge?
Oh, I don't know at that point. Yeah, you get very little backstory in that little scene, which I think is that episode 9.
That is episode 9. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So we then meet Ellie for the first time. We've already talked a bit about Bella Ramsey, so we'll skip over that. But essentially, what's happening here is: do we know at this point that these are Fireflies? Because I mean, they are, but do we know that at this point?
No, I don't think we do.
Okay, so we don't even know that this is in Boston as far as I can remember.
No, I don't think has anything referred to it as Boston. Or maybe they have in some of the dialogue, I don't know.
I believe there was a road sign right at the beginning when that kid was walking into the QZ, okay. I think. Yeah, so essentially Ellie is here and she's been just approached casually by someone who is obviously not a doctor. It's just random woman and 2 guys with guns, suggesting that Ellie might be dangerous, because she's chained up. She theoretically isn't a threat. She's a child. And this woman asks her to tell me your name, count back from 10. What are the days of the week? What time is it? Just basic questions, seemingly to make sure that her brain works, which for the moment seems odd, but with context, it makes a little bit of sense. And I think it's a pretty reasonable way to introduce the character because she's feeding information to someone in a seemingly natural way. She's not happy about having to do it. She makes clear that she's had to do it multiple times and that she's pissed off by this whole thing. She doesn't obviously want to be chained up in this room speaking to this woman. At one point, I think she directly says, "Fuck you." She's not happy at all about being where she is. Do you have any comments on this scene in particular? Because this is not in the game, is it?
No, not at all. I think it's a good introduction for it. Like I said, I had concerns to begin with that Ellie would be too aggressive, but I think that's more just Bella Ramsey, and she did sell it to me later on. But it does highlight Ellie's kind of disdain for authority in a lot of ways, which is expanded upon.
That's true, yeah.
Episode 6? Is it episode 6 or episode 7? The DLC episode basically left behind.
7.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this scene happens and Ellie's not very happy. She swears at the woman and the woman's like, "Yep, we'll be right back tomorrow." And Ellie's like, "Fuck you." And then she stays there. And there is writing on the wall, "When you're lost in the darkness," which I presume is the suggestion that this is Fireflies.
It could suggest that, or it could just be random graffiti. Yeah, we don't know at this point, I think.
Could be. We do find out later that it is. So this is Joel speaking to... That's right, he jumps the queue to speak to Radio Man. And the fact that he's able to do that suggests that people are... firstly, they know who he is, and secondly, they're afraid of him. He's rather infamous. because I don't think anyone in the queue even suggests, even mentions like, hey, douchebag, don't jump the queue. Or if they do, they don't pursue it. They're just like, this guy's and then they don't do anything about it.
I think one of them offers some kind of protest, but it's pretty half-hearted.
Yeah. So, I mean, this scene, I don't know if we learn a huge amount about Joel in this scene, but mechanically he learns where Tommy is because he hasn't seen Tommy in a very long time. At some point, I'm sure they mention exactly how long it's been. Oh yeah, I wrote it down because I'm a clever bunny. Joel has not heard from Tommy in 3 weeks. So not a particularly long time, but obviously a lot can happen in 3 weeks. We do not yet know why he has not heard from Tommy in 3 weeks. However, it's enough to set alarm bells ringing from Joel. So we know that Tommy is not here. At what point do we learn, because here we learn where Tommy is, at what point do we learn exactly who Tommy is, that he is a Firefly or was a Firefly?
When did we learn he was a Firefly?
Yeah, because at this point in time, as far as Joel is aware, he is not. Am I right?
I think it's when Joel, Tess, and Ellie go to, I think it's called the Capitol building, find all the people dead. Joel decides, okay, in which case we're going to take you to Tommy, who used to be a Firefly. I imagine that's when it's revealed.
Okay. Right, so then, it looks like Joel goes to sleep, and then Tess comes home.
Oh, yeah, so this is, obviously, you discover that they do have some kind of physical relationship, which is...
I totally forgot this, actually, yeah.
Yeah, because I made... It's in my notes to begin with, where... It's one of them examples where I preferred it in the game where a lot of things are left open-ended. Where in the game, they're obviously work partners at least. You don't know if they are physical partners or not. It's never really explored.
Yeah, that...
I mean, it didn't bother me that it was explicitly shown, but I just liked... Because, like I say, it's a bit of a theme throughout the series, which I'll mention when the scenes come up, that I liked... I like the fact that it leaves the audience wondering.
Yeah, like, I mean, the fact that she's come home and given him a hug, I mean, like, that image just on its own, it does imply that they maybe have a sexual relationship, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they do, because, I
think you'd have to assume they probably do.
I think it's reasonable to assume that they do, yeah, but I don't think that's ever implied anywhere else, which is why I must have gone for a wee during this scene, because I don't remember the idea of them having any kind of relationship beyond a professional one entering, or and even like a friendly relationship entering my head at any point. I hadn't even considered that.
Actually, I had the same thing happen. I think it was in episode 4 where I must have missed a certain part of the scene, which led me to have drastically different thoughts about it, and only watching it a second time and think, oh shit.
Oh, no, it makes sense kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
So, Tess comes home, doesn't wake up Joel, or if he does wake up, he doesn't care because he knows that it's her. And according to my notes here, Tess and Joel then decide that they need to go and retrieve the battery from Robert so that they can then go and find Tommy. So Tess has obviously been roughed up. Joel notices that this has happened, and he is like, who did it? Because he's going to... Well, it's rampage time.
Yes. Again, going back to the kind of missed opportunity of, like, Tess is just fucking ruthless in the game. She's one to fear as much as Joel is. And I feel like it's a good reflection of almost like the world that they're living in now, where women are to be physically feared as much as the men are in that respect. I feel like I say, it's a missed opportunity for me.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they have guns, which at this point I don't think it's shown that they do, but without rewinding, Robert's guys, I assume had guns?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, again, even if they didn't, it's 2 guys versus 1 woman, I think, I mean, like, unless Tess is Michelle Yeoh, they're going to be able to subdue her and rough her up a bit, but yeah. Because, a gun is essentially an equalizer. It's a power equalizer, hence the name of those movies.
I mean, obviously, when I say that women are to be physically feared as well, I mean in terms of how far they're willing to go. Tess is willing to just shoot you straight away. Yeah,
Yeah, that's true.
no question.
Right, so we then get this scene here, which is where we are introduced to Marlene, and then I will go through what happens next in the episode. So you probably have more to say about Marlene than I do, but I don't mind her as a character. I think she's solid. I think the actress is good, and I got her confused with Tess because I didn't realize this was the same actress from the game at the time.
I thought it was a really cool inclusion, yeah. I think you have Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker, who did the voice of Joel and Ellie, do play parts in the game, but not their own parts that they voice, whereas she does. So I thought that was quite cool.
Yeah, and it's an important part, but it's not a very big part.
Yeah, she's definitely a fairly prominent supporting character, but she's not in every episode, yeah.
Yeah, in this scene, I believe this is the fallout from what happened earlier with the bomb, and she's pissed off that her underlings are useless. Would that be an accurate description of the scene? Because I remember that she's not happy. Like, they're asking, like, we need to know what we're fighting for. We need to have a reason to do what we're doing. And she's like, fuck you, that's the reason. Like, follow orders, I think is what she says.
Yes, I think I've actually got it written down here that Marlene says they've been fighting Fedra for 20 years and are no closer to winning. Which tells you a lot, really, yeah.
Jesus.
But she does sell the fact that she is quite a capable leader.
Yeah, this is the thing. I believe that she's capable. I just highly doubt that...
The rest of them, though.
Yeah. But then, like, she doesn't seem to be capable enough to choose her own... to choose good soldiers, essentially, because that's what they are. But maybe she's very limited in who she can take, as evidenced in episode 7, potentially, which we'll talk about when we come to episode 7.
Yeah, just on that point, they're quite clearly desperate for recruitment, and I think Joel is approached by someone from the Fireflies slightly later in the episode. Another exhibit of Firefly stupidity.
In this episode, yes, I remember that, because he
stops him dead before he even says anything, but that is exactly what's going to happen. He's going to try and recruit Joel.
Yeah, he says, hey, friend, how you doing? And Joel says, if you're going to tell me to search for the light, I'll break your fucking arm, or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Which, because, again, we've already had multiple implications that Joel is known and feared by multiple factions within this QZ. And that guy, maybe it was his first day on the job, who knows, but I guess no one told him who Joel is. And he just wanders up to this guy who's maybe not the big bad, but he's definitely, like we said, he's an attack dog. He's a very dangerous, nasty person at this point. He will just snap you because, if you piss him off.
Yeah, definitely. He's not someone to cross. Yeah, you definitely get that impression.
And they're like, oh boy, we could use a man like you. And he's like, you don't.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, that's a bad move. So, right, that's the introduction for Marlene. And this other lady here, I remember, gets her ear shot off, but that doesn't happen yet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, quite a point of comedy, that one. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So this is Joel being approached by the guy who tries to recruit him into his pyramid scheme. And then they go off looking for Robert.
You say pyramid scheme?
Yeah, that's totally not what I said. No. Okay, so then, at this point it's made explicit. Marlene is here with Ellie. So the people holding Ellie captive are Fireflies. Marlene throws Ellie a bag, says, here's your stuff. And then she sits down next to Ellie after giving her a knife, suggesting that they do have a degree of reciprocal trust, even though obviously Ellie is not happy about being where she is. I mean, this is the thing, is you could call this a really dumb move at this point, but once you get added context of Ellie's character, then it makes complete sense.
How do you mean? What would be a dumb move? Giving her the knife?
You've handed your prisoner, because the relationship between these two is unclear at this point, you've handed your prisoner a knife and sat down next to her. So
yes, I don't think Ellie knows she has the key to her handcuffs at that point, so killing her would be a pretty moot point.
Yeah, and once we know what we know, I don't believe that Ellie would kill her, but given the way this scene is set up, it almost seems like Marlene is not particularly intelligent. But yeah, that's because of the non-linear storytelling of the season as a whole, because we do get more set up for
Ellie
this.
Doesn't know who she is, obviously. I think it's more just confidence from Marlene.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, so Marlene obviously does tell her that she knew her mum, which
Yes.
expanded upon later on, which is another kind of example of while I didn't mind it, again, open ended, didn't know how or why Ellie was immune. So I just thought I'd touch on that anyway.
Yeah. And she also says, I believe during this scene, Ellie refers to the Fireflies as terrorists, and Marlene kind of feigns offense and is like, "Come on, we're not terrorists." And then
I
she
mean, they
asks,
objectively are.
"Oh, sure, but I mean, she doesn't think that she's a terrorist. She's probably thinks that she's a freedom fighter or whatever." But she then asks if Riley was a terrorist, and at this point, that conversation doesn't go any further. And because I had not played the Left Behind DLC, I did not really know what that was referring to, but I presume that you knew exactly where that was going.
Yes, and it's not expanded upon in the game what Riley does, but it very much is in the episode where you see that she's got a stash of bombs.
Yeah.
So Riley very much is a terrorist. So I feel like there was a slightly stupid question.
True, but then Marlene bringing that, because Marlene does not believe that, or I guess, she's not going to say, "Hello, I'm a terrorist." She's going to say, "Hello, I am doing bad things for a good reason. And if you want to call me a terrorist, then fine, but like the good, the ends justify the means type deal."
Yeah, sure. I just feel like she's been doing it 20 years now. Have some self-awareness, really, yeah.
Yeah, especially if you've been failing at it for 20 years.
Exactly.
So anyway, the reason why she says that, partly it throws a mystery box, a dreaded mystery box, into the brains of the audience, but also it shuts down the conversation and it puts Ellie in her place, and Ellie doesn't answer, and she is obviously sad about whatever this whole Riley situation was.
Yeah, because it never really occurred to me until the series, really, where Ellie says obviously this is later on where she's explaining about her bite, that it's 3 weeks old, and it never really occurred to me. It was like, oh shit, yeah, the Riley situation was pretty recent. She's probably still reeling from it quite a lot.
Yes, and
also, sorry, just quickly, how Ellie's mentality. Maybe she has a very much fuck you mentality because she was expecting to die in that situation. So it's almost like she's kind of got carte blanche from this point on. She's like, well, I've almost already died, so fuck it.
Got nothing to lose, kind of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of like Joel, honestly, because that's a parallel that you get, but you don't get it at this point.
Yeah, I think they very much both do have that mentality. Yeah.
Yeah. So during this scene, I believe it's revealed that Ellie has been infected. However, she did not turn into a mushroom. And
no, I don't think it is.
Is it not?
No. No, I don't think so. That's right up at the end of the episode, I think.
Okay, fair enough. But either way, she tells Ellie that her plan is that Ellie is going to be taken west. And at this point, we have no idea, I guess, who Ellie is, if I'm wrong about when that was revealed. And we also don't know why and how Marlene has her. That is explained later in the series, but at this point, it's just a child that she has locked in the basement.
Yes.
So we then skip forwards to Tess and Joel, who are attempting to acquire their battery back from Robert, and they go through the back door through a what would this be? An underground railway? I think this is.
I can't remember what it is.
Yeah. Either way, it's some underground sewer system or something, and they end up finding a mushroom man attached to a wall.
That is quite the mushroom man, yeah, proper Mario.
It certainly is. And this is the first time we've seen one of them looking like this, which is foreshadowing, I guess would be the right word, because all we know at this point, if you haven't played the games, all we know is the introduction scene of mushroom zombies might be a thing at some point, and the actual zombies that you see earlier in the episode. So this is kind of like the end game of where they go. I don't...
Yeah, I mean, this would probably be a good point to touch on the fact why they didn't include spores, which was quite an interesting point for me.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that, because I don't know what spores are. I have heard that they were not in the show, but I don't remember them from the game.
Yes, that there'd be certain sections, basically from what you see of that mushroom man on the wall, where they'd probably be exhibiting various fungal spores like into the air. So there'd be quite a concentrated area. It looked like very dusty area where if you breathe them in, you will become infected.
Okay.
And they chose to omit that. I think it was for two reasons. Listening to their podcast, it was because the actors would have to wear masks quite regularly, and the fact that just in terms of realism, supposedly spores would be literally everywhere. They wouldn't be that concentrated as they are in the game.
Because of how air works, I guess they dilute into the air.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, I guess it's because I mean that's a very video gamey mechanic. It's like don't go into the poison mist or you die kind of thing. Whereas in a TV show, like it would be a lot harder to potentially communicate that to the audience.
Yes,
and I mean, really, it would be it's not a particularly interesting obstacle. It's like they open the if they go into a building and they have to work out a way to get through a room. It's a lot more. You can learn a lot more about the characters. Well, yeah, you can learn a lot about the characters based on what they do in response to the obstacle that they're presented with. And if the obstacle is a clicker, there's a hell of a lot you can do with that. If the obstacle is the air's bad, then you're limited in what you're actually going to learn about the characters through them overcoming that obstacle. So I can see why they did that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it wasn't a completely necessary thing to include. It didn't bother me that they took it out.
Yeah.
I think it's more expanded upon in Game 2, where a series of kind of scenarios will come up where spores will at least play a part in what happens. So you can kind of play around it, but yeah, it's not a major thing.
Narratively, they're important, or gameplay-wise, they're important?
Because I mean, I'm thinking of one scenario where you are playing as a character, the other character doesn't have a mask, so therefore you have to go out and try and find them a mask while they wait for you. Like that kind of scenario.
Okay.
It's not major, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because that kind of thing, I assume that they will have thought forwards to Last of Us 2 and decided that they're not ruining anything. There's nothing major narratively in Last of Us 2 that hinges upon there being spores, I assume. That's fair to say.
No, I mean, there's a couple of little moments, especially as we know that Ellie is immune. And there's a couple of moments in, I think it's more the second game, where she maybe has to cover up the fact that she can't breathe spores.
Okay, so
she can breathe spores, but obviously if she were, people would assume she was going to get infected.
So you know what that reminds me of? Have you seen Prometheus?
Yes, a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, so the what's his name? David, Michael Fassbender, the android, when they're going onto the planet, he wears a like a spacesuit, like so he's got his own air to breathe, and he's not breathing the potentially poisonous atmosphere of the planet. And one of the characters asks him, "Why are you wearing that? You don't breathe," because he's an android. And his response is something along the lines of, "Because it tricks you into accepting me as a person, and it means that you don't view me as an android, essentially."
So, that's quite cool.
So, because I was thinking, like, maybe what Ellie might do in that situation is she might wear a mask, even though she doesn't need to, in order to hide. Like, it's a bit different to the Prometheus example, but it just popped into my head.
No, good shout.
Okay, so they find the Mushroom Man, and they then continue. It's probably important to say that this is still inside the quarantine zone. So there have been no infected inside the quarantine zone. This is the first one we've seen, and I know they're in like the back alleys or whatever, they're in like the sewers. But
that's not in the quarantine zone, really?
No, this is in the quarantine zone.
Yeah.
Because,
sorry, that's what I meant to ask, yeah.
Yeah, because they're on their way, they haven't left. They're going through like a sewer to get to Robert's apartment or wherever it is that he lives.
So it is showing that although that mushroom man has clearly been there for a while, infected do still get in.
Well, either that or no one's gone in here to clear them out, which suggests that potentially Fedra aren't doing their job properly. Because, how safe is it? I don't know if this is ever explained, but like that creature is, we have to assume, dead, which means can it still infect someone else? Because I think in episode 2, with the corpse at the beginning, the Indonesian corpse, it is obviously a dead body. However, the cordyceps in its mouth moves and reacts to the doctor's hand.
That didn't occur to me, actually, yeah.
Which would suggest that if Joel would have cut himself on that Mushroom Man's mouth, if he'd like put his hand in its mouth for some stupid reason, that would actually infect him.
Potentially, yes.
Because yeah, if that's the case, then I mean that does mean that theoretically Fedra should have cleared this shit out, but I
Yeah, I
guess they
mean,
didn't.
you probably assume that the fungus will at least stay alive for a certain amount of time, even if it doesn't have a host. And there's
Yeah.
also the example, I think, in episode 7 where there's the thing stuck to the wall in a similar fashion to that, but it's laying dormant rather than being dead.
Yes, I have many things to say about that, but
I know you do.
Okay. So anyway, they get through the back rooms. Oh, it's probably also worth mentioning the fact that Joel and Tess are aware of how to do this. They know what they're doing. They've been here a while. They know the layout of how to sneak around. They're experienced at doing this and staying out of people's way.
Yeah, I think actually no. Yeah, I think they mentioned that the mushroom wasn't there last time they came down there, so it's at least implied that they haven't been down there for a while, but it wasn't too long.
Okay, interesting. Because also Tess is like, they open the door and Tess is like, "Holy shit! There's a mushroom!" Like she's scared of it. It's a jump scare.
Yeah, shit stuff. Yeah,
Which means, I mean, I think it's probably reasonable to assume that they hadn't been here before. But if like you say, they had been here and it wasn't there last time, then alarm bells should be ringing.
assuming I'm remembering it correctly. Yeah, I think that's what happens. That it's almost like an established route out of the QZ.
Okay.
They don't use it too often.
Well, in that case, if that's true, then I may be wrong about them not having left the QZ. They may have left, gone in through a sewer pipe, and then come up through this guy's house or whatever.
Maybe I think they're.
I don't remember.
Where they are is literally where Marlene is. So
it is now. Yes.
Yes, I assume that was still in the QZ.
Yeah. Yeah. Which either way you cut it, whether or not Joel and Tess left the QZ at any point, that infected mushroom man is within the QZ.
Yes.
So anyway, they get to their destination and there is ominous blood. And they open the door and there's blood everywhere. People have been shot, including Robert, who they were trying to get the battery back from. This is the battery. It turns out to be a dud, which suggests that I believe Tess says that he was trying to sell it to a third person. So he's just trying to be like, "Hey, I've got a battery, pay me." And then he's promising it to multiple people. Like he's already done that once. And I believe it's revealed then that he was doing that to Marlene because Marlene is also trying to get out and take Ellie with her.
Yeah, I think assuming that he would do the same to the Fireflies and screw them over, you really do have to say that Robert was a complete idiot.
Yeah, I mean, potentially Marlene was willing to offer them more money because Marlene might have more of a reason to, Marlene knows how valuable Ellie is. So theoretically, also given her position of authority, she could have more money than Joel and Tess were willing to offer. So, like, I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, this Robert guy is a moron.
Yes.
So I don't have this written down in my notes. Why was there a shootout? Was it because Robert was not actually willing to sell the battery to Marlene?
Oh, no, I believe it was... Oh, actually, no, because I haven't got it written down. I thought they had a shootout with Fedra, but Marlene does comment at one point that Fedra would have heard the shooting and they'll be there soon. So maybe it was with Robert then.
Yeah, I forget. We'll have to leave that as a question mark because I can't really press play and check right now. Okay, so then Ellie meets Joel, and as Joel walks past the room, Ellie leaps out of the room with a knife, doesn't actually connect with Joel, and Joel kind of just flips her onto the floor and points a gun at her, because, of course, that's what you would do.
Yes.
Then Marlene and the lady whose ear got shot off appear. Both of them are injured. And they're like, "Joel, no, don't point the gun at her. Don't even think about it." Where are we? Yes, she's constantly like, "No, Joel, keep the gun on me because this girl's life is more important than mine." And meanwhile, Ellie's trying to get her knife back from under Joel's foot, which is irritating him, which I found quite amusing. Because it's absolutely what she would do, and later we learn that there is a bit more importance to the knife. It's not simply her weapon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that didn't really occur to me either. Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't want it to be under this guy's foot. She wants to, have it in her hands or in her pocket for multiple reasons. So yeah, actually, I do have this written down in my notes. So Marlene was here to trade with Robert, and ended up asking Joel and Tess to deliver Ellie because they were unable to do it themselves because they're injured, I believe is the way the scene goes.
Yeah, I thought this was a good change from the game where you do meet Marlene under somewhat similar circumstances, but you don't get the impression that her whole kind of crew's been wiped out. I think you kind of stumble across her, and she's injured, so she was going to take Ellie, but now she offloads her onto you. Whereas at this point, you think, yeah, her and whatever is left is completely fucked, and she genuinely has no choice. And obviously, from what you said about pointing the gun at Ellie, she's obviously putting a lot of stock into Ellie, so
yeah,
she's desperate to basically get her out safely.
And she says, she implies, if we needed this implication at this point, she suggests, like, I believe she says, I know what you two are capable of. I know you can get this job done. And Ellie's...
Again, it's like, well, what is Tess capable of? What have we seen?
Yeah, I mean, unless because Joel and Tess are a unit. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but like from watching it without any knowledge of the games, it could be that Marlene is referring to Joel and Tess as a unit, and collectively they're capable of nasty things because Joel is the bad cop in that scenario, and they get shit done by working together, even if all of the violence is coming from Joel. Like that's
fair to say. It's just me nitpicking for the sake of it. Yeah,
fair enough. So what exactly is the deal that is made? Marlene says, you got to take Ellie to wherever the destination is, and my people there will make it worth your while. And Tess and Joel they then say, I think it's Tess that says this actually, says, okay, fine, but they're going to pay us before we hand over Ellie, otherwise we're going to shoot Ellie.
Do they say they're going to shoot Ellie?
Yeah, they do. They do. I believe it's Tess that says that. They threaten to kill Ellie if they're not paid. I mean,
okay, no, I don't remember that.
Whether they actually would is up in the air, but that's their leverage. Because otherwise they're just taking a child because Marlene asked them nicely. Which, like, why would they do that? Because Marlene doesn't have the money to pay them. And
Marlene does offer substantial reward. Yeah,
but the point is that she doesn't have the money at the moment. She's promising it after the job is done. So they're like, okay, fine, but if we're not paid, we'll shoot the girl.
Yeah, and I think they have a quick discussion amongst themselves, but it shows what kind of line of work they're into.
Yeah. So
just to that, yeah.
Joel, I believe, during this discussion, or possibly shortly afterwards, assumes because he doesn't learn exactly who Ellie is until later. He assumes that she's the daughter of some rich guy that wanted the Fireflies to smuggle her across the country for some reason, but he just doesn't care because he doesn't ask questions. He's there to do a job.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's expanded on later in this episode, where Joel does ask her if she's someone's daughter or something along those lines. Obviously, Ellie doesn't want to tell them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here they're discussing it, and they decide, I guess, yeah, we'll do it, but if you don't follow through, then we're going to shoot her. And Ellie looks like she's smiling there, but that's probably because she's in the middle of saying something.
Oh, yeah. Yes, because Tess proposes that deal. She says, if not, we're going to shoot her. Marlene says yes, and Ellie turns around and says, that quick, yeah?
Yeah, it's something like that. So
yeah, it's quite a good line, yeah.
Which suggests at this point that she's not happy about that at all, but that she would prefer to be with Marlene, even though obviously Marlene was keeping her prisoner.
Yeah, I mean, from Ellie's perspective,
devil you know, devil you don't.
Exactly, yeah, but she doesn't know Marlene particularly well either.
Yeah,
but she hasn't got a choice, really, has she?
That is true. Right. Do you have anything further to say on that scene or on this scene here with Ellie and Joel? Because I don't really have anything for this.
This was an example for me where they took the scene like verbatim from the game, but it wasn't quite as good as it is, and it speaks to how good the voice acting is in the game, that the delivery isn't quite as good. Because
this is when Ellie's working out the whole radio thing where they play songs to each other, and depending on what decade it is, it's a code.
That was an addition, yeah.
Oh, that's not in the game?
No, the radio, no.
Okay.
For Bill, 'cause it's Bill, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But you do have, I think Ellie points out that Joel's watch is broken, which is a nice little nod to his daughter.
Yeah, and that
he's still wearing it.
Yeah, because it makes it aware. Usually I don't like that kind of thing, because it's like, okay, the person because it rewards you for paying attention. And if you're paying attention, you can see, oh shit, is that the same watch? Like, I think, is that the same strap or is it a different strap? I can't remember what it looked like.
As far as I know, it's the same.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Because, yeah, like if someone is watching this and they don't have that line, they might have the thought in their head, wait, is that the same watch? Oh, that would make complete sense. And you've worked something out because the show isn't treating you like an idiot.
Yes.
But then you have, apparently, hey, where'd you get the watch? You got a watch on you. Like, where's that from? Like, that isn't what happens, but I don't like it when that kind of thing happens. So,
right, it was a bit too obvious for you, was it?
In this instance, no, but typically, it's a fine line.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because, yeah, like, generally speaking, I don't think that this show treats its audience like idiots. There is, though, an exception at the end of this.
About that.
Yeah, there's an exception at the end of this episode, which we are coming to.
I feel like there are multiple exceptions, but yes, that one definitely. But we'll get to that.
I will probably agree with you, but maybe I'm misremembering because I'm usually quite harsh on that kind of thing. So, right, what is this? I don't remember this.
So this is I think it's emerging on the outside of the walls of the QZ. So yes, whatever you said about that being inside the QZ, that was definitely correct.
Okay. So yeah, this is where they have gone through some kind of tunnel and they're up on the other side, and
I guess Ellie burst out straight away. She's like, "Oh wow, I'm outside!" And instantly, like, "No, you fucking idiot!" No, like, it's just a natural kind of teenagery thing, really, isn't it? It kind of highlights Ellie quite well that she's never been outside the QZ.
Yeah, she's very inexperienced. She doesn't. This isn't a criticism. This is just what it is. Like, she's very inexperienced. She doesn't really know how to behave. She doesn't really know what danger is at this point.
Yeah, I liked it.
Question is, how does that fit with episode 7? Because at this point, we don't know. Would now be a good time to talk about the fact that Ellie is not as innocent as depicted in the first Last of Us game.
So you're going to have to expand on that. How was she not?
So the impression that I got, bear in mind that I had not played Left Behind, so I don't know exactly how much that recontextualized everything, but Ellie almost seems like a totally normal child who is inexperienced with violence because children typically don't kill people. Sheltered isn't the right word because no one is sheltered in this world, but she's not a violent child.
Sure.
And she frequently during the game is like put off by how violent and brutal Joel is because you're playing as Joel and you're putting, your foot through people's faces and that kind of thing. And she's constantly like, "Fuck Jesus, Joel, stop it. What are you?"
I don't know if I'd go that far. She's not desensitized to it in the same way that Joel is. So yeah, she's a bit kind of repulsed by it.
I suppose, yeah. But then I guess the reason why they may have changed that is because when they made the first game, they likely had it in their heads that the Left Behind stuff had happened, but they hadn't actually made the Left Behind DLC at that point. So with the
so what you're saying is she's not as innocent because she'd had that run-in with the zombie previously.
That's what I'm suggesting, and I'm suggesting that the reason why they have tweaked Ellie's personality for the series is because they now have the added context of Left Behind, which is episode 7. So essentially, we're going to have to jump ahead slightly because episode 7 occurs before this, but episode 7 is a flashback, and in that flashback, Ellie has an encounter with an infected and has to kill someone. That does inform some of her behavior, but when you're playing the first game, I never got that impression. I got the impression that this is just a little girl. Like,
I definitely agree. It's more of an inconsistency with the game. Yeah, it's a good shout.
Yeah, and I feel like, again, I haven't played Game 2, but I feel like there's probably some examples of them doing that with Game 2. They now have the added context of knowing where the story goes so that they can now ease into it, ease into what they know seasons 2 and 3 are going to be without having to, I guess, make it up as they go along. Because Last of Us 2, there is no way that Neil Druckmann knew what Last of Us 2 was going to be when he was writing Last of Us 1. There's no way. Like, maybe.
I mean, that'd be a good question for Neil Druckmann, yeah.
I can't prove that, but maybe.
In the game, at least, it's not specified that Ellie killed Riley in the game.
Okay, interesting. I mean, it's heavily,
so that could be why. That could be why Ellie maybe is a bit more innocent.
Possibly. Okay, so they're out now, and Joel and Tess are like, "Shut the fuck up. We need to be alive because we will. The stakes, the consequences of them doing this have been very clearly established because we saw them people being hung for doing exactly what they're doing right now. If they are caught, they are dead. So, like in a lesser show, what they may do is if they don't establish what will happen if they get caught, then you're watching this scene where these three are sneaking around and trying to avoid the Fedra, and the audience doesn't necessarily know what is going to happen because it hasn't been established that you will be killed if you are found outside of the QZ. So if that was not established, then you'd be like, oh, I hope they don't get caught because I guess they might be punished somehow, maybe. But no, in this, it's very, very clear that they are going to be killed if they are caught. Which
absolutely,
obviously that's bad for them, but it also means that whatever the importance is of Ellie, which I forget if we as the audience know at this point why she's important, but that would be obviously catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all we know is that Ellie is important to Marlene, and we don't know why, I think, is the case.
Okay, because, yeah, at the end, it's revealed to them. Oh, yeah, here we go. Right, so I'll go through what happens, and then we'll rewind and give our opinions. Because, yeah, we definitely have things to say about this. So they're sneaking about, and they find a guy doing a wee. And it turns out that the guy is the same guy that Joel was doing his drug deal with earlier, who points his gun at him, and he's like, stop where you are right now. And Joel, because obviously Joel knows him, he tries to be like, come on, I'll bribe you, I'll do whatever, just let us go. And the guy's like, no, we're doing this by the book. And I believe he says, yeah, hands behind your head, get on your knees. And he then goes to test them with the testy device, putting the thing on their neck to make sure they're not infected, because, of course, if they are, bullet. So he tests Joel and Tess, and we see that Ellie is worried at this point because, well, if at this point we don't know, it's implied that she may be infected, and if she gets tested, she will get a bullet. So he tests all of them. When he comes to test Ellie, she spins around before he can see what the result is and stabs him, non-fatally, but it's a stab wound, obviously. Ow. Yeah, ow. So then he is obviously pissed off, and he maybe believes that Ellie is infected because she didn't want to be scanned. So he's there, like, pointing his gun at her, like, get out of the fucking way, I'm going to blow her head off. She just stabbed me. Meaning that Joel is now standing between a man and a little girl, and the man is holding a gun at them with a torch, and it is bright and it is dark. We then see a flashback to what happened with Sarah, if the audience had not already got the point. And Joel then jumps this guy before he is able to shoot him, and, well, beats him to death. Yeah, Joel is very, very angry and pummels this guy's face until he stops moving. Would that be a good place to stop, or shall I keep going? Because I know we have more to say, because something's about to happen, but do you want to take it in pieces?
It'd probably be a good place to stop, because that takes place after the kind of flashback. Like, you see the flashback, and then he writes him a letter telling him how angry he is.
That's true.
Into his face, yeah.
So, what do you think about that scene? Because I'm curious to see if we have already discussed this, like when we watched the first show, but I'm curious to see if either of us have changed our view on it, or if we now agree or disagree, or what.
Okay, so I assume we now agree. I absolutely have changed my mind, and I have.
Excellent.
Because half the time when we have discussions anyway, I like just playing devil's advocate.
Hey, yeah.
Just to kind of give you the other side. So
yeah.
I remember you saying you absolutely hated it, and I defended it, at least in the kind of the idea that...
To be clear, sorry, when you say it, you're referring to them explicitly showing the flashback with Joel and Sarah to make it abundantly clear that this is why he does what he does.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is why I defended it, because at this point, all you've heard about Joel really is he's a complete fucking nutter. You do see him before the outbreak happens, but now in this world, there's nothing good that's been said about Joel, really. So
he's a time bomb. He you see that he's a man with nothing to lose, and you hear that he's dangerous and violent, but this is the first time you actually see that.
Yes, and this makes it abundantly clear that the reason he has killed this dude is not because he's just an absolute psycho, but it's because he's just got lost in his own head and has just completely taken it out on this dude. Now, I've completely changed my mind in that, because like I said at first, I didn't mind it because it explicitly tells the audience this is why he's doing it. Now I absolutely hate it, and I think it just says to the audience, we think you're an idiot.
Yeah, that's pretty much my take on it. So I, as people might know, I don't like it when TV shows or movies tell you things
It's so jarring.
Yeah,
watching it again.
Like you're watching that scene and you can understand it. You can read from what's happening, the way the scene is shot, the way it's set up. You already know, if you're paying attention, if you didn't go to the toilet when the Sarah scene happened, you know exactly what's happening. You know that Joel is now in the same situation that he didn't want to be in ever again. He doesn't even necessarily care about Ellie at this point. The fact is that he's standing in front of a guy with a gun, pointing it at him with lethal intent, telling him, move so I can kill this girl. And he's unwilling to do that. And you don't need to, spoon feed the audience by saying, remember 20 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago, whenever it was, when you saw this similar image? Like, that kind of thing was obviously added when the scene was edited together. And my guess is that some higher up at HBO was like, why don't you just edit in like a quick 1 second glance at a shot of when this happened before with Sarah, just to like show where Joel's head's at. And you
assume that they did it for the same the reasoning that I kind of explained, just to show that Joel isn't a bad guy. And I think, again, this is another theme of showing Joel it's obviously not a good light at all, is it? But you are not letting him be almost who he is, which is a bit of an animal at this point in the story.
Well, I don't know. I'm feeling now like we might still disagree. So, so what I'm saying is that if you remove that flashback scene and you watch this, if you remove the shot of the flashback and you watch this scene, I don't know how you can interpret it, how anyone can interpret it in any way other than that Joel is beating this guy to a pulp because he was, quote unquote, triggered by being put in a similar situation to when his daughter was killed. Whereas what it sounds like you're saying is that the reason why they threw that in was to make sure that the audience understood what I just said, so as to make sure that Joel remains a sympathetic character.
Yes, I think it removes all doubt, because if you didn't include that flashback scene, Joel could have logically thought, well, this dude's obviously not going to let us go, so he's got to go down.
True, but then I feel like the way the scene was framed, the way it was shot, the camera angles, all the rest of it, I forget if the music was the same, but the way it was shot, it's one for one. It's the same as when Sarah was killed. And that's how you communicate that visually to the audience without directly showing, rewinding and being like, hey, remember when this happened? So I feel like...
I think it is, which is why, like I said, you're basically telling the audience you think they're a bit of an idiot and need it spoon-fed to them.
Yeah, you've got to... Like, anyone who watches that scene and then gets the flashback and then they go, oh, I get it. That person is too dumb to be watching TV shows. I'm sorry. Like, pay attention, people. Like,
this ain't for you, yeah.
Yeah. I hate it when things are spoon-fed. So is that all we've got for that? Because something else is about to happen that I know you had comments on coming from the game.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay, so while we're kind of reeling from the fact that Joel has just turned this guy's face into bolognese, we then see... Where is it? Where does it happen? Oh, it's already happened. So... it's intercut. Yeah, it's intercut with him looking at his
much.
Yeah. So Tess is like, Joel, we have a problem. And she picks up the little testy thing that the soldier had. And it's red, meaning that Ellie is infected. At which point, Joel and Tess freak the fuck out, as, understandably, because they don't know how long Ellie's been infected for. They don't consider that they're safe, and they're wondering what the hell they've got themselves into. And I believe... your comments on that previously were that intercutting that or bumping that right up against the whole Joel beating the guy up in his fit of rage detracted from this moment. Like, it should have had its own thing.
In the game, it's a really kind of prominent moment where that happens, but purely because they don't know the dude, the Fedra dude, they just take him out and that's that. Then they discover, oh shit, she's infected. Whereas it's very much overshadowed by Joel having his kind of PTSD moment, and it's very much in the background that the kind of the dialogue and the sound is quite toned down, almost as if you're in Joel's mind.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like it was just overshadowed.
Yeah, I could see it. I could argue it both ways, but theoretically, because I like the idea of it's kind of like you're just amping up the stakes and the tension because it's throwing so many things at you that you don't necessarily have time to latch onto any one, and things are just getting more and more insane that you're like, Jesus, this is now an incredibly stressful environment, and what do we do? And then you get to see what they do. So they could have done it separately and totally separated those two scenes, but I feel like having Joel has just murdered a Fedra guard. Like, that is, I mean, already them being outside the QZ, that's a death sentence. But he's now just murdered someone, apparently unable to control himself. But also, like, it was necessary to, disarm him and knock him out or whatever, but he didn't have to kill him. So he's just gone way too far. Understandably, but he has still gone way too far. And then you're adding on to that, like, within the next 5 seconds, like, also this girl that you've been ordered or, asked to transport to wherever it is, she's totally infected. So now what? And, like, butting those two things up against each other, I can totally see that working, and I didn't mind it. I didn't have a problem with it as depicted in the show, because, like I said, it amped up the tension even higher. And I feel like the audience, if they're paying attention, probably suspects, if not downright knows, and obviously if they played the game, then they do know, that Ellie is infected and potentially is immune.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know if people did guess that before it happened.
Because you have enough clues. You have the fact that Ellie is being kept there for whatever the reason is. The fact that Marlene wants to transport her covertly. She's not doing this through Fedra. The fact that Ellie does not want to be tested. And the fact that, obviously, when she is tested, it comes out red. So she is infected. So I feel like that's enough pieces to be like, oh, snap, there's, she is obviously infected, but there's more to this. From Joel and Tess's perspective, they aren't going to give a shit because they're going to be panicking. Like, what the hell have we got ourselves into? Yeah,
which is exactly Tess's reaction, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So then we're pretty much at the end of the episode, and this is the last shot of the episode. So this I didn't notice. Do you remember how this goes? You want to explain this bit?
I mean, well, all I've got written in my notes is that it cuts to, after you kind of hear the hideous Depeche Mode, the buildings leaning on each other, which is another good nod to the game. It's where, because I saw this image of the building leaning on the other and thought, okay, we're in for a very good episode 2 here.
Okay, because remind me, what is the relevance of the buildings leaning on each other?
I think it's the first time you really come across infected
in the game. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. And then we cut to unit production manager Cecil O'Connor. So that was episode 1. And we're 2 hours and 41 minutes into our recording.
Oh, wow.
So for you guys, because I'm not gonna edit this part out. We were entirely unsure how long we were actually going to end up talking about this series. We were thinking maybe we could cover all 9 episodes in, like, I don't know, 5-6 hours tops, possibly.
It's fair to say we've drastically underestimated that. Yeah.
We have drastically underestimated that, and we're going to have to decide exactly how we're going to do this. But before we discuss that, overall comments on that episode, because, I mean, I'll say, like, I think it was a solid adaptation. I liked it. I think it is definitely one of the best episodes of the series. And the problems that I had, the main problem that I have with it is the treating the audience like idiots at the end and showing but like that's a minor fix. You fix that by removing 1 second of footage. And if that's the biggest problem with the episode, you're doing all right.
When you weigh it up against the positives of the episode, I think you can forgive it those couple of moments, especially as it's the first kind of introduction episode where you really need to establish what is going to happen and you want people to continue watching.
Yeah, like if they had messed this up and there were, big contradictions or question marks surrounding certain characters. To be fair, actually, there is a big question mark at this point, I think, surrounding Ellie. I really did not like Ellie at this point, but she's not in this episode enough for it to have been a problem for me. And with the added context of where the series goes, if I were to rewatch this properly, I wouldn't have a problem with Ellie at all. But yeah, had they cocked up Joel, then you're playing catch up in episode 2. You have to, fix things and clarify things. And I feel like the main characters at this point are very clearly set up. And yeah, I wanted to know what was going to happen next, even though I knew what happened next roughly. So
yeah, sure. I think Joel's definitely less of a worry in terms of what you're thinking about Bella Ramsey at this point, because Ellie, at least anyone who's played the game knows the kind of the emotional range that Ellie has.
Yes.
So you are still left wondering at this point, how is Bella Ramsey gonna pan out, really?
Yeah,
it was a really strong first episode.
I think it's pretty fair to say that in this episode alone, the only emotions that she conveys are angry and what would the word be? Not innocence, ignorance. Because when she pops out of the hole, she's like, "Oh boy, it's nice out here," and then they're like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like,
yeah, I have written down that it was a really good example. I'm again going to the HBO podcast. I can't remember who said it, but they say, because I remember playing the game and thinking Ellie is kind of a bit annoying, but they summed it up really well by saying she's annoying in the same way that Joel finds her annoying, in that it's quite endearing and it's quite nice watching her experience things for the first time. That's quite good to watch, which is why I loved episode 7 so much as well.
Okay. Yeah, I can totally see that, because having an annoying character, this is I know you haven't seen Rings of Power, so I'll be quick on this, but in Rings of Power, there are many characters that are annoying, but no one recognizes that they're annoying. They're not annoying to the other characters that they communicate with. They are annoying to us as the audience because they behave in strange ways. So it isn't purposeful.
Yeah, I mean, Ellie's the character is annoying in the same way that most 14-year-old girls will be quite annoying to adults.
Yeah, like that. In that way, it makes sense. Like, would this character be annoying in this scenario? Yes, in which case, saying, "I don't like Ellie, she's annoying," is kind of a surface-level criticism to make. It's kind of like saying, "I don't like Joel because I don't like his beard, or because I don't like his accent."
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But
like, the accent is...
well, okay, no, yeah. When I say accent, I mean, like, I don't like the American accent or something. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Cool, so, yeah, that's episode 1. All right, so we've decided that we are going to do episode 2 now. So episode 2 will be part of this video. Whether we will go any further than that, we will have to see. It honestly depends on how long it takes us to go through episode 2. Because this has already become chunkier than I was expecting, but we have the alcohol to see us through. Okay, so moving on to episode 2 now.
Boob.
Yeah, we found boobs, and I had to rewind by like 30 seconds. So I'm going to keep this overlay up so that I don't accidentally put boobs on YouTube. So, beginning of episode 2, 2 days before the worldwide outbreak, in Jakarta, Indonesia, the government shows an infected corpse to a mycologist who tells them there is no cure or vaccine, and she advises that they bomb the city to prevent a further outbreak. What do we have to say about this scene other than that there are dead boobs?
Yeah, careful of boobs, really.
Yes, we've got to watch out for them.
Yeah, I think it would be a fairly similar conversation to the start of the first episode, where the only question is really, is it necessary for the audience to know this, and does it justify being here? And I think it's interesting enough that it does.
Yeah, I think I prefer this one to the beginning of episode 1, because but I think that opening the series with this would have been too much, because it throws you in at the deep end. This only means anything because of the context of episode 1. this shows us pretty much exactly how the infected work, like what they are. It's literally a mushroom fungus thing that has almost replaced their nervous system. It's like grown around every part of them, and it pokes out their mouths to infect people. The only question that I have is it silly that a mushroom biologist would know that bombing a city is a good idea? Like, that seems... the point of having it makes sense to me. Like, obviously, it has a very obvious intent to have her say that. Is it silly, though, that this character could have any understanding as to what would be involved in doing that? And does it matter?
Well,
like,
as in bombing the city?
Well, yeah, like, it seems like asking a bus driver, like, how do we clear up the roads? And he says, bomb them. Like,
well, I mean,
you're a bus driver. Like, come on.
There's no other option. You imagine. Yeah, she's I think it's called a mycologist. Isn't
Yes.
It?
Yeah.
And she knows that there's no stopping it, in the same way that I think it's explored with John Hannah, that he says there's no winning. You will lose. So
sure.
That is your very last option to stop the spread.
Sure. Like, I mean, this is absolutely a nitpick, but I mean, I'll go at it for a moment longer, because yeah, she obviously the point of why that scene is there is to make clear that you cannot stop this unless you just go nuclear, essentially. However, like, she could have said, I don't know, march soldiers down the streets and pop everyone who looks like a zombie. Like, I would, at that point, kind of be asking the same question, like, why would they be taking advice in how to deal with this from a mushroom biologist?
Well, I mean, who better to ask?
Well, I mean, I would go with Military General Number 3, because, they're asking her
but he has no knowledge of
sure,
fungus or virus or anything.
Sure. Maybe I'm not explaining it properly, or maybe I'm very wrong on this, but my presumption here is that the military, or the powers that be, have contacted this mushroom biologist in order to find out what it is they're dealing with, so that they can decide what to do with it. But instead, they ask her, what should we do with it? And her solution is, let's bomb everything. Which, maybe that's the best move you have. It probably is the best move you have. But the fact that she said it, to me, was a bit jarring.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from now. Yeah, I think that obviously they have to establish what their options are and how likely they are to try and contain it. She says no. Then at that point, yes, you wouldn't ask her.
Yeah.
That's probably a fair statement.
Yeah. Okay. Right, now, skipping forwards.
Skipped boobage.
We've skipped the boobs, so we're good. We don't have to censor those out. Okay, so we are now at... Here we go, that's a good one. So in the present, Ellie explains to Joel and Tess that she is being transported west in hopes of being used to find a cure. So I assume that was explained to her when I said previously, because it must have been explained to her at some point.
Sorry, explain what?
That the reason why Ellie is being sent west is to find a cure. Because in this scene, she tells Tess and Joel, so it must have been conveyed to her from Marlene.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I assume that was obviously done off screen then, yeah, to Ellie.
Yeah, it could have been off screen. I forget, and we can't.
Also, I don't think they have to travel particularly far, because I think they get there this episode. It's literally a day's travel.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And then obviously plans change. So, discovering that the path... Oh, I'll get to that in a minute. So, comments about this scene is that obviously Ellie slept, because that's what people do, and she wakes up and Tess and Joel have not slept. They have been sat there watching her with a gun on her the entire time, because they do not trust her at all.
It really takes you by surprise, the kind of the quick cut. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
funny.
I really like it, because again, none of them have to say anything, and you know exactly why they've done what they've done.
Yeah, everything is very kind of believable here. Bella Ramsey's very good as well. It feels like you're sowing the seeds for Ellie, and you are to like her by this scene. Yeah, because Ellie, this is when she pretends, because Tess seems to kind of trust her, because she didn't turn during the night, and anyone would have turned in that amount of time. However, Joel is like ready to shoot her like at a moment's notice. And I believe at this point, Ellie like kind of pretends to, she goes like, wow, as if she's like transforming or whatever, but she's pulling a joke. Oh yeah, that's quite a good one. They use that in the trailer as well.
In the trailer for the show.
Yeah, I knew that one was coming somewhere.
Okay, I don't think I actually watched the trailer for the show, but I'm kind of glad I didn't.
I suppose a good thing to mention would be because, like you said about Tess, she seems to be quite maternal in a way, more so than she is in the game. Don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Is there any mention of anyone other than her having anyone other than Joel, or she lost a child, or anything like that, or no?
Not that I remember. I do know her backstory is that I think she was in the police or something along those lines, and she did have a husband and a son. And from what I've read, she had to shoot them both because they became infected.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of thing isn't necessary, but like I mean, I can believe that from the character that we see in the show, but like I can see why they maybe didn't explore that. But then they could have done. Like as we'll see when we go through the series, they spend a lot of time exploring almost minor characters, and spending quite a lot of time on them. So you could have had a Tess episode, like absolutely.
If anything, yeah, I'd add as well that in the game, that's going to be said quite a lot, that phrase.
Yes.
It isn't really touched upon how Joel and Tess are quite skeptical of Ellie's immunity. They almost take it at face value. And this kind of thing isn't explored where they are really skeptical. So I did quite like that addition.
So in the game, they pretty much just accept, oh, I guess she's immune then, let's go.
Yeah, it's not really explored, yeah.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, throughout this dialogue, it's kind of revealed that, well, or at least I believe Joel seems to think this to be the case, that the whole cure vaccine thing seems to have been attempted multiple times before and presumably failed. Whether that's true, I don't think we know, but Joel seems to think that this is the case, or he's pretending to think that this is the case in order to get out of doing anything, having anything to do with Ellie.
Yes.
And yeah, as I said, Ellie doesn't seem to take anything very seriously. She's sarcastic, plays jokes on Joel, who does not have any time for bullshit. So she seems to not care that Joel is not the kind of guy you should be playing practical jokes on, but she does it anyway, which is funny for us, but then it also, I guess, feeds into how naive she is.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
But
I did want to comment on Joel as well, because it is a theme that will go right up to the end episode where evidence of Joel's humanity, Exhibit 1, where Joel and Tess are discussing between themselves about if she does turn.
Yeah.
And Joel says to send her back to Fedra because better them than us when it comes to killing Ellie. So he clearly doesn't want to shoot her.
He says that in this scene?
Yes.
Okay, nice. I didn't remember that. That's a nice catch.
Yes.
So they decide to continue on their mission. Joel keeps an eye on Ellie. So I'll skip forwards and we can see. Oh yeah, they eat. She eats a sandwich, and yeah, here we go.
She asks for a gun as well.
Yeah, she asks for a gun, and they're like, "Lol, no," because obviously. So throughout all of this, Joel keeps hold of his rifle.
There's the building again.
That is the building. Joel keeps his rifle, and he is, I believe, at all times behind Ellie because he just does not trust her. He is escorting her with a gun. If she makes one wrong move, implication is that he will just shoot her.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have clocked that. I would have more assumed he was protecting her. But yeah, that makes complete sense.
Well, it could well be both, but I think it's important.
Probably that both, yeah.
Yeah, well, this shot right here breaks what I'm about to say potentially, but I think it's no accident that Tess is going first, then Ellie, and then Joel. Joel isn't the one leading the way.
Yeah, sure.
Although
also the image you just had,
yeah,
with the big crater in the ground was obviously a good nod to what happened in Jakarta.
Oh, the bombing.
How it genuinely did take place. Like they did try and contain the infection by bombing.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that. Maybe unless those fireflies have got some, Well,
I can't remember how and when it's specified, but they is at least alluded to that it did have some success. Bombing did have some success of containing the infection.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that it would, but if it spreads that quickly, then there's not really a huge amount you can do. Because with the Jakarta sequence, the woman who was infected and the corpse that was being looked at had gone on to bite, I think 3 or 4 more people that the cops then shot, but they don't know who bit this woman, which means that there is question. Yeah, there is no patient 0, which means that by that point in time, hundreds of people could be infected. which is why the whole bomb thing would likely be their only option.
Yeah, and even then, it's probably too late.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it would be worth a try, but probably wouldn't work.
It's just like, because it does draw a good kind of parallel with COVID, really, doesn't it? That you're not really given how accessible parts of the world are to everywhere now. You're just not containing that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that was tried at the beginning, but like, just imagine if COVID turns you into a mushroom zombie. Like,
Exactly. It's going to be in other countries before you can stop it.
Yeah, exactly. It is. If let's not go any further into that. I don't want to get
full COVID debate. Yeah,
I was gonna talk about how China handled it, but let's not go there. So
let's not.
Okay. So where were we? So Ellie, at some point during this adventure, tells Tess how she got bitten, which we later see in episode 7. I forget exactly how vague she is, but she, I believe, explains that she was with her friend, which was Riley, who was mentioned in the previous episode.
Oh yeah, she says she was in a shopping mall, I believe, and Tess is quite impressed.
Like, you must be brave to have gone into a shopping mall, kind of thing.
That's it. Yeah, Ellie looks very pleased with herself. Yeah.
Yeah. So then they enter the. Is this is a hotel or is it a museum? I forget which episode is which.
So they go through the hotel first, which is a very nice nod to the game. It actually plays out very similarly as well.
Yeah.
It's a later stage of the game where Tess has died by this point, and you're going through as Joel and Ellie actually does go up to the counter kind of after is it like a hotel concierge thing she's after?
Yes. She's like, bing bong, can I get some room service or whatever it is?
Yeah, and he's like, you're a weird kid.
Yeah.
And again, cause it felt slightly out of place. I think maybe it's slightly too early in the story, but yeah, it's still quite nice.
Yeah, I found it funny, but like, whether it's funny doesn't necessarily tell you whether it's good, because like, I mean, what I got from it character-wise is that it tells us that Ellie doesn't really have anything in the way of a survival instinct at this point, because she just wanders up to, like, there could be there could be anything hiding under the water there, and she just wanders off to the reception to play with a bell. Like,
yeah, and this is another kind of common theme, but it's just 14-year-old teenagers are idiots.
Yeah, I believe that she would do that. It's just, I don't know if that's what they were trying to convey, or if they were just trying to be like, it's joke time. I don't know.
Oh, actually, a point of that is, because I know you, Charles, and I knew you'd bring this up, because they do actually mention that this has still been a previous route for them, and that they do know this route.
Oh, Tess and Joel had previously been through this hotel.
Yes.
Okay.
They get to the museum, and obviously they don't plan on going through the museum, but their current way is blocked, so they have to go through the museum. And they say last time it's something about how they was infected in there last time, but generally this route has been okay. So yes, the hotel is, from what they know, from their perspective, it's safe.
Okay, so in that case, I think it's reasonable to assume that they would have told Ellie off screen that we've done this before. It's typically safe, but maybe watch out.
Yeah, that's fair to say. Yeah,
it's pretty reasonable there. So at some point during this, I will just keep skipping through until I get a nice image to pause on.
You get a little nice backstory conversation between the two of them, Joel and Ellie.
About what? Because I don't have a note on that.
Well, Joel is obviously very reluctant to give any kind of information about himself to Ellie, but it's while Tess is kind of finding them a way through, they have a nice little chat.
Oh yeah, this is when, that's right, Tess goes up here to look at a thing, and then we end up with Joel and Ellie together for the first time, just having a chat without Tess being there. Yeah.
Joel is somewhat forthcoming in ways. He's at least willing to talk with Ellie.
Well, because actually, saying that the first time we had this, where they were on their own, was the scene that you described in episode 1, where he was lying on the bed, like, I'm just going to sit here and do nothing, and she's like, what am I going to do? And he's like, I'm sure we'll work that out.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he has his back to her, but he does still have his rifle out. I mean, I feel like at this point he doesn't consider her to be a threat. But yeah, I could be swung either way on that, because he doesn't have eyes on her like he would if on anyone else that was infected.
Yeah, we know that the limit is 24 hours, so I think he's been with her for about that time now, hasn't he?
Like true, but again, best before dates, I feel like that would have been conservative. So I'm saying I don't think that it is impossible. I don't think that Joel could rule out at this point that Ellie may not still turn into a zombie. Like, pretty goddamn unlikely. But I'm saying, like, if her little toe was nibbled on by an infected squirrel, then, she could theoretically turn in like 3 days instead of 2, something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Like
but
that,
we do know if you're bitten on anywhere kind of on the torso, you got about 8 hours.
We know that going by the diagram. What I'm saying is that the diagram would have been conservative. It's not going to be absolute.
Yeah, sure. Well, it does. It gives a window of anywhere between 2 and 8 hours.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, okay. Maybe not then. Maybe they. Maybe they found someone and they timed it, because they could have done that absolutely in the 20 years preceding. So at some point during this conversation, or during this sequence where they're adventuring through the city, we learn that you're going to have stuff to say about this that I might not. We learn that if you step on a fungus in one place, it can alert a dozen infected elsewhere.
Okay. Is this the next? Is that the next scene?
It is mentioned, but I don't remember which scene it's in, so I'm not. I won't be able to find a visual reference for it. But
oh no, that is right. Yeah, because I've got in my notes got a hotel, and then the next scene is infected connected. Is what I've got.
Yeah, infected connected. That's a pretty good way to describe it.
Yes. So Tess basically says that a fungus grows underground, and if you step on the fungus in one place, you may alert other infected several miles away. Now, I thought it is obviously that's not in the game. I thought it was an interesting change, and I remember saying to you after we watched the episode, if they go somewhere with that, and it's not just some convoluted way of giving Tess a last hurrah and some dramatic way to go out, then okay, we'll completely accept that. But that is exactly what happened, and therefore my outlook on it is quite negative.
Yeah, I kind of don't see the point. It felt to me like a pointless change. I'll go into that when we actually get to the end of the episode, because it relates to that rather than this. But yeah, like it's a setup for a single payoff, and that single payoff could have happened by another means that I'll go into when we get there.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of it either, but like you say, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to Tess dying.
Yeah. So we see there's a big old pile of bodies right here, and then they don't appear to really be moving. They're just kind of rolling around on the floor. But the implication is that when you tread on one of the mushrooms somewhere, they'll all wake up and, well, they'll ree their way towards you.
Yes.
Okay, this building here, this would be the museum.
Great scene. Love this.
Yes, this was rather good. And we got mushrooms growing everywhere. So, when they go in, I don't know how careful they are not to tread on any mushrooms. But they go in, and it's all dark and spooky, and they find... Let me get the image. Here we go, this guy here. So he's been taken apart in a way that is beyond anything else that we have seen. I'll just read what happens. So, discovering the path to the State House is swarmed with infected, which is what we just saw. They cut through a history museum where they are attacked by blind infected known as clickers. And Ellie is bitten. Ellie, of course, is immune, so it doesn't really matter, but that's what happens. So I found it a little bit jarring that Ellie doesn't know what a clicker is. Like, they explain to her what a clicker is in order to explain to the audience, because Ellie is the audience surrogate at this point, and there would be no reason for Ellie or for Joel or Tess to tell the other what a clicker is, because they already know. So they're telling Ellie, but how believable is it that Ellie doesn't know what a clicker is?
Well, she refers to it when I think they're walking across the bridge. She refers to, I think it's both clickers and bloaters. She asks about infected that can hear like bats, and also infected that throw big spores at you like bombs, which is what bloaters do in the game. So she's obviously referring to clickers and bloaters in that point. And Joel and Tess kind of make a bit of a joke about it. They're like, oh shit, I hope they don't exist. So I think there's at least... Ellie is aware of rumours of these kind of things existing, but that's about it.
Okay. I mean, I think it's more than reasonable to say that she's probably never seen one, because we learn later that she basically lived her entire life in quarantine.
Well, the one she came across with Riley, I think...
oh, yes.
It very much looks like a stalker, which is they're not mentioned in this, but in the game, they're kind of halfway between a normal infected and a clicker.
Okay, I'll have to wait until we get there because if, like, again, stalkers, I don't, without playing a what's canonical and what's not game, I don't know what a stalker is. And
I think it'd be fair to say they're kind of irrelevant in the game because or in the series, their behavior is quite drastically different from normal infected and clickers in the game and the series. So I think it's probably a good decision they didn't include at least the behavior of stalkers. We can say that it's just something between an infected and a clicker.
Okay,
maybe not call it a stalker. Yeah.
Well, the question is then if what attack the infected that was in episode 7, if that is a clicker, or if Ellie believes it to be a clicker, then that means that this scene is unjustified exposition because she's like, "Oh, what's a click? What do they do?" And they're like, "Shush, you idiot! You got to be quiet." And if she's already encountered one and knows how they work, then that wouldn't really make much sense.
Well, she hasn't encountered a clicker yet.
The one in episode 7, does that not behave like a clicker?
No. So a clicker
okay.
is when the infected basically loses its eyesight and it has to click for kind of it's described as echolocation in the game. I think they've wisely gone against that in the series, and I think Joel, when explaining, he just says they can't see but they can hear, and that's all he says, because I don't think the echolocation is actually accurate as to how they act.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, it may well be that Ellie has not encountered the clicker. Then if that was not a clicker, then I'm happy to accept that she hasn't encountered one. In terms of how they're set up, they are, Joel and Tess are shit scared of them, understandably. They're set up to be very, very scary and very dangerous. And they're told, you literally have to whisper, because if they're in the same building as you, they might know where you are. And, well, while I'm skipping forward, do you have anything further to say about this? Because, I mean, they're standing on a whole load of mushroomy-looking stuff.
Just to build upon what you said about clickers, really, I think in episode 5, Henry mentions that Joel and Ellie have come across 2 clickers before, and he kind of makes the statement of, "And you're still alive," like, holy shit.
Henry and Sam, you mean? Or
yes.
Sorry, Joel is surprised that Henry and Sam had come across clickers and survived.
The other way around. Henry kind of makes the remark of, "Oh wow, you've come across 2 clickers and you're still alive, so you guys can handle yourselves."
Okay. Yeah, so
they're definitely universally known as to be you probably not coming out alive if you see one.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. This is, I mean, it's about probably as good a shot as we're going to get without actually pressing play. So the clickers are slow until they know where you are, at which point they're rabid. They take multiple bullets to bring down. A headshot ain't going to do it. Which I forget if that remains consistent, but for this scene, they are substantially more durable than zombie number 3.
Yeah, that's definitely accurate.
You have to blow them to pieces in order to actually survive, which I remember that being how it worked in the game. Am I pretty much bang on there?
Yeah, that's exactly how it goes. Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say they're by far the best enemy in the game in terms of the kind of tension they bring to like a scene and how you have to play around them.
Yeah, it changes how you play in the game, and in terms of like their design, because the bloater is rarer. Like, there's 2 of them in the game, I think.
Yeah, I think there's 2. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like a 2-off boss fight. Whereas the clickers are an enemy type that just change how you play, because in particular, if there is clickers and non-clickers, some of them can see you, but some of them can only hear you, kind of thing. So if you use your gun to take out the quick ones, the clickers will know where you are.
Yeah, exactly. I think I remember watching a YouTube video where it was kind of analysing the game, and it basically touched upon how interesting that overlap is, where you've got enemies that can't, or you're not allowed to be seen by certain enemies, and you're not allowed to be heard by other enemies. And when they're both in the same area, it does lead to some quite interesting scenarios. Yeah,
Alien Isolation does a similar thing, because the alien has extremely heightened senses, like compared to the humans and the droids in the game, which means if you come across some humans, you could potentially bait them into shooting you, which will then make lots of noise and attract the alien. So that might be good or bad, but it means that you're dealing with multiple factors at once, multiple enemy types at once that can attack each other. And sometimes you might want them to attack each other.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think it's probably something of a missed opportunity where both the series and the game almost missed out, where you have both infected and human enemies in the same area where you can play them off against each other.
Does that ever happen in the series? I don't think it does.
I don't think so. I think,
I got one example in episode 5, but we'll come to that.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that does happen, yeah. But, I think in the game, it only happens in the DLC, and then it is... I feel like they almost kind of remembered in the second game, oh, yeah, we could probably do that.
Yeah. Okay, so, this whole sequence, I thought it was very well done. It reminded me, probably for obvious reasons, of the Velociraptor kitchen scene in Jurassic Park. Because they're sneaking around trying to be as quiet as possible, and then I think Joel accidentally touches a thingy, and then the clicker immediately knows where he is. He I won't be able to play it, obviously, but it just leaps across. It knows exactly where he is because he touched a piece of glass.
Oh, I think it was Ellie, because she's standing there absolutely shitting herself.
Okay.
Which I really enjoyed it because she has given it the big un at some points in the game, like against Joel when he's got his foot on a knife. Doesn't come across as very scared, but this is the real deal now.
Yeah.
And yeah, she does not know what to make of it, really.
Yeah.
And I think it's just her breathing actually that gives it away.
So one of them definitely stands on or touches something. It's like in Jurassic Park, it's like they drop the pan on the floor and it shows the velociraptors. It's like one of them crunches a piece of broken glass or something, and then it's just dead silent for about a 2-second gap, and then the clicker is on them. Which I thought that was great because you have the momentary like, oh shit, like wait, has it seen? And then it's on you. I thought that was well done. Like the 2 other notes that I have for this scene is that in spite of how durable the clickers are, being in a wrestling match with one is not insta lose, whereas in the game it is. I
feel like that's more of just a kind of game mechanic. Yeah,
like I'm not going to say it's bad because it's different to the game, but I was surprised when Joel ended up in a wrestling match with one, and because I was expecting that would not be something that you would ever let happen. But it happens, and he survives because they're able to overpower it.
Yeah, although to be fair, both Tess and Ellie do get bitten.
That's true. I hadn't revealed yet that Tess gets bitten because she does not reveal it during this scene, but yes, both Ellie and Tess both get bitten during this scene. So it isn't like they come out without a scratch, which is something that I'm very familiar with at the moment because I'm midway through covering the Hobbit movies, and the number of fight scenes where they're just fighting cartoon monsters, and 5 minutes later they're all absolutely fine. There's not a scratch on them. It's immensely frustrating because it just down levels the tension because you don't believe that anyone can ever take damage.
Yeah, if anything, that's probably a good point to make about The Last of Us. In maybe they use the infected a bit too sparingly, but they use them sparingly enough that it does genuinely bring tension to the scene.
Yeah, it's similar to the White Walkers in Game of Thrones in that when they're there, because they're not, there are long stretches of the show where they're not there, but when they're there, you pay attention.
yeah, definitely.
Because as do the characters, because it's like I know that there's the meme of like, oh, they're coming. And then at the end of season 3, it's like, oh, they're still coming.
That
it's
the White Walkers, right?
Yeah, the White Walkers, where it's like, I think it's the end of season 2, where it's like, oh shit, their army's marching towards the wall, and then it takes them 5 seasons to get there.
Yes.
Which is but it generally speaking, I think they've done pretty well, at least until the final couple of seasons. The only other note I have here on this scene, which is a nitpick, is that the clickers have super acute hearing, but they don't actually seem to hear anyone moving around until they stand on something. Like,
yeah, I think so. They first hear Ellie's breathing, and then there's a bit of a kind of lull where the clickers are then looking for Joel, and he stands there reloading his gun, moving, which is clearly making noise. Like it's definitely audible, and the clicker doesn't seem to notice. So it seems to be slightly inconsistent. But yeah, a little bit of a nitpick, and it is also a great scene where he is reloading his gun. He doesn't have vision of the clicker, and he does kind of creep up on him.
Okay. Oh yes.
Really enjoyed that.
Yeah. Well, that was. I won't get it up, but it's when I thought they were going to do the classic double take where the camera moves and then it comes back and the clicker's right there, and they do that. Yeah. But it's not done as a like it's there and it's jumping on him. It's like it's just standing there because it doesn't know where he is. So it It
kind of doesn't know where he is. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of. I thought it was an interesting subversion of a a trope because it was the camera movement was leading you to expect that something was going to happen, and then it kind of does, but it's also a little bit of a different twist on it.
Yeah, I liked it, and I like kind of Joel's little sigh. As if, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the end of the clicker scene. They are able to defeat the clickers, and broadly speaking, I would say that scene was a success.
Yeah, very good. I enjoyed it.
So, cutting forwards.
Yeah, little moment here.
Oh yeah, go on.
Where again, this is taken from the game where they walk across the plank after the museum, and I think if you skip forward a little bit more, there's a shot of Ellie and Joel both. Yeah, there it is, looking out at the Capitol building, and it's a really kind of nice moment in the game, and it also echoes because the camera completely does a 180 and it shows you their faces. It very much echoes the kind of the giraffe scene later on.
Yes,
it's a nice callback during the giraffe scene to that. It almost like reflects kind of a how far we've come from this point on, which I quite liked.
Yeah, I love that kind of thing because it's not just done to be like to the audience like, oh look, it's a thing. Remember when this happened? It's that Ellie remembers this and she repeats what she said at this point in time.
Yes, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she does repeat the dialogue.
Yeah,
and I also made a note about I'm not even going to try and pronounce his surname. Gustavo's score from the game. It's also playing. It's a really nice moment.
Yes, yeah. The music in this show and the games, from what I remember of it, is excellent.
Oh, it's definitely one of the biggest highlights of the game.
Yeah, they made the right move bringing him back.
100%, yeah.
Because they could have easily Hollywooded it, and I don't think there's really any quote unquote conventional Hollywood-esque musical score in this, like, you know, with big strings and brass and the epic, you know, cookie cutter soundtrack kind of thing. I don't think there's any of that in this. I think it's all very sort of subdued. It's not quite flamenco guitar, some of it, but it's.
I made a note of what it was called. One sec. I think it begins with an R. It's obviously Spanish, but I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, flamenco is something different, but yeah, it's a particular type of acoustic guitar or classical guitar playing, and it's generally just guitars. Like there's going to be ambient sounds in the soundtrack, but a lot of the themes, or all of the themes that I can remember, are just a guitar on its own.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I would just add as well, because we don't actually get the kind of game section of Bill. There is a kind of really, what's the word, kind of grand moment with the score, I suppose, where it is quite actiony, but it's still quite understated, like the score is.
In the game?
Yes.
Okay. Because
I really enjoyed. I was almost disappointed they didn't include it, but there wasn't really good opportunity to use it.
Okay, I was going to say, because the fact that you mentioned Bill, there's a big exemption to what I just explained. There's a very particular piece of music used in that episode.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's very much goes against what I just said, but it's used very deliberately, I think. Okay, and then they arrive at the State House and they find that the Fireflies are dead, which I will try to get up on screen now. So this was where Ellie was supposed to be taken originally. This is what the original plan was, which obviously went horribly wrong.
Yes.
So they were only supposed to actually bring her this far. And then they found that things went rather wrong. So,
how many whiskeys have you had? You sounded proper pissed up just then.
No, I'm not. I have not been on the whiskey yet. I've got some whiskey here preemptively, but I've only had like.
Oh, you haven't been on the whiskey?
No,
okay.
I've been on the cider.
Oh, okay. Yep, fair enough.
Yes. Okay, so the Fireflies are all dead, and Tess reveals that she was bitten by one of the clickers. Obviously, she knows what that means, and Ellie's bite starts to heal, which confirms to Joel and Tess that she is legit, and that she is not lying about her whole immunity thing, and they have visual proof that she is in fact immune.
Yeah, I think just to touch on that quickly, when Tess reveals that she's infected, and she goes towards Joel flinches, which I think goes to show how ingrained it is.
Yeah.
Whenever you see or hear someone that's infected, you don't go anywhere near them, full stop, even if it is someone you've had a relationship for like 20 years.
Yeah, it makes sense that it would be that kind of reaction. So, yeah, I mean, this is the build up to the Tess Tess's glorious death scene. So yeah, here we go. So there's a whole bunch of corpses all over the ground, and one of them starts moving and growling and grumbling and crawling towards them because it's a zombie. And Joel walks up to it and shoots it.
I remember. Oh, you hated this. I remember.
Yeah. So this is what I was mentioning earlier. So what happens is that Joel shoots the infected, and because of all of the what was set up previously with the if you tread on a fungus somewhere, it'll attract all the others. There's some kind of hive mind bullshittery that goes on, and it summons a load of zombies because they detect that one is dead, seems to be the implication. You could have just not done that and had them be attracted to the noise of Joel's gun. Either way, whichever way you do it, I think that Joel using a gun to kill this crippled infected, because it's not like it's running at them. It's not like he doesn't have a choice. I think it's pretty dumb. Because there could be a clicker up. Yeah, there could be a clicker upstairs. He has no idea. Like all he knows is that there's about 6 or 7 corpses right here, and one of them is crawling towards him because it's a mushroom boy.
I think it's things like this where it's going to show the series, in my opinion, won't age particularly well because of moments like this.
Yeah, like I could believe maybe that. I could believe that a character would do this. I don't believe that Joel or Tess would do this because they're supposed to be experienced. They're supposed to be, to some degree, intelligent. They have been in situations like this before, is very much the implication. But no, Joel just walks up to one, bang, massively loud noise, and like I said, there could be 3 more zombies upstairs. Like,
indeed.
Yeah.
When I say it won't age well, I mean because when I first watched it, it's almost like the thrill of seeing one of your favourite games brought to life, and I'm sure a lot of other people had that kind of experience as well. Once you get over that, it's moments like these where you think, hang on a minute, and it won't quite rank up there with some of the really great series that we've seen over the last few years. Yeah,
it's kind of the difference between viewing something emotionally versus viewing something critically.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you can kind of do both to some degree, but, I mean, typically if you're extremely emotionally invested in something, and then the payoff is maybe not as good as it could otherwise have been, you're less likely to notice because your brain is doing the emotions.
So, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, so on the scene, I don't get it. I didn't mind it the first time because it was almost like I didn't really clock. But yeah, considering what we just listened to in the scene before, it feels like any time you kill an infected, you're rolling the dice with what turns up. It seems utterly stupid.
That seems to be the implication, which means, I mean, well, really, in that case, what they should have done with the knowledge that they have is maybe chop its legs off or something, but it's like it's literally crawling towards them. They could just leave. I mean, obviously, like Tess has been bitten, so that they need to work out what they're doing with her. But they could just leave.
Yeah, 100%.
This thing here is not a threat. And the only reason why any of the others become a threat... I mean, I guess the steel man for this is that it doesn't end up mattering. Because...
Sorry, steel man?
You're familiar with what a straw man is?
Yes.
So a steel man would kind of be the opposite, where you try and represent the other side in as best faith possible.
Okay.
So yeah, the Steelman argument against what we're saying, I feel like, would be that it doesn't matter because the outcome of this scene is that Tess dies. Like, there is no way that Tess survives regardless of what Joel does here. They could leave, but they still have to deal with Tess. So it does lead to a decent enough scene of Tess going out in a blaze of glory. The problem that I have with it is that it requires that Joel act arguably like an idiot in order to make there be more infected so that Tess can go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, exactly. It feels completely contrived, this scene, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, all I've got next for my notes is that Tess lures the infected, or I should say, Joel lures the infected, because it should be clear here, their plan, at the point when Joel shot this one in the head, their plan was not to draw the infected to them. But once he has done that, they realize, oh, wait a minute, that means that the infected are coming. And then their plan becomes Tess goes out in a blaze of glory. So
Yes.
Joel goes and checks, and he's like, "They're here." Who could have seen that coming? And then Tess prepares a load of grenades and bombs and that kind of thing, and Joel and Ellie run away.
I mean, there's a little bit of dialogue before that takes place, and I feel like it's actually a good change from the game in terms of what we were talking about with Tess's character earlier, where they make her more of a, I suppose, passive character compared to Joel, and the fact that she wants Ellie to be taken to the Fireflies, it feels like it makes more sense in
Yes.
in this. Yeah, she is a more compassionate character.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I did make a note of that. Tess convinces Joel that Ellie is worth the risk and that he needs to deliver her. Like she essentially makes him promise to her on her deathbed, essentially, like, promise me that you'll take her somewhere. Does she say take him to Tommy?
Sorry,
is that what his plan is at this point? Because his plan was to go and find Tommy anyway.
It is in the game. I can't remember the dialogue in the series.
Okay. Well, because at this point, his intention is to go to Bill, and at that point, I guess, drive to Tommy. And the idea being that Tommy would have connections with his old Firefly buddies that could then do whatever these guys should have done with Ellie.
Yeah, that is the plan, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, at this point, Joel has been convinced by Tess because, like, he respects Tess and trusts her, and she believed that Ellie was worth the risk. So that
it comes across that way, yeah.
For the moment, that seems to be what's informing Joel's decision, because had Tess not done that, I think it's probably, well, I mean, it's a coin flip, or it's unlikely, you could probably argue, that Joel would continue having anything to do with Ellie.
Yeah, Joel is very reluctant. He's quite set on just giving up.
Yeah.
We tried.
Like, he might be nice enough to take her back to the QZ, but probably not even the same QZ because he killed a guy there.
True.
But, like, you know, he might get her to safety, but without Tess convincing him, I'm unsure.
No, I think it's probably fair to say he would at least escort her to somewhere safe. I don't think he's that heartless.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it might be a case of, like, I'm going this way, you can follow me if you like. It might be that kind of thing, rather than I need to deal with this child.
The series version of Joel would definitely escort her to somewhere safe.
Okay, yeah, I could be convinced either way on that. So then, Zombie basically infects Tess, or, like, gives her a...
Oh, yeah, I found this so weird.
Yeah, I've seen people say that there's a problem with this. I don't really have a problem with this, like, because Tess is not acting in a threatening manner, so it doesn't need to jump her and rip her to pieces. It's like, ooh, I can infect you, and it does. Like, that's all it's trying to do. And
yeah, sure. It's the only time you really see infected act like this, though.
Yes, but it's the only time that it was given that the infected people were given a chance to act like this. Because every other time, they're not going for people that are already dead, essentially, because Tess has already been bitten.
Yeah, that is true. I feel like I'm slightly skeptical, having listened to Craig Mazin and Neil Druckmann talk about this scene, where they say that they shot this almost like romantically, like he's coming up to her quite what's the word?
Seductively? Because I mean, I'm looking at a mushroom man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but obviously he's kind of gradually approaching her. It's quite tender, I suppose you would say, and that's the way they shot it. And I almost think like, oh, they got far too involved in this at this point.
I'm not sure what you could draw out of this scene. There is, I mean, obviously there's nothing romantic about this scene, and in terms of, like,
well, that's how they shot it.
I know, but that's what I mean. Is like when you choose to shoot something like that, it's typically for a reason.
Yes, exactly. That was my kind of point. It's like you could play like Lady in Red in the background, and it still doesn't really add anything. It's just fucking weird. It's obviously really disturbing.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. They could have gone about this in a completely different way, but it allows. I mean, for one, it's horrifying, and it's not. We haven't seen this happen before. And it also means that Tess is conscious enough to actually be able to light the lighter and then make everything go boom.
Yeah, I felt that was just an old kind of trope that I really hate.
Where the lighter doesn't work until...
Yeah, constantly trying to light it at the final moment.
Well, I wouldn't mind... honestly, I don't mind
I
that.
don't mind it that much, but...
I see what you're saying. But
yeah.
it is more of a problem. Excuse me. It is more of a problem because she's surrounded by grenades and other explosives. She could have been holding a cocked grenade instead
exactly,
of using a lighter. Like the reason for the
I mean, it's just plain stupid. Yeah,
and, I mean, unless the lighter, the way around that would be maybe to establish that there is some maybe the lighter belonged to her, like her husband who's now dead or whatever. So there's kind of like a connection like Ellie has with the knife. Then maybe it would have symbolic meaning. Whereas, as even if the literal meaning doesn't necessarily make complete sense, you at least have the symbolism to kind of fall back on. But
that could be true, but obviously we don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know. I don't even know if she picked up the lighter 5 minutes ago. Maybe you see her with it earlier, and maybe you could read that into the show. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, I also read a couple of things where there's a moment where Tess stops trying to light it, almost as if she's succumbing to the infection, which I found quite interesting.
I think she stops trying to, because she tries a whole bunch of times, and then it kisses her, and then she stops, but then she tries it one more time, as if it's like her.
She's jolted back to reality almost.
Yeah, kind of. It's like, if this doesn't work, I'm done. But she's done anyway. All she's trying to do is buy some time for everyone else. Speaking of, given that her objective is to buy some time, she doesn't really keep anyone in any of the zombies in the building. I'm only just now realizing this.
Most of them just run past her.
Yeah, Ellie and Joel they walk right out the back door, and no one's following them because they're just not.
Yeah, I mean, the image you got up kind of summarizes that, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, like there's zombies everywhere. There's theoretically hundreds of them, and even if Tess got a good chunk of them, there should be some. But I guess they're not there because the script said that now it's safe. But yeah, I feel like the Tess scene could have gone down differently. It could have been presented in a different way, and it would have been better.
Yeah, from what you said about them changing things and improving it, it's definitely the opposite for this one. It was by far superior in the game.
How does it go down in the game?
So you have Fedra chasing you, and again, listening to their reasoning of why they didn't include Fedra, it makes sense that they didn't want Fedra out this far outside of a QZ, because their reasoning was, well, why are they out that far? Because it's obviously quite a scary place and it's quite risky. But it was a pretty poor replacement, I'd say.
Well, I mean, there's another way around that, though, is because you don't have to have. I agree that keeping Fedra confined to their own area makes more sense than just having them roaming the wastelands chasing people. But that doesn't mean that they have to do what they did. What they could have done, which they do a few other times during the series, is have it just be a peaceful death, or have it be where Joel has to execute Tess. You could do that. Sure. It doesn't have to be an action scene. It doesn't have to be a heroic blaze of glory type moment. It could be, because then that would convey to the audience exactly what the consequences are of this kind of thing, and how easily someone can be forced to kill their friend, or potentially more than friend, of however many years.
Yeah, I think this was the writers very much trying to have their cake and eat it, where they wanted the really big, iconic moments from the game, but they also wanted to change things around a bit. And having them both together doesn't really work particularly well.
Yeah, I can see that. So, that's the end of episode 2. And that, I don't really have any other comments on episode 2. I don't think it was as strong as episode 1. But I think overall it's probably one of the stronger episodes, would be my conclusion on it. Yeah,
I think the first 3 episodes really gave me quite high hopes for the series, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. Right. In that case, I am going to load up episode 3 onto the OBS.
I have very few notes for this episode.
I have some, so I might be doing most of the talking on this one. So,
okay.
The beginning. Joel and Ellie begin the hike to meet with Bill and Frank. Ellie sees evidence of the government's execution of innocents during the early days of the pandemic. So what I got from this notes-wise at the beginning is that Joel is super pissed off that Tess is dead, and Ellie immediately kind of deals with that by saying, you don't blame me. It's not even saying, I'm sorry, you can't blame me. She says directly, don't blame me. This was not my fault.
I definitely like that.
Yeah, like she's totally upfront with him, and she says, you and Tess knew what you were doing, so this isn't on me. This happened as a result of your own choices, which I like.
Joel seems to accept that, yeah.
Yeah, he almost seems to respect that she had the balls to tell him that. At one point during this sequence, she asks him for a gun for, I think, the second time this would be.
Yes.
And he refuses because he's not interested in having a child with a gun that he has to worry about. Like he's got enough to deal with. And skipping forward a little bit, they end up going to a safe house. Yeah, here we go. So we get.
I remember you had some comments on this.
Yeah, I don't know whether you'll agree with much of this, but first of all, we got the Mortal Kombat bit where she diddles around with the Mortal Kombat machine, which is, I guess, a setup for episode 7 or possibly the other way around
nice
chronologically.
Nod. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So Joel. The fact that this is a safe house for Joel would suggest that Joel knows that it is safe. It turns out not to be safe. He tells Ellie that she can just kind of go and have a look around, and she opens a little trapdoor. She goes down into the basement, and there is an infected right there trapped in rubble. It's still alive. I don't know if we can conclude anything about how long it's been there. But the fact that it's there means that this location is not safe. Either because Joel is very cautious, typically, in the series and in the game, from what I remember. So this being here kind of seems at odds with what we know about him.
I think that's maybe a slightly harsh criticism of Joel. You could at least reason that might not have been there last time. Maybe that came down. I think he does say it's been a couple of years since he's been there.
Possibly, but then the question that, you know, had he gone in there saying, this is my safe house, but it's been a couple of years, let me go in first and make sure everything's okay, then I would have no sense. Yeah, then I'd have no problem with this. But he wanders in as if it's like his house, and then there's an infected there. Like, Ellie could have been killed here, and that would have been entirely on Joel.
Sure, I did write down in my notes that maybe Joel was unaware of that hatch.
I don't think that's reasonable. It's, if I rewind... it is just kind of right there. It's not even like a secret door. And even if it is a secret door, he uses it as a safe house. Like he's going to know about it. Yeah,
potentially that hatch is sealed and he hasn't gone down there, and he's maybe not expecting Ellie to go down there, because you got to be an idiot to go down there. Surely, just looking at that image for a start.
Maybe, but then he lets her go down there. Like if he'd reacted,
I don't think he knows she's down there.
Well, he says, like, you can wander around and you can do whatever you like. Let's see how it goes.
Again, I don't think he knows. He doesn't make any kind of recognition that she's down there, and we do know he is slightly deaf as well.
Okay,
is explained later on.
I feel like is it possible that she could have gone down there without him knowing? I think that's possible, but I think it should have been acknowledged by the show, because afterwards she comes back out and doesn't mention it at all.
Yeah, maybe.
So
I've also got written down that Joel's inattentive dadness shines through, which is very kind of how he was with Sarah as well, where he's almost like a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of thing is fine with like normal parenting, but this isn't normal parenting. This is post-apocalypse. Sure. So, yeah. So Ellie finds an incapacitated infected and stabs it in the face.
That's quite an interesting part.
Yeah, so what I've got written here, is this a dumb move, given that the previous episode established the whole hive mind thing, meaning that by stabbing it in the face when she did not need to do that, she has potentially just alerted hundreds of infected as to where exactly they are.
Yep, that makes complete sense.
And that is not acknowledged by the show whatsoever, so the only thing I can get from that is that was a mistake. Because there are no consequences for what she does here. Like, that, no more infected are seen through this entire episode. But, and like that might be fine. It's like, oh, maybe she was lucky. But neither character acknowledged that risk was even there.
Yeah, this is why I went on to hate the previous scene more and more.
The one where Joel shoots the infected.
Where Tess explains that there's fungus in the ground and it can hook up. Because, yes, it is... There's never any consequences for it apart from that scene. Yeah,
it only facilitates that, and like I said, you could have facilitated that with a gunshot. You just have to change around the scene so that it isn't a crawling guy on the floor. It's one that has just run at Joel like a berserker from upstairs, and he doesn't have time to react, so he just gets his gun out, bang, and he's like, fuck, I just made a loud noise, and then all the zombies start coming. That would be the way you do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, sure.
That would be the way around that. Or it would be a way around that. yeah, so after the safe house scene, here we go. That's a rather nice shot. So Ellie sees an airplane, and obviously she's never been in one, and Joel's like, it's not that special. It's just you're in the air a bit. And then they find a mass grave, which Joel had been trying to steer Ellie away from, and she's like, "Can it hurt me?" And he says, "No." So then they keep going that way, and then Ellie sees a mass grave.
Just on the plane quickly.
Yep.
It's I think it's the beginning of, at least to the audience anyway, Ellie's interest in space. And one of the big endearing parts of Ellie, like I mentioned earlier, was watching her experience things for the first time. It's such a novelty just seeing a plane to her.
Yeah, well, the scene with her in the car, which I think is in this episode.
Yes, yeah, another great shout. Yeah,
yeah.
Which why it's just why I enjoy watching Ellie.
Yeah, definitely. Reminds me, have you seen the movie Room with Brie Larson?
Years ago, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that kind of thing. Because the idea is there's this kid he hasn't been outside for like 8 years, and he's 8 years old, and he experiences what the floor is like. And it's like, that's just such a normal thing, because I forget exactly, like he's been on a carpet his entire life, so he doesn't know what like a laminated floor feels like on his feet, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so they see a mass grave, and Joel explains that, yeah, the government kind of did this because they're douchebags sometimes. And then we flash back to 2007, which would be, 4 years after the first outbreak?
Yeah, which flashback is this? I completely forgot.
This is the whole Bill thing. This is where they. Oh no, this is 2003.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I wrote that down wrong. I was going to say there's no way it was 4 years after the outbreak that they were evacuating. So this is 2003, after the outbreak has started, but before the shit has actually properly hit the fan and society has degraded. So.
Give us your thought, because I have not seen Nick Offerman in anything else. So
neither had I. Neither had I. So
really?
Yeah,
okay.
So I knew who he was because of I believe he's in The Office. I think he's in some sitcom. I don't know. And
I think it's Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Rec. Okay, and he's a meme character. Like he's used in various memes. And I find those memes funny.
He's the dude where. Do the line, God, do the line. Is he that one?
No, I don't know if I'd be able to find any now, but yeah, there's a couple of clips, like viral clips that went around of him. So I'm familiar with who he is, and the very kind of like his kind of deadpan style is quite amusing. And he kind of looks like Bill from the game. Like I feel like it was when I heard that he was playing Bill, I was like, okay, I could see that. So
yeah, 100%.
He seems to be some kind of prepper would be the word, I guess. He's got this insane basement filled with guns, and he just seems to be a yeehaw trucks and guns Texan. Is this actually in Texas? No, this wouldn't be in Texas, would it?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, because they start off in Boston and they are traveling to Wyoming.
Yeah, it's not. It can't be Texas then.
So it'd be somewhere in between them two, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so basically the government, or Fedra at this point, because we saw that Fedra existed at this point, which is interesting. They evacuate Bill's town. Bill, however, does not go with them. He stays in his little bunker, and he is not discovered. And he is then left on his own in a deserted village. So we got, paint on the door, which seems to indicate that it's empty. The house is empty, I guess.
I imagine so.
I can't read what that says. I can't read what that says. So yeah, Bill is here, having prepped for however long it's been for this exact scenario. He's now in exactly this scenario.
Yeah, I felt like this was kind of, we've all had this daydream.
Yeah,
exactly what you'd do.
So he just goes around doing exactly what you might do, and he sets up fences around the village, around the town. The power gets cut off quicker than he had expected, and he then goes to the power plant and works out how to switch a generator back on. So he seems to be practical, capable, and self-sufficient. Like he knows what he's doing. He's not useless.
By this point, I'm expecting that. Oh, okay, yeah, we get to see Bill's backstory. Awesome, and then it would continue as to how it goes in the game.
Yeah,
but it very quickly jumps to, I think, Frank appearing.
Yeah, so he we get try and get an image for it. So this part at the beginning here is kind of like a tongue-in-cheek isn't the right word, but it's very lighthearted. The music is very obviously lighthearted, and
good change of pace.
Yeah, it's a bit of levity, and you're seeing this guy who's prepared for this all his life getting exactly what he wants, arguably. Like, he seems to be more at home on his own than having to deal with people knocking on it. He seems like the kind of guy who would not speak to his neighbors. He's the weird guy who lives in his doomsday bunker. Like,
you don't speak to your neighbors either.
No, well, occasionally I speak to my neighbors. My neighbors are all right. I'm not Bill.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so he ends up setting up cameras with traps and a motorized gate as part of an electric fence, which he has set up with various bits and bobs from the hardware stores in his town. So he's closed it off entirely, and he seems, the implication seems to be that he has absolute vision of everything from his bunker. And the reason why I'm pausing on this particular image is because it will become relevant later. He wines and dines on his own, and he seems to enjoy good food and good wine. So he's not just, he takes care of himself, is the point that I'm making. Then, yeah, here we see he's watching on his monitors. This is a zombie that walks into a tripwire, and I believe it gets, we're not going to see it, but it gets exploded by the tripwire, or shotgun in the face or something. That's really all we see of his traps, apart from Frank, when we see Frank in a minute. So, a question that I don't know how valid of a criticism this is, that short scene right there is the only explanation that this episode gives to Bill being not being attacked by infected. It's like, well, we saw it once, and one came, and it was like there was a tripwire. So I guess there's just tripwires everywhere, and you kind of expected to accept that. From that point on, he's attacked by raiders once that we see. I don't know if we can infer that it happened multiple times.
Okay.
So they show it once to be like, this did happen, and we're not just ignoring that there are infected there. But I'm not sure if they did a sufficient job. But then it might get repetitive, because you see this for however many years. We don't need to see infected falling into holes every 5 minutes. So I'm not.
To be fair, they could have gone down the almost like the Zombieland zombie kill of the week kind of route. That would have been quite cool.
That would have been a bit derivative if they had done it like that. But yeah,
I feel like it went down that route anyway. To a certain extent with this,
potentially, but then once Frank arrives, like at the beginning, you absolutely could do that, where he's like tallying up zombie kills on his whiteboard to be like, and then maybe tweaking his traps because he's trying to get like a multi-kill, or that kind of thing. Because at this point, it's very lighthearted and upbeat.
Yes.
Where Bill is enjoying his new life, and we're kind of enjoying watching it as well because he seems to be having fun. Then we cut forward 4 years to 2007. And we meet Frank. So Frank, let me find him. Where are you, Frank? So Frank had left Baltimore. Here we go. And he stumbled into one of Bill's holes. Is
that where they are? Baltimore?
No, that's where Frank said that he came from. But I don't, again, my knowledge...
You imagine it would be quite close to there.
Yeah, my knowledge of US geography is not great. But also Frank could have been lying when he said that, because I think he says that quite often.
I think it's still on the East Coast.
Could be.
Near Philadelphia, I think. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. So it's potentially lucky because Frank seems to not be anywhere near as capable as Bill. Like Bill is. Frank has his skills, but then,
dude's useless. He's got caught in.
Yeah.
What is it, like a T-Rex size hole?
Yeah. It's pretty lucky potentially that Frank didn't stumble into a tripwire and get shotgunned. Because, I mean, if he can't see a hole, he's not seeing a tripwire. And that obviously would have completely changed how the episode goes down. So, yeah, Bill is very paranoid, but he reluctantly lets Frank out of the hole because Frank is able to convince him that he's not a threat. And Bill tests him with one of these infected thingies, and Frank is green, so he's good to go.
Green good.
Yeah, green is good. So Bill keeps his gun on him for most of this, as far as I can remember. He brings him clothes, so he lets Frank use his shower, and he brings him a change of clothes, and he promises him food. And before Frank enters the house, he's like, well, I guess it'll just be like a raw squirrel or something. And then
Yeah, by this point, I'm still expecting Frank to screw him over, even though
yes,
I know from the game that they do end up doing something together. It's left a lot more vague in the game. But yeah, by this point, you're still almost on Bill's side, where you're very dubious about this guy.
yeah, I didn't remember Frank at all from the game because again, I played it however many years ago it was, and the only reference for Frank in the game is a letter that you can find. It's optional, right? It's not compulsory.
You do find Frank. He's hung himself by that point, though.
But that's not an optional thing. That's like you are going to see that when you play the game.
Yeah, you do come across that in the game, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I completely forgot that was a thing. Yeah, so Bill then brings him a nice home-cooked meal, and Frank is very... I mean, he seems to be blown away because he's been living in the woods for however long it takes to get from Baltimore to wherever this is, and he fell in a trap.
Understandable.
So, yeah, he's very much like, holy shit, this is incredible. And then after having some wine, this I didn't like, but I think I now do. Because...
The piano scene.
Yeah, the piano scene. Because what I was thinking is... Okay, he's had a little bit of wine and he just doesn't care. Because at this point, I was still thinking, you guys need to be staying quiet. And he just jumps on a piano and he's tapping away and singing. And I was thinking, what are you doing? But given how big the town is, given how far away the gates are, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that any infected on the outside would not be able to hear Frank playing the piano.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to be particularly cautious at all about his sound.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. But when I was watching it, that was the impression that I got. And I was thinking, God, what are you doing? But yeah, I was probably misreading the geography of where they were and the potential danger of where they were. So, initially, Bill is extremely cautious and he does not want Frank to stay. I think he agrees to let Frank use the shower and then feed him and then he's gone. And then Bill, yeah, that's right. Bill does not want Frank to be playing the piano. And my presumption at the time, this is probably why this popped into my head, is that he was like, no, what are you doing? You need to be quiet. But that isn't the reason at all. It's because he's playing a particular song that is of importance to Bill.
Yes, and he's playing it badly.
Yeah, he's playing it as if it's like a jaunty, upbeat tune, which, like, if he's playing the right notes, but you're playing them in the wrong way, then you could absolutely do that. So it's not like he was playing a different song. And then Bill sits down and plays it properly, and it's very somber and downbeat. And I forget what the song's called, but it's a romantic song that causes Frank to say, I believe he says, who is she? And then Bill says, there was no she or something. And, well, the outcome here is that both men are gay, and, well, they kiss.
Yeah, I think Frank says, after he asks who is she, Bill replies, it's not a she or something.
I don't think
Frank says, I know.
I'm not sure if he said it's not a she, because that's very obvious. I feel like it was more, because when Frank leans in for a kiss, I don't think it was blindingly obvious that, well, okay, it might have been blindingly obvious. I don't think it was explicitly stated that Bill was gay. But
but
implied.
I think Frank's gaydar is in full effect here, and he definitely knows. That's the basically what is implied, that Frank knows he's into him.
Okay, fair enough. So I think that's all I have for notes on this part. Oh yeah, so I don't know how much nudity is in the next scene, so I'll keep it here for now, because I don't want to have to rewind and redo this. But essentially, they get in bed, and implication being that they get jiggy. Bill, at this point, seems to totally trust Frank because he goes off to have a shower and just leaves Frank alone to do whatever he's going to do.
I don't know, even from the shot that you've got up, it's still... Bill is definitely kind of he's not on board with this, really, but he's just kind of going with it.
Yeah, because I feel like this could be like real-world prejudice is coming into it, but the implication to me maybe seemed like the kind of guy Bill is.
Just a bit of a kind of social hermit.
Yeah, he might be, he might be gay, as we see that he is gay, but that may have been repressed for his entire life until now.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the impression you get, and yeah, it's more than likely his first time with a dude. Quite
possibly, because like obviously there is no Mrs. Bill, and there's never any mention of there being anyone else who has ever lived in that house at any point. Like, I mean, obviously he has the big table with multiple people, but that's with, seating for multiple people. But there's any number of reasons why he might have that. He might have just liked the table. So the last note I have on this part of the episode is this a functional setup for their relationship? Because most of the rest of the episode is these guys' relationship.
As in, so what's happened on the day he's met Frank, is that a functional setup?
Yes. Because the episode relies, I guess, on them falling in love and actually living a life together. And, they have their ups and downs and all the rest of it. And I feel like, when I watched it, I was thinking this almost seems forced because I did not remember the Frank character, and also we're spending a lot of time away from Joel and Ellie, which is the first time we've done that.
Yeah, I think in terms of how believable it is, I think you have to weigh up Bill's obvious paranoia and distrust of people against, he's essentially been alone for nearly 4 years now. He's probably pretty lonely.
Yeah, that was something I was thinking at the time, because I didn't remember Frank from the game, is that maybe Bill is not actually gay. Like, maybe he's just giving this dude a hug and a kiss because...
Oh, wow, the dude's just a total slut, yeah.
Well, no, I don't mean that he's a slut.
Anything.
No, I just mean, like, in terms of, like... I'm trying to think what film it is. Maybe it's not Castaway, because I've not seen Castaway, but someone who has been away from people for years, however long it's been. Because now at this point, Bill has not seen a person for 4 years. Or he's not touched a person for 4 years. He's had no contact at all. It's what is it? Interstellar, when Dr. Mann wakes up. And he's just embracing anyone that he can, and he's just in tears because he's not, like, in his mind. I know there's, like, time doesn't work in that movie, but it's all over the place, and he's just so grateful to have some kind of human contact. At this point in The Last of Us, I was thinking maybe that's the case with Bill, but no, it just turns out he's gay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, Matt Damon obviously fucks them over within 24 hours of meeting them. He
does. At that point, though, that I guess was not his plan. Okay.
I don't believe that.
Well, maybe we'll do Interstellar at some point. Okay, so the next part of the episode, the men begin a romance, sharing a love of food and music. Years later, Frank contacts Tess by radio, and the two groups enter a tenuous friendship. So let me see what we got here. So that's the bed scene with some nipples. So yeah, they're just enjoying the high life. They don't seem to have to worry about anything. Bill at one point says to Joel that they're self-sufficient. Yeah, here we go. So I believe Frank tells Bill that he's been speaking to a nice lady on the radio and telling them that they're going to meet up and everything. And Bill, because he's super paranoid, is like, wait, what? He seems genuinely angry, but like it's kind of played for laughs for us as the audience because of the way that it's delivered. And it turns out, because we then immediately cut to Frank and Bill having dinner with Joel and Tess, which it kind of helps this episode not be as much of a bottle episode as it initially came across, because pretty much the whole episode is a flashback about Bill and Frank, but you do still have information in here about Joel and Tess. And it's quite nice to have the extra information about Tess, given that she's, chronologically speaking, just died. So it was...
Yeah, completely agree with that.
Yeah, good to have her back for a little bit, and it also informs us a little bit more as to Joel and Tess's relationship. So because again, this episode kind of jumps in time a bunch of times. It moves forward by like decades at a time. So I may not have the right images on the screen for what we're talking about.
Strawberries.
This is the strawberry bit. So I think it's before this. They are arguing because Frank wants to decorate everything and mow the lawn and try to live a like normal-ish life, like as normal as you can. Whereas Bill wants to be totally practical. He doesn't want to be flashy. He just wants to, Bill would probably be fine living with like one plate and one knife and one fork because he only needs one. Whereas Frank would want
that stage in their relationship, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Frank would want to have he'd want to have 10 different plates for 10 different occasions because that's the kind of person he is. So that's how he says paying attention to things is how we show love, which to me...
Do you think you're Bill or Frank in your relationship?
Am I Bill or Frank? I'm probably Bill.
Yeah, same here, I think, yeah.
Yeah. paying attention to things is how we show love, is what he says. So to me there, it was contrasting him with Bill. He was saying that he wants to live. He doesn't just want to survive. He wants to actually do something worthwhile, even if the only thing worthwhile that he can do is love Bill.
Yeah, I mean, that takes, it's almost a slight nod to the game, but the game is a lot more bleak in that story. But maybe I'll say that as we get to the end of the episode.
Yeah, wait until the end, I think. So, other thing here I've got here is Tess and Joel join them for lunch one day. Bill and Joel were like almost parallels of each other because they're super cautious. They've got their guns on the table. They're not, they're ready to go at a moment's notice. But Tess and Frank seem to be much more open and friendly, which kind of feeds into what you were saying in, I think it was episode 1, about like Tess is almost dialed down from the game. Joel
definitely,
yeah. But
at least they were consistent in that, so yeah, respect for that.
But also, even if that isn't why, we still have the fact that Tess and Frank were the ones that had been communicating for however long about like what they were going to do and what they were going to trade and where they were going to meet and all the rest of it. So they already knew each other, even if only through the radio. So that could be why. During that scene as well, Bill tells Joel that he doesn't need any help from outside smuggling because he has everything he needs. And Joel points out, like, immediately that his fence is going to need fixing soon, which suggests to Frank that he does actually need help. He can't do it all on his own, which I liked because, like, one guy in a village with no goods coming in or out, like, I can buy that for a while, but not for a lifetime, I don't think. Like, even if he's got, like, industrial freezers filled with meat, like, that isn't being restocked. We don't get any indication that he's going out hunting. Obviously, they're growing strawberries, but like you're not living off strawberries for 20 years.
Yeah. On Joel pointing out about the fence as well, because it's almost like a trope of just film and TV series where Joel almost becomes Sherlock in that moment, but it is at least justified where he points out, I can't remember what material the fence is made out of, but he says it won't last very long. And because Joel's construction background is open front, you at least know he would know about that kind of thing.
That's true. I had a different view of that, but that actually makes more sense. I was thinking that Joel is like uber cautious and he knows all about maybe how to defend himself.
Too, yeah.
But then that would, Bill would know that because that's the character Bill is. Whereas, like you say, Joel would feasibly know more about construction than Bill, most likely.
Yes.
Do we ever get any indication as to what Bill's job was, like in the game or in the show?
Not that I know of.
Okay, yeah, I can't remember. I don't have a note on it anyway. So we then jump forward 3 more years to where we are now. They have strawberry sex, is my note.
Strawberry sex.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Getting fruity.
Yeah, they get a bit fruity. Then suddenly there's raiders, and the booby traps do a bit of work. He's got flamethrowers that squirt them, and this wakes up Frank, and we see where Bill is in a moment.
This was the main nitpick that I saw from this.
Yeah.
This episode.
Importantly here, so Frank gets a pistol from is this his art, like his painting station or something? I think we see later.
Yeah.
So yeah, he grabs his pistol from there. So his intention here is to help, like physically. And those are the raiders outside. They got the shotguns, and we see that Bill is just wandering around. Let me see if I can get it on screen. So yeah, we got an electric fence and we got flamethrowers. Yeah, so Bill is just standing around out in the open. He might be really angry and he might have been emotionally overwhelmed by like, how dare you come near, where I live with Frank, who essentially is his family at this point. But this to me seemed out of character. It seemed to me like anyone who behaves as we have seen Bill behave would not pick up a gun and just stand in the middle of a street popping off shots. Like that's something.
Yeah, I could try and justify it by saying maybe this is the first confrontation that he's had. He clearly has a lot of guns, but it could be a case of all the gear, no idea. But it's so egregiously stupid.
That's possible.
Quite forgive that, yeah.
That's possible, but at this point, we're 3 years on from when it first jumped forwards in time, which was 4 years on from that. Which means that we're now in about the 2012 time, 2011, which means, if this is the first confrontation he's had, no raiders came near this village for, 8 years, 9 years?
I could potentially believe that.
I find
America's a big place, and there's not a lot of people left.
True. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I feel like this would be exactly where raiders would go. People are going to be traveling. People are going to be looking for where they can be, apart from the people who are in the quarantine zones. But yeah.
Well, there may be people, but in terms of raiders actually trying to break in, probably not many.
Well, it doesn't.
Especially when you see this place is tooled up to fuck with all these traps. I wouldn't bother if it were me.
True, I suppose.
Unless you were really desperate.
Potentially, yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of surprising. Even if not raiders, it's kind of surprising that there are no other Franks. Like, there's no other, like, it's like a woman and her kid. Like, you got to help me. My husband got bitten and he's a zombie, and you got to let us in or something. Like,
maybe there was, but Frank saw them and thought, no, you can't have him. He's all mine.
Maybe
just turn the camera off.
Maybe. What, like Burke in Aliens?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, problem with this is Bill just standing out in the open, and it does lead to things because he gets shot. So
yeah, at least there is consequence for it.
Yeah,
we'll say that.
The consequences, well, I don't know, because the consequences are that he gets shot and then Frank has to stitch him back together, but there's nothing beyond that. Like, it doesn't kill him, and it doesn't
Well, so you're saying it was almost an excuse for there to be a tender moment between the two. The Bill does something really stupid. Partly,
because what they could have done, maybe they did do this and my brain isn't working properly, but it could be that Frank is like, not Frank, that Bill is like, you need to contact Joel, and because I need this particular type of medicine, because this is the kind of thing that Bill might know as a prepper. I've run out of this, or this is the sixth time those raiders have come here, and I've been shot every goddamn time, so we're now out of all the medicine. So you got to contact Joel, and then that would then allow Joel to be. You could then establish more of a relationship with Joel. But the outcome of this is that Frank stitches Bill back together, which really just tells us how much they love each other, and that Frank is able to do this with Bill's instruction. Because I believe Bill tells him what to do, right? Frank doesn't have a clue what he's doing.
I think so.
Okay. Does he get the bullet out? I can't remember. I think he does.
Yeah, I think he does. Like you say, it feels a little bit contrived, but it's been quite good and enjoyable up to this point, so you forgive it a little bit.
Yeah, like that, like couple of minutes segment, I feel like something like that was necessary, but you didn't need to turn Bill into a doofus to do it.
Yes.
So then, do I have any other notes? No, then we jump forward, so this is near enough present day. We jump forward 10 years, and they are now really, really old. So, as you can see there, they're old. Frank is now in a wheelchair, and...
Frank's having a bad one.
Yeah, he's having a bad day. And there we go. So Frank also paints. Yeah, I don't know at what point I reveal what happens. I guess I'll just go for it. So they're having their nice meal, and Frank tells Bill that he's decided that he's going to have one last day before he kills himself because he's terminally ill. Is it specified as Parkinson's, or did we just assume that was the case?
No, I think I asked my girlfriend, because she is a nurse, what she thought it would be, and she guessed at Parkinson's. I did look it up, but I can't remember what it is.
Okay, but it isn't specified in the show.
No, it's not. No.
Okay. So I think it's this scene right here is that Frank gets up early, and Bill's like, "What's up? You're obviously something's wrong because you're behaving different." And he tells him, he doesn't even just tell him like, "I'm going to kill myself," because that's kind of like an abstract thought. He has planned this. He knows exactly what he's going to do. And he details what they're going to do on his last day, what they're going to eat, what they're going to drink, and then his method of suicide at the end. So this is all, he's been thinking about this for a while, evidently. And he's not, obviously Bill is distraught over this, but Frank's like, I've accepted this, I'm going to die anyway, and there isn't really much of a point to keep going, because I don't know how old he is at this point, but he's deteriorated pretty quickly. And Bill is obviously having to care for him, because he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, you assume they're kind of at least close to, if not over 60 at this point. And it's quite a depressing moment, because Frank was the fit and healthy one out of the two of them as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we see them jogging and Bill struggling to keep up.
Yeah.
But yeah, also, like, if raiders attack, now, they can't defend themselves. So like that will be partly why Frank is thinking like, we've had fun, we've enjoyed our life. He's lived a fulfilling life because he has been able to love Bill in the way that he wanted to. Like they've made the most of the apocalypse. So now he's done, basically. We then get a montage of their last day, which I will see if I can. I gotta say, like before I skip forwards, the acting in this episode is fucking incredible.
Definitely, yeah.
Like it's brilliant.
And it's not something, because all I knew about Nick Offerman was Parks and Rec, so I didn't have particularly high hopes for him. So I was very much taken by surprise.
Yeah, and the guy that plays Frank, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what his name is. I don't think I've ever seen him in anything.
I've heard he's been in some really other good series called White Lotus, which I haven't watched.
Okay, I've not heard of that. But yeah, I mean, either way, I'm sold on both of these two. I think, without thinking too hard about it, they probably give the two best performances in the show. Nick Offerman, definitely. Guy who plays Frank, probably number 2.
I think Bella Ramsey's definitely up there, but yeah.
Bella Ramsey's up there
as well.
Yeah, Bella Ramsey's definitely up there. Throughout this montage, which...
the up montage.
The up montage. The music in this scene is, again, excellent. It's not... So I did look this up afterwards because I had heard it before. And I'm just going to look up what it's called now.
So it's not part of the game score?
No, it's not. But this is the one that I mentioned earlier, but I can't remember the name of the piece of music.
Okay.
Let me look it up. Because it was used in... I know you haven't seen it, but anyone who's listening who has seen the film Togo, I recognized it from that specifically. There's a particularly emotional sequence at the end of that film which uses the exact same piece of music. Here we go. So the name of the piece of music is called On the Nature of Daylight. And let's see a couple of movies that this is used in. If I can bring it up on Wikipedia. I want to say it's in Sunshine. Oh, Shutter Island. It's in Shutter Island.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It appears in Shutter Island, although I don't remember exactly when. It's also in...
I'm terrible for film scores. I wouldn't remember.
It's also in there's a documentary which I have actually seen, but I don't remember where it appears in there, called Jiro Dreams of Sushi, which is about a guy running a sushi restaurant. Anyway, so the music is excellent, and it's like extremely sad and depressing music. Like it's like you listen to it, and if you're someone who ever cries while watching movies, this will get you. It's that good. But I don't know how much of that is because of the piece of music. I couldn't say.
Wait, did you shed a tear in this one?
No, but I typically don't cry. I can't remember the last time I did cry when watching something.
Heartless bastard.
Yeah, I mean, I was nearly there. Like it's difficult to get something that actually makes me cry, because I can't think of the last time that happened. But yeah.
You can't think of one film that would make you cry reliably?
Oh, no. Like if I was to put it on now, no. But like, I mean, American History X definitely gets me. But if I were to just watch it now, I probably wouldn't cry over it. No.
Okay.
But yeah, like I can absolutely acknowledge that it's a tearjerker, even if it doesn't literally make me cry. Okay, so... the end of this sequence, the Bill and Frank sequence, is that Bill gets the wine and he crushes up Frank's pills, whatever they are, which we can assume that he got from Joel. This would have been his medication.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like that's the only explanation. Because, well, there probably would have been a pharmacy, but then I don't know if there's like a shelf life on these things. I have no idea.
No, I don't know.
So he mixes up Frank's medication into his wine, not his own. And then they drink. And then Frank realizes that Bill had already crushed a load of pills into the bottle, and they have in fact both ingested the pills. They have both poisoned themselves. Frank, I forget exactly what he says to Bill. He's like, I should be very angry, but it's actually romantic. It's something like that.
I think that's pretty much what he says, yeah.
Yeah, because essentially Bill was unwilling to live without Frank, and he had accepted that Frank was going to die by the end of that day. So, yeah, they They have a snuggle, and he wheels him. So this is definitely a nitpick here, but I'm going to mention it anyway. So he wheels him over here, and the next time we see them, they're upstairs. Their bedroom's upstairs. How did he get upstairs?
Wait. Are you sure it's upstairs? Because maybe they moved it downstairs for wheelchair access.
We see the window. Actually, well, I mean, that would make sense, but then we have the window shot that the episode ends on, which is a reference to the home screen of the first game.
Oh, yeah.
So either they were kind of tricking us, and the open window upstairs was not, in fact, where their bedroom is. But I don't have it written down in my notes. It could well be that the letter that Bill leaves for Joel says, "Don't go upstairs," or maybe it says, "Don't go in the bedroom." Like I don't know what it says, but either way, that's a tiny complaint. So apart from that whole sequence, I think, is like top tier. So now we're in.
I think would it be good to kind of say what happens in the game at this point? Just a comparison.
Yeah, go for it, because then we'll do the Joel and Ellie stuff. Because at this point, it's going to be different to what happens in the game anyway.
Yeah, so in the game, Joel and Ellie do meet up with Bill. They make their way through his kind of booby-trapped town. They find him. They find a car battery, which is what they're after. And while you're searching for the battery, you come across Frank, who Bill has alluded to. He's kind of, I think he calls him a partner, Frank. And you find him hung by the neck in one of the houses, and there's a letter saying, "Bill, if you ever find this, I just wanted you to know that I hated your guts." And even though, because I think he's been bitten at this point, he says he's been infected, it was still better than spending one more day with Bill. So their relationship ends very differently. So it was a nice ending for the two, even though obviously Frank's got a debilitating illness. There is at least some kind of semblance of a happy ending, which I don't think is afforded to any other character in the series.
Yeah, they go out on their own terms, which is good.
Yes.
Also, like throughout the episode, we see essentially, I mean, it's not literally a lifetime, but we see a lifetime of them growing old together. Basically, it's a relationship that we see develop in, like, I think it's about 45, 50 minutes of the episode is just that, from when we first see Bill. And like, they get more character development than I would argue Joel and Ellie have had at this point, because we see them throughout the decades. Like, actually, well, no, I'll retract that for Joel, because we do know a reasonable amount about Joel. Ellie is still kind of we don't really know a huge amount about her yet. But yeah, I like, of those two, the only downside really that I can think of to doing what they did with Bill and Frank in this episode is that it does not allow for any of the Bill and Ellie sequences from the game, which I do remember being very entertaining and pretty important for her character. So they had to find another way of doing it.
Yes, they are quite fun, especially the Bill and Ellie interactions. They clearly have it in for each other from the start.
Yeah, which is amusing, because then Joel's kind of caught in the middle of that, and he's having to deal with he's having to be a parent, which he hasn't done for 20 years.
Yeah, seeing Joel act as almost like the bemused mediator is quite funny.
Yeah. So present day. So it does say, like, prior to when Bill and Frank kill themselves, it does say that it's present day, but it doesn't say exactly how much time has passed between that and this. So it could be a couple of days, it could be 6 months. We don't have any frame of reference as far as I remember. So Joel and Ellie arrive, and because the reason why Joel has come here is because he knows Bill, which was set up during that whole flashback thing, because he's in, I guess, the right direction for where they're going. And he wants to, his intention is to get a car. Is that the point of this?
Yes.
Okay. They discover the house, and it's completely empty. There is no Bill, there is no Frank. And Ellie, there we go. So we got rotten food, and there's a suggestion that something's wrong. And Ellie finds a letter. Ellie finds a letter as Joel explores a little bit.
What did you think of the letter?
I thought the letter was, I want to say bullshit, but that's my biggest criticism of the episode, is that...
Yeah, so I was in agreement there, yeah. It's very ham-fisted.
Yeah. I'll see, because I'm pretty sure I will have made a note on it, but I'll go through it chronologically. Basically, what Bill writes in the letter is that protecting Frank gave his life meaning, and that he has left Joel his supplies. Afterwards, unbeknownst to Joel, Ellie takes Frank's pistol, meaning that Ellie has a gun by the end of the episode, and they take Bill's truck and set off to find Tommy. So the notes that I have on this last 10 minutes or so of the episode is that Joel knows the code to get into the village, indicating that Bill trusts him enough to tell him the code to get into the village, which is interesting because you could probably count on one hand the number of people who know that code. They realize that Bill is dead, which has happened now, and Ellie reads Bill's letter to Joel. So the letter says, "Take anything you need. The bunker code is the same as the gate code, but in reverse. But still, it's like we're friends, almost, and I respect you. I used to hate the world, and I was happy when everyone died. I saved him, then I protected him. That's why men like you and me are here. We have a job to do, and God help any motherfuckers who stand in our way. I leave you all of my weapons and equipment. Use them to keep Tess safe." So
I hate it.
I will give them props because they at least it's contextualized, because from Bill's perspective, he doesn't know that Tess has died, and he also doesn't know that Ellie even exists. So he wrote this letter basically saying, "Joel, when you get here at some point, I don't really like you, but I respect you, and I want you and Tess to be safe. So take all my shit and have at it." However, the other side of that is that Bill has written a letter for Joel saying, "Hey, I know exactly what you're going through right at this very point in time. So this letter is gonna say exactly what it needs to motivate you to taking Ellie on a quest to get her across America." Like it's almost word for word, like exactly what he needs to hear in order to steer him in that direction. And the only part of it that I like is that he specifies that his reason for writing that letter is because he wants Tess to be safe. But the fact that the letter exists, I really don't like. I can absolutely believe that Bill would leave a letter for someone, which, that someone would probably be Joel, because he travels around a lot, seemingly. What it says, I think, is very, very contrived. I think that's the screenwriters putting a MacGuffin in to change Joel's state of mind. And they partially justify it by throwing in the Tess line, but I don't think that's enough.
Definitely. I mean, in the flashbacks, you never get the impression that Bill was particularly keen on dealing with them at all.
Yeah, had you seen them more than once? Yeah, had you seen them more than once? Like I said, there was the option when Bill gets shot to be like, you got to get... maybe Bill falls unconscious and Frank doesn't know what to do, so he contacts Joel because Joel's the only person he knows to contact. And then you build a little bit more than just they met that one time.
Yeah, I think obviously the implication is that they do trade on the regular.
Yeah, it's definitely reasonable to infer that they met more than once, because also the fact that Joel has come here with Ellie would be weird if he only met Bill once. But the fact that we don't see that, and the fact that the episode is so focused on Bill and Frank's relationship, at this point almost becomes a detriment.
Yeah, definitely.
So the other notes, Joel then finds the car and battery, which are in the garage.
You get to see Ellie in the car for the first time, which is brilliant.
Yes, we do. I'll see if I can skip forwards to that, because Ellie has never been in a car. Here we go. That is, I assume, the same car from the game?
I remember it's definitely a pickup in the game.
Okay. So, let's rewind, because I do have a couple of notes here. Yeah, so the battery, or is it the battery, or was it the fuel that couldn't have lasted this long? Again, this is a nitpick, but like...
Oh, yeah, realistically, fuel has an expiration. Generally, anything after a year, and it's pretty useless. It is touched upon briefly by Joe, I think, in the next episode, where he's siphoning that fuel doesn't last as long, but yeah, it's still just not feasible, really. I
don't know if... I know nothing about fuel, but I don't know if you would know. Someone like Bill, I feel like if anyone would know how to preserve fuel, it would be Bill.
Yeah, I don't know on preservation of fuel, but okay. I know that if it's... even after kind of 3-4 months, it's not great for your engine.
Okay. I mean, I'd be willing to say that if it is possible, then I have no problem with it, because Bill has pretty much as much time and resources as he wants.
It would look slightly ridiculous seeing Joel and Ellie on one of them 2-seater bikes instead of a car.
Yes.
What are they called? The two-seater bike?
A tandem.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you'd
love to have seen that.
No, motorbike and sidecar would be the way to go.
Oh yes, Wallace and Gromit. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so then we skip forwards. Ellie has just been sat there. I think she has picked up Frank's gun by this point. And they have a little discussion. So the notes that I have is Ellie starts to talk about Tess, because obviously Tess's name was mentioned in the letter. So she wants to say something about it, and Joel just flat out refuses to even let her continue her sentence. And he lays out some ground rules. He basically says, if we're going to do this, if I'm going to take you to Tommy, I think, yeah, because he's on his way to Tommy. If I'm going to take you with me, you never ever mention Tess, period. We keep our histories to ourselves, and you never tell anyone about your condition, and you do what I say when I say it. And then Ellie accepts that, and because of Ellie accepting it, Joel decides that he is going to continue to
even then, she
deliver.
still shows her disdain when, I think it's rule 3, when he says, you do what I say when I say it, repeat that, and then she doesn't repeat it word for word.
Yeah.
Where it's like a little, yeah, all right.
She says, what you say goes. Which
Yes.
You could see that as a little bit of a dig, definitely, because she doesn't like authority. We already know this. But
Yeah.
Joel has already helped her. So I feel like she definitely knows that she needs Joel. She doesn't have to like him.
Yeah, I think she's reluctantly coming to that conclusion, yeah.
Yeah. So then we see they go into Frank's bunker. And rather amusingly, Ellie is like, dude, it's a wall of guns. Can I just have one? Which at this point
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
At this point, I was wrong. She hasn't taken Frank's gun yet. It's after this that she takes Frank's gun. So she's like, hey, can I just sort of have one? Because there's literally a wall of them, which I found funny. Question for you, though. Joel takes a gun. There are like 50 of them. And he has a pickup truck. He could take every single gun and every bullet that Frank has. And he doesn't.
I suppose from Joel's reasoning, guns are a last resort. You don't want to use them if you can avoid it.
You say that, but the ending of the last episode would disagree.
Yeah, discounting that.
Well, and even if we assume that you don't pull the trigger and you don't even have bullets, having a gun and appearing to be threatening is useful, which is something that we see later in episode 5.
Yeah, definitely. So I understand why he doesn't take them all.
Well, it's not even all of them, because it's not an all or nothing type thing. But like, I guess the only real argument against it is that his priority is to make sure that Ellie does not have one. And if he picks up 20 and puts them in the back of the truck, Ellie could just kind of have one, and he really doesn't want her to have one. But
I don't know, because especially at the beginning with the safe house, he does leave his, I think it's an automatic rifle, at the safe house. And Ellie
he doesn't bring it with him.
What? No. She asks, "What are you doing? Why are you leaving that there?" And I can't remember his reasoning, but he's clearly not fussed about it.
Okay, interesting. I'm not sure how well that explains that he doesn't take more, but I mean, even I don't really know anything about guns, but like, I believe he takes a bolt action rifle, and you would think that would not be your first choice, but maybe, I don't know.
Maybe for hunting.
Possibly. I mean, well, okay, as a total layman when it comes to guns, what I would take from that wall is some kind of hunting rifle, at least one shotgun, and a couple of pistols. I mean, like a machine gun would be excessive, because when are you going to need a machine gun? If you need a machine gun, you're probably already dead. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, a shotgun, a rifle, and a couple of pistols would probably do you.
Yeah, so I couldn't really comment, not being a gun expert either.
Fair enough. So Ellie, my next note is that, she gets toilet roll. That makes sense. Yeah, so they kind of loot Bill's house, because that's what he said they could do. They take a load of stuff. Ellie accidentally breaks a clock. And at this point...
another clock theme.
Clock what?
Clock theme with the watches and clocks.
Ooh, is that something that pops up again? Because I hadn't even thought of that. Or is it just...
I can't actually remember, to be fair.
We'll probably notice it when we go through these episodes. She takes... What is that she's holding? I can't remember what that is. Shampoo, maybe? I can't remember. That's right, yeah, because they both have a shower and then they change clothes, because she tells him to have a shower because she says that he stinks, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So then she enjoys being in a car for the first time, and she's like, what are all these buttons? Oh my god, it's a seatbelt. That's the best thing ever. Look, it's mirrors. Look, there's an air thing. and the radio.
Very much like being in a car with a 5-year-old kid, or when he comes around your house for the first time and starts just sifting through all your things.
Yeah, it's just, yeah. And Joel's just kind of like, it's endearing because this is an example of like, you kind of want to twat her hand away and just be like, stop it. But
yeah,
Joel,
he's looking at her, slightly kind of rolling his eyes, but kind of fine, just indulging her.
Yeah, because I mean, he kind of has to at this point, because he has decided that this is what he's going to do. He's committed to this. So yeah, Ellie has never been in a car before. She literally grew up in the Fedra school, which we learn later. And then they drive off. Joel starts bonding with Ellie over Frank's music, is a note that I have.
Oh yes, Linda Ronstadt.
I'm unfamiliar with what that is, but okay.
That's the singer.
Oh, okay. And then we end with this shot here, which is the bedroom window. And this is where I was like, this is first floor window. This isn't ground floor, right? Because to me, this looks like second floor. Yeah. So either this means the bedroom is upstairs, or this isn't actually the bedroom. But I assume you noticed that this is basically the menu from the first game.
Yeah, definitely. I can't remember if it's the same musical theme that's played with it, because even when you boot up the game and that starts playing, it does evoke a lot of emotion just from the home screen.
Yeah.
Very memorable, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the end of episode 3. All I really have to say on that is, well, it's not all, because it's a discussion. We'll try and keep it relatively quick, but as an hour and an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes of TV, I think that episode is exceptionally good. As an episode of the 9 episode first season of The Last of Us, I think you could absolutely argue that it's filler. So
yeah, definitely. But if anything, I think there should have been more episodes like this.
Well, that's the thing, is that when you start getting to the end of the series, which I'm not going to go into now, the episodes, probably the 2 most important episodes from Ellie and Joel's perspective, episodes 8 and 9, are a full half hour shorter than this episode.
Yes.
Which means episodes 8 and 9 added together is 15 minutes longer than this episode.
Yeah, I felt that's just a kind of mistake of the writers, really, and the creators, it feels like, because it felt like the series was going so well at this point.
Yeah, and something that was made clear by this point is you've got episodes 1, 2, and 3. They're all completely different lengths, because episode 1 is like 1 hour 20, episode 2 is about 50 minutes, and this one's 1 hour 15. They aren't limited because it's a HBO. It's HBO Max, isn't it? Show, which means that it's made for streaming. It doesn't have to worry about ad breaks. It doesn't have to worry about the kinds of things that conventional network TV shows have to worry about. And the upside of that is that it means that they're not constrained by any particular amount of time. So, Breaking Bad, typically, the episodes are near enough, 40 minutes long, 45 minutes long, so that with the adverts, it's an hour.
Yeah, makes sense.
The Simpsons is near enough bang on 20 minutes, so that with adverts, it's half an hour. Whereas with things like, the most obvious example is probably season 4 of Stranger Things, which I've not seen yet, but I know that the last 2 episodes of that are like feature-length movies. So they don't have any kind of time constraints. They can spend as long as they want to spend. And
yeah, I thought it was a very odd decision to make the last episode significantly shorter.
Yeah. So as episode 3 of The Last of Us, I don't think this episode is very good. As an hour of TV, I think it's exceptional, which is, I don't know if I can think of another episode of TV like this, where it's just...
I feel like if it was made as a standalone film, it just would have been lauded completely.
Yeah, all the Bill and Frank stuff is excellent. How it fits into the series, I don't think in retrospect is very good. And that's something that I was worried about when I was watching it, because I was like, if they don't do this justice by the end, I won't like this episode as much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant about why they maybe should have done more episodes like this. Because it does feel like it stands out a bit, yeah. Yeah,
definitely. Well, this and episode 7. Like episode 7 is more justified, but
yeah, at least you're featuring Ellie in that one.
Yeah, exactly. This episode doesn't, until the ending, like there's about 10 to 15 minutes of this 1 hour and 15 minute long episode. that features any character development for Joel or Ellie. The rest of it is side. I mean, it's Bill and Frank. Like, I like them as characters, but it's side character 1 and side character 2 falling in love, getting old, and dying. Like, that's a lovely story, but that's kind of it. You know, in the grander picture that is season 1 of The Last of Us, I feel like it was wasted time.
I can see that argument. I don't think it was a waste. I think the creators didn't quite do this episode justice. They didn't fill out the rest of the series maybe like it should have been.
Yeah,
I think what you could say, like, because I've called like in my notes, episode 4 and 5, NPC backstory 1, and episode backstory 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah,
and this is exactly what you could have done, because I hated the character of Kathleen in the next episode, because obviously you just hear how amazing her Christ-like brother was, but you didn't see any of it. Whereas you could have absolutely done it like you did with Bill. He didn't
theoretically, yeah,
but yeah, you could have shown them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question that we'll go into when we do episodes 4 and 5. Was it necessary to see that, or is it a case of like, okay, that character being gone, you just have to accept that as the setup for the episode? Like, maybe telling a different story could have been better, but I feel like it wasn't necessarily necessary for the story that they were actually trying to tell. Anyway, so that was episode 3. Question at this point: do we want to continue and do episode 4?
Oh no, I don't think so, because I've got a lot to say on them.
Okay,
I think we've been going for about 6 hours now,
something like that. Yes. So
yeah.
Okay, in that case, what I'll do is it's 9 episodes. Yeah, okay, so the season is 9 episodes. So in that case, do you want to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, and 9?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
I feel like this will be the longest, because episodes 8 and 9 are very short, and also episodes 4 and 5 are a lot of the time running parallel. So I don't expect those 2 will be as long.
Yeah, sure, that sounds good.
But yeah, this is 3. This is going to come out to be about 4.5 hours, possibly closer to 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is quite a podcast.
It certainly is, yeah. Okay, so we're going to leave it there for now. We'll be covering episodes 2. We'll be covering episodes 4, 5, and 6 in the next video, and then we're going to do 7, 8, and 9 in the last one. We're going to record those soon. I hope you've enjoyed listening to our takes on The Last of Us. If you agree or disagree with anything that we've said, please let us know in the comments. And if you want to see more of this kind of thing on the channel, then please let us know. And we will see you next time.
See you later, guys.
See you later.